Today, we welcome you to the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series for 2022. However, with the sad passing of Queen Elizabeth II last week, we wanted to take some time and pay our respects from everyone here at the Le Mans Virtual Series organisation.
Welcome to the Le Mans Virtual Series. We are ready to go.
Oh, this is going to get messy.
Wow.
Oh, into the barrier.
Looking for the lead.
Oh, there we go. Going around the outside. That is a bold move for a little bit of contact.
The Bahrain International Circuit, the jewel in the desert, plays host to the first round of the Le Mans Virtual Series for 2022. The longest race in our series, apart from, of course, the Le Mans 24 Hours. It is going to be a grueling encounter with some of the very best sim racing names versus teams and drivers that exist in our virtual world, battling over 8 hours from day into night across 2 different categories. We are absolutely excited to witness some proper endurance racing. Our calendar starts in the Middle East, and then we will be moving across into Europe with the 4 hours of Monza, the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, across to America for Sebring 500 miles. And then in 2023, we start our year with the 3rd running of the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. My name is Ben Constanduris, and this afternoon, I am welcomed by Lewis McGlade, who will be with us a little bit later on. And in the studio right now, Chris McCarthy, getting ready once again for our 2nd season. We are super stoked to be here.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to be back, isn't it? As you saw from the calendar there, 5 completely different challenges, starting with a brand new one, the 8 Hours of Bahrain, one we haven't tackled before. It's going to be a fantastic challenge for the drivers, one we haven't, people of R Factor 2 haven't really been able to tackle yet. So this is a great advert for R Factor 2 to see the best drivers, not only professionally, but also in esports, tackle this circuit over 8 hours.
What a wonderful challenge for our teams and drivers to be presented with a brand new build for R Factor 2, a fantastic addition to the platform, so a circuit that they don't necessarily have expertise on, so they will be learning and trying to maximize the performance out of that circuit, and a circuit that provides motorsport entertainment across the board, whether it be in Formula 1 or WEC. As we've said, it's very much a mainstay of the World Endurance calendar from the very beginning.
Yeah, and now you look at the calendar, it's very much like the World Endurance Championship calendar, isn't it? It's incredibly similar: Bahrain, Monza, Sebring, and then ending up with the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual. So, yeah, I think it had to be a part of the calendar. It's so great to have it here. And, yeah, I mean, qualifying yesterday, even though it's a very tough and technical circuit, I mean, how close was it out there? So close, wasn't it? There was absolutely nothing to choose between the drivers. And I think that means we're going to have a very close race today.
We'll be getting to our qualifying highlights in just a few moments' time. But before we do, let's remind ourselves of where this journey ends. The end of our season will be the 3rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, and it is a complete and utter spectacle in the world of sim racing.
We are are seconds away from the start. Formation lap is almost over.
And here comes Verstappen into the lead of the race already. Drogovic respectful to his pseudo teammate, and Max Verstappen leads Le Mans.
Great memories of the second running of the Le Mans Virtual, and of course the first running run in the height of COVID, so even more amazing memories built when we started this adventure. And it was only right that from the first Le Mans Virtual we built a season out of it. The first season, of course, was much a learning experience for everybody, and now the teams and drivers have that experience of 1 year that they can bring into this full season, and a lot of prize money on offer for the full season as well as for Le Mans.
Yeah, $250,000 is a huge amount of money, isn't it? And half of that prize money just for the 24 hours, which I think is right, isn't it? That's a huge challenge, that race alone. And of course, we're going to add teams to that. We have 40 teams competing in the season, but even more are going to come and compete in the 24 hours. So half of the money goes just for the 24 hour, but 125,000 up for grabs in this series. So yeah, there is a lot at stake for these teams.
The season is so important to the championship, to Le Mans, much like WEC as a championship supports the Le Mans 24 hours in the real world. We replicate that. We want our regulations, our sporting environment to replicate what happens in the real world, and therefore this series is kind of a warm-up to Le Mans and kind of an opportunity for us as commentators, as the production staff, as the sporting environment, the race control, to be as absolutely performant as possible when we get to Le Mans, but also for you at home to know and to follow and to grow as a community to understand exactly what's going on in this incredible world of sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there were only 2.5 points between the top three in LMP last year at the end of what was an incredible journey, and that's what it is. We're going to take you on this incredible journey into next year, and yeah, 2.5 points at the end of that just shows how close it is. So yeah, we have a 24-hour race at the end of this, but believe me, the championship is just as important and just as close as that 24-hour race is going to be.
If you are new to the Le Mans series for the first time, then we have built a little explainer for you to understand exactly how it works.
The Le Mans Virtual Series will be run on the R-Factor 2 platform and includes a 40-car field, which will be increased to more than 50 for the series finale. Each race features multi-class racing between Le Mans prototype and GTE cars. There will be driver changes, dynamic weather and day-to-night transitions. The calendar will begin in the Middle East for the 8 Hours of Bahrain at the Bahrain International Circuit before we head to the Temple of Speed for the 4 Hours of Monza in October. A visit to the Ardennes Forest in November for the 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and then we go stateside for the 500 miles of Sebring in December to round out the year. The 24-hour Le Mans Virtual will close the season with a January finale. Each team roster comprises of 4 drivers, with 3 being required to participate in each race. Teams must field 1 FIA-graded driver in their lineup in at least one of the events. Each driver will need to meet minimum and maximum driver times, and teams will work to create their own setups to optimize performance and strategy. Full simulation includes fuel usage and tyre wear, so strategy will be the key to success. Mechanical failures such as engine and brake failure can and will play a part, with aero damage caused by collisions affecting the car's performance, but can be repaired in the pit stops. The race director and stewards will oversee on-track action and will apply penalties if necessary. The prize pool is $250,000 across the series, half of which will be separated between the series itself and half will be awarded for the 24 hours finale. It will be split equally between both categories, and the top 10 finishers receive prize money according to their position in the series standings.
Thank you very much to Lewis McGlade there for the voiceover and the fantastic animation to explain exactly how this works. And we'll be seeing and meeting Lewis a little bit later on in our broadcast. Now, let's talk a little bit about the Bahrain International Circuit, because it is a brand new circuit to R Factor 2, to us. Thanks to Sheikh Salem for agreeing to be part of this, and of course, to be starting the series on this brand new circuit. A circuit that's not available for you and I to practice on. No. But they have gone out and they have laser scanned to the millimetre this circuit. And I think, if memory serves, this is the first laser scan, proper simulation of this circuit that exists in the sim racing.
Yeah. I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it, to have it there? We're going to be seeing it in the Le Mans Virtual Cup as well a little bit later in the season, and that's, of course, open to anyone to take part in, which we saw the first round of yesterday. So really excited to see when we have the public essentially go out and race on it. But yeah, a fantastic circuit. You know, long straights, heavy braking zones, and particularly yesterday, seeing the GT cars going through the second sector of the circuit was absolutely fantastic. And there was nothing to choose between the BMWs, the Porsches, and even the Ferraris as well. So I think it's a perfect circuit, particularly at the start of the race. We're going to have high track temperature, so that's going to come into play with strategy as well. And then when we go into the night time, that could change as well. We might see teams trying to go longer with the strategy. So yeah, it's going to throw a different play on strategy, and I think that could see some teams maybe win the race.
It's a circuit that has supported WEC since the very beginning. I remember being there in 2012, and we started the race at lunchtime. It was incredibly hot. We didn't go into the night like we now are able to do and start in the afternoon, finish in the night, gives a little bit of rest for the drivers and the heat. But it is an amazing facility. And as you say, the layout is fantastic as well. A real circuit of everything.
Yeah, it has. It's got everything. It's got a lot of places to overtake, hasn't it, as well? You've got that run down to turn one is always very, very exciting. It's almost a case of, do you want to be on the front row sometimes? If you're sat in third place, you're in a really good position to make a lunge down the inside. Here you can see it on your screen. I'm sure if you're a racing fan, you're going to be very familiar with it. And you can see the elevation in the circuit as well as they make their way up towards down four and then make their way down through the second sector of the circuit. 15 turns in total, and we saw in qualifying yesterday as well, that run down towards turn 14 is where you can throw it all away. But here we can see through turn number one, a lot of overtaking going to be done through there, no doubt. This is the end of the second sector we were talking about, where yesterday we were watching these split times with anticipation as they came through turn number 12 here to see who was going faster. And this turn number 13, incredibly difficult because of the sheer speed they have to carry through the corner. So it's a place, even in esports, where you just see how good the drivers can control the cars. It's a real fantastic circuit.
It's a proper circuit for proper drivers, and it rewards the really well-balanced car. As we saw in qualifying, because qualifying happened yesterday evening, split into two categories, the LMP2s and the GTE categories. The main difference was made up in that second sector of the lap, which is really all of the hard work. And let's now take a look at what happened in qualifying. Was in the GT category, champion last year that got himself initially established on the pole position. And even though there was half a session still to go, it seemed as though the drivers were waiting to the end to attack. The closest challenger was from Coanda, but we have a massive field from China to Mexico and all around the world represented. As I say, Dane Warren for Proton Coanda Esports, the VRS-sponsored machine, closest in terms of challenges, but ultimately still a 10th shy from BMW Team Redline on the pole. And then two real-world drivers, Smolier and Moritz Lerner, third and fourth position. In LMP2, the day turned to night as they qualified into the dusk, and Jerne Simoncic was the man who set down the early marker in the newly Van Wool sponsored machine. Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline #1 would then set the benchmark, but there was a good push from R8 Sports with Marcin Sinchik and then Simoncic dropping the bar even further, but no one was faster than Team Redline. Diego Pinto only 7th at that point. Rietveld, without really needing to move the bar even further away, to go fastest by over 0.2 of a second at the head of the field. There'll be head scratching from the rest of the teams, but it was close behind. 15 drivers separated by 1 second. Redline ahead of Floyd Van Wilburst with R8G and Team Redline on the second row. And then for Lotche and Porsche Works Coanda, we'll talk about them in third. We were expecting it to be an incredibly tight qualifying session, and ultimately it was, but not at the head of the field.
No, I mean, obviously the Redline guys just got a little bit of an edge, didn't they? Rietveld was able to get an edge over the rest of the field, went out at the end, and that was where he got his advantage. It seemed a lot of the drivers thought that the track wouldn't get any quicker, but Rietveld found pace where no one else could. But it was still incredibly close. The gaps between all of the field all the way through, very, very close, and particularly in GTE, that was the case as well. I think some particular standouts had to be Project One. They put in a fantastic performance, it had to be said. Also, R8G, another one of the teams who really stood out for me last year, came forward. But this was the top 3 times all together, and we can see through the technology we have from the guys upstairs, all 3 laps together. So here they are, all at once, coming through up towards turn number 4.
So we've got Moritz Lerner in the Porsche that at the moment is at the head of the 3 cars. We then have Kevin Siggy in the BMW and Dane Warren, the Australian, in the Coanda Porsche. At this point, through Sector 1, Moritz Lerner is the fastest man. He ends up in 3rd position, but look how well balanced the BMW is through these sweeping corners. Kevin Siggy just needs to turn in once, the rear end follows, and this is where the advantage is built for the BMW.
Look, these are the best esports drivers in the world, and this is why there is absolutely nothing to choose between them. They drive as one. They're going to take slightly different lines now as we come downhill in towards turn number 10. All of them clip the apex. It looked like there you could see the Proton car went slightly wide off the apex, and that lost it just a car length there to the Redline car as we made our way down towards turn number 11. And Redline now had the advantage, and the Porsches at this point were playing catch-up.
Very, very good through this left-hander at turn 11. The BMW able to apply the power and drive away from those Porsches. Balance in mid-speed, mid-corner seems to be the key for BMW Redline. In a qualifying setup, let's not forget, the cars will be completely different from the race. Watch into this last corner. There's a classic racing tuition line. Slow in, fast, loud. Watch how Kevin Siggy approaches this one. Loses all of his advantage in the braking zone, but is able to get on the power earlier and drive to the line and ultimately take pole.
Yeah, squares the corner off much better, takes a much tighter line out the corner, and that was enough for him to go and take pole position. But how fantastic is that to see all 3 laps together? And you can see at points they're in different parts of the circuit, but ultimately they all come back together again, don't they? And that was the difference between the top 3 cars in GT. If we put the top 10 together, there wouldn't be much difference. It was absolutely fantastic to see that. So a massive thanks to the team for showing us that.
And also it shows the challenge of how these drivers cannot maximize and be perfect. They are the best drivers in the world. No. And yet, when with that kind of technology, we show those tiny little differences in each of the corners in a way that in the real world, we certainly could never do that.
And we also get to see the difference between the BMW and the Porsche performance-wise. As you said, when they came down to turn 11, the BMW just got a better drive out the corner through there. That's just the car simply just is be able to perform better through there, and Siggy used that to his advantage.
Let's now get down to Bahrain and have the national anthem, the country host.
Standing for the national anthem of Bahrain.
Whether it is the WEC in the real world, the Le Mans 24 Hours in the real world, or the Le Mans Virtual, the tension is still built as we move forward and closer to the start of the second season of the Le Mans Virtual Series and the 8 Hours of Bahrain. I cannot wait to see this race. It's going to be so, so tight. We must, of course, also say a huge thanks to all of our partners, the Goodyear tyres behind me, Total Energies and Rolex, and also our technology partner, Thrustmaster. Look out also for our discount codes across our various social channels, hidden in various posts, TM-LMVS-15, a discount code valid for this weekend alone for Thrustmaster pedals, sets and steering wheels, and an opportunity perhaps for you to get behind the wheel and try your luck in the Le Mans Virtual Cup to qualify for the next round. And of course, get yourself a bit of practice on this Bahrain circuit once it is launched in Q4. In the Q4, what is it called? The Q4 package content dump. Yeah. I knew it was dump. I just couldn't remember what the other word was. Right, moving on. Let's have a look and talk about tyres, Chris. I know you've been talking to some of the teams. We're not expecting rain, so we can kind of forget the wet tyre. Yeah. But the soft, medium, and hard, with temperatures being so different from the start to the end, there is going to be a different strategy and philosophy because of those different compounds. Yeah,
now me and Lewis were always sold a lie last year, and this has happened quite a lot. But me and Lewis think that the medium's going to be the most used tyre throughout the race today. We can the hard tyre we could expect to see as well in LMP's 23 lap stints. We're expecting around 40 minutes and GTEs, we're expecting them to go around 31 laps, which is around 60 minutes. So we'll expect them to change the medium tyres every stint in GTEs, and they'll probably double stint in the LMPs and then change them every other stint. So that is what we are expecting strategy-wise. But they might switch it up later in the race. LMP might change tyres in the first stop to help with traffic, and GTE might use hards a little bit later in the race so they can double stint. It's
a circuit that is obviously very dusty from its natural environment, so it does take time to clean up and therefore rubber up, but at the same time it is a circuit that is we're starting in the day and finishing in the night, and in the day we're talking 35 degrees, in the night we're talking 20 degrees. So that has an effect obviously on the ambient temperature, that will therefore have an effect on the track temperature and the compound and the way that they work and the window in which they work. So a lot for these teams and drivers to think about on a long race in comparison to our next round, which is only, well, half the distance.
Yeah, exactly. And tyres go off quicker when you're running in traffic as well. So, yeah, it's going to be something they think about more at the start of the race and more at the end of the race as well. And we also have to keep an eye that drivers have to do a minimum of 90 minutes and they can only do a maximum of 240 as well.
Right then, let's have a look at the grid for our first round of the series. 42 cars in qualifying yesterday evening, and as we've already learnt, it is Jeffrey Rietveld who got the team red line on the pole position, and alongside him will be Floyd Van Wal-Boers. Jone Simoncic got the time. Marcel Sinchik and Team Redline's Mikael Schmidl will start on row 2. It was Diego Pinto who was in that car. Marco Pajek will start the Yas-Heat Veloce car that he qualified. Josh Rogers in the 23 Porsche Coanda. Very important to explain.
Then we go to row number 4, where we see Alpine Esports' Tom Lartalou, who we saw racing in 2020, rounding out the top 10. Next to Van Wal-Boers, and then we've got the AMG Petronas teams, one of the factory-backed teams that we've got racing with us. A quarter of the field factory-backed this season. Then GR Vector Esport making the jump up to LMP this year as our Porsche Coanda.
All French team Panis Racing line up alongside RHG Esports Turkish driver. RHG being Romain Grosjean's team. We expect to see Grosjean part of that team later on in the year. Then Williams Esports Sami Matti-Trogan, the pro driver in that car, lines up alongside Ferris Stanley for Rocket Sim Sport, with Ford's Works team, Team Fordzilla, and GR Vector's second car on row 9.
Next along, completing the top 20, Pescarolo Esport Monaco, new to the grid, as is the Brabham Esports team. Two big names were welcome into the championship this year. Then we come to Axel, finished 4th in the 24-hour race last year. New driver lineup this year as well, ARC Bratislava alongside them. Arnage competition are next along, Mexico Racing team with an all-Mexico lineup next after that.
Now we move our attention to the GTE category. Pole position for Team Redline. Enzo Benito will start that car with Proton Coanda Esports Dane Warren alongside. That is now not necessarily as much of a works project as it was before. Moritz Lerner and Alexander Smolier, the two pro drivers on row 2 in GTE, with Sim Maranello, the best of the Ferraris, in 5th position, and then Red Bull Racing switching from LMP2 down to GTE on row 3.
Next along we come to Simsa Esports. They're going to be starting 31st overall. BMW team BS competition next with Ibrahim Khan. Watch out for him. Then two teams making their debuts, P1 Esport and also Pro Drive. Let's see how they go in their first races. And then we have the factory Ferrari, Scuderia Ferrari in the number 51, 36, but to their inside, the Proton 88.
Disappointment for Marla Racing Team, only down on row 19 alongside Satellite Racing's Jimmy Nusela. And finally on row 20 we have D-Station in the Aston Martin and InSpeed, two incredibly well followed teams, and they round out our 40 runners. There are some of our drivers preparing. They've had warm up this morning and now they are getting themselves ready on the circuit. Cars exiting the start line as they do traditionally at all of the WEC events and Le Mans, and getting themselves ready and warmed up for this 8 hours. One circulation in the day around Bahrain, and then we can go racing. "35-minute stints for the LMP2 category, just around an hour's stint for the GTE category. It just suddenly becomes less of an endurance race and more of a sprint, really.
Yeah, it is almost mini sprint races, isn't it? That's what we have. It's a very high-tempoed race. If you're new to the Le Mans Virtual Series, then you're in for a real treat, believe me, particularly at the starts of the race. It may be an 8-hour race, but they go by very, very quickly. And here's the thing that we were saying we're going to have to watch out for. Track temperature is going to be very high, so they're going to have to look after the tyres, particularly in GTE in the early phases at the start of the race here, to get them through to the end safely and quickly.
That's not too bad, 26 degrees actually for Bahrain. Humidity is actually relatively high, as you would expect. I've spent many a day at the Bahrain International Circuit sweating crazily, searching for a fan and searching for air conditioning. But 26 degrees is quite manageable. I'd be happy with that if I turned up to the Bahrain International Circuit for that, whether it be in the karting arena, which is so well used in World Championships, or indeed this circuit, which has hosted Formula One and WEC and will host World Touring Cars for the first time this November. Of course, WEC going there for their final round of the championship in the middle of November.
Yeah, one of the many new teams we have on the grid, InSpeed Racing, all Chinese driver lineup, just like we have with the Mexico Racing team as well. Great to have them on the grid. I think a team that's going to have their eyes towards the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. This is very much going to be a training period for them to get ready for that.
Works cars, a quarter of the field entered by OME manufacturers, whether it be Porsche, Ferrari. We haven't really spoken too much about Mercedes AMG as well. We'll get a chance to talk a bit later on about them. And of course, Porsche too. But Nats now focus on the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series for 2022 in Bahrain for the 8 Hours of Bahrain. It's not a great start from Team Redline, and Van Wool at the line already ahead going into turn one. They fan out into turn one. Rietveld dives down the inside late on the brakes. The rear end breaks away from him, but he's able to claim back the lead. And in third position, moving up his teammate. Here are the GTE cars already fanning out down the main straight and getting their race underway. Covering off the inside, the red line BMW that seems to be lacking a little bit of straight line speed. And look at that Red Bull. Is that Red Bull coming all the way around the outside? No, it's not. They're a little bit further back. They're still making up good ground. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it is Team Redline, followed by Floyd Van Wool. We've got to get used to that. Floyd Van Wool by Burst Esports. And it is, look at how good the Red Bull's start has been from, what was it, 4th, 5th position on the grid. The Porsche of Oracle Red Bull Racing is up to 2nd already.
Yep, started P6, did the Oracle Red Bull Racing car, of course, just focusing on GTE this year. They did both last year. They raced in the Corvette last year. No Corvettes on the grid this year. Maybe we'll see some at the 24-hour, but they're absolutely flying at the start of this 8 Hours of Bahrain in that Porsche up to 2nd. They are on a mission. Let's jump on board with them now as we make our way to the back straight, and they have already got their eyes on the leader Enzo Benito in the car for BMW Team Redline as we charge down towards turn number 11. Here we see our GTE field and the Red Bull Racing team on a charge side by side a little bit further back. A bit of a bad start there for RHG.
That's the loser. That's the big loser of the start. Coanda, who was 2nd on the grid, falling further and further back. Does the 77 have no confidence? Dane Warren in the car, he's down to 6th position, so almost completely swapped positions with Oracle Red Bull Racing. But Dane Warren is not happy on this first lap whatsoever.
No, poor start for him, and not the best start either for RHG. They've gone back a position as well. Alex Smoliar in the car for them, raced at this circuit in FIA Formula 3 earlier in the year. Of course, they come onto the start-finish straight now, make their way down to complete the first lap of the brand new Le Mans Virtual Series, this season number 2, and we are very close at the front of the field. We jump on board now as we head down in towards the braking zone at turn number 1.
Now, remember, this is an 8-hour race. It is not a sprint. It is an endurance event. You've got to settle down from sorting yourself on the first lap. I'd love to see how the Red Bull guy got that far up. But honestly, a little concerned by Coanda Proton right now, because from 2nd on the grid with clear track ahead of them, with the BMW massively defending as well, they've dropped down to 6th position. And they have RHG, the Ferrari, ahead of them. We've also got ahead of that the best of the Ferraris, which is the 26 Sim Maranello car. I haven't spoken too much about that machine. Project 1 is in 3rd. Moritz Lerner aboard that car. But how did the Red Bull get up into 2nd? Let's have a look.
Just a brilliant launch off the line, wasn't it? Found a gap on the outside, and the door opened up, and there they went. And now they've got of course, the outside braking zone where more rubber is, and they're just going to be brave on the brakes. That is fantastic driving, isn't it? Round the outside racing line, and through they go into 2nd place. Absolutely brilliant driving.
Talking of confidence, Yuri Kasdorp has a bundle of it going into turn 1, and look at him into turn 2. He could have taken the lead going in to the braking zone for 3, but good defensive work from the leading car of Enzo Benito. Kevin Siggy aboard that machine for qualifying, but Benito taking his first stint with real-world experience as well as virtual world experience. So that clears up how Red Bull did it, and let's, fingers crossed, hope that that race start is not under investigation or any kind of stewards' inquiries for him accelerating or overtaking before the line. The next question is, what happened to Coanda, and why did they go backwards so much?
Good to see Project 1 holding their own. Likewise, as you said, Sim Maranello as well on their debut in the Le Mans Virtual Series, having a really good start to the race. But I've got to say, Redline have responded well to the pressure that they have come under here from the Red Bull team. Out front in LMP, the gap is 6.5 tenths between Redline and Floyd Van Wool Burst. Here we look back at the other Redline car, the number 2 car running in P4, the number 23 Porsche Coanda car behind that. We've got to get used to the couple of the Porsches running now up in the LMP cars, the factory Porsches. Lots of factory cars out there, of course. A quarter of the field have factory involvement. Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, Porsche, BMW, Alpine, Williams all have involvement in the Le Mans Virtual Series as we begin this second season. We watch Floyd Vanwall burst. Could this be their season? They're chasing down Team Redline.
Previously, of course, Baikolles, and Baikolles hoping to bring the Vanwall name, which was famous in the Formula One era in the 1950s and 60s, trying to bring that back into motorsport by entering a hypercar into WEC. That's the idea anyway for Baikolles, and that's why we have a change of name. We saw Floyd and Burst involved with Baikolles at a very high level last year, and that is the reason why they've turned green and called Vanwall now. But effectively it's the same high level performance that we've expected to see from Burst Esports, and of course Jurgen Simončić being very much the man when it comes to it, and he is keeping Jeffrey Rietveld at the moment for Team Redline at bay there in second position. Marcel Sinchik for R8G Esports behind these two in third position, and then we were watching Schmidl and Rogers fighting over fourth position. Let's go back to Porsche and Coanda, because Porsche obviously supporting the GTE category previously, and a works manufacturer in WEC and Le Mans in GTE, but they have announced a hypercar program. They haven't yet released that hypercar into competitive environments yet, but they are preempting that by moving their sim racing focus from GTE to LMP2 and to winning the Le Mans 24-hour virtual overall with the same amazing crew of Coanda drivers.
Yeah, and what a fantastic start to the year that would be for them if they could go and do that in January and maybe even get their hands on the title as well, and the handsome prize money that goes with it as we jump on board with the Floyd Vanwall Burst team.
I don't know whether the prize money matters as much to Porsche as it might matter to someone like Burst Esports, because yes, Coanda would like it as he goes to the inside. Josh Rogers very late on the brakes and gets it done. You can claim the apex nicely there and almost kind of block pass for the second part, not allowing Schmidl to get a momentum out of turn 2, and that is a clean pass done. The only problem about that is then you are slightly compromised all the way up into this braking zone, which is turn 4, but ultimately Rogers covering the inside line. What I also love about someone like Josh Rogers, who's got huge experience in the virtual world, there are lots of tracks that are replicated across multiple platforms. Spa, Monza, for instance. You can race that on any platform, and Rogers obviously with experience across all those platforms. You can't race in Bahrain. This is the only time he would have ever got his hands on the Bahrain International Circuit in the virtual world. He's done a tiny amount of real-world experience driving, but not a lot. So this is a new track for him to learn, even though he's got the experience. All of these guys, other than those people who you've mentioned who have raced here in the real world, there are very few actually who'll have Bahrain experience.
Yeah, and that's why we've seen probably a couple of the pro drivers actually go, I'll take this round on. I'll start the race as well, as we mentioned, Smoliar being one of them, because he was racing here earlier in the year. He's raced here a good couple of times, so that will give him a little bit of an advantage, but as you said, I think this makes it a very level playing field, and for those teams jumping up categories or coming into the championship for the first time, this makes Bahrain a really good place to start season number 2.
I love the approach from Porsche and the way that they have entered into the world of esports over the last couple of years. A newer approach though from Mercedes-AMG. Around this time last year they decided to start getting involved in esports outside of F1, which where they kind of any F1 team is forced to enter the esports championship. WEC don't force their teams, and in fact Mercedes and AMG have little to no involvement in the World Endurance Championship and Le Mans since 1955. So to have the name AMG Team Petronas Esports in our championship is massive, massive news. They have a sim racing room in the factory in Brackley where the Formula One cars are built, not far from where we are in fact, and they have Bono Huis, they have Graham Carroll, and they have James Baldwin in that facility racing for the Works team. They do have a second team, which is run by Williams, but this really is the main focus for them, and this is run out of the Formula One factory. You can't get more Works, more serious than that.
No, they're doing it properly, aren't they? The number 63 on the car as well, familiar number for them as they come down towards turn number 11. Great to see so many of the factories, as we ticked off earlier, the Le Mans Virtual Series, a quarter of our field with factory involvement. Just shows how competitive this series is, and is particularly in LMP. Someone coming out pit lane now. Who is that? That is GR Vector Esports. I think that has just come out the pit lane, sadly. So problems for them early doors.
Coming out right in front of our GT battle, but ultimately we'll be able to, in theory, sprint away from them. So shouldn't really upset this battle too much.
Still very close though, isn't it?
Yeah, and I thought...
And it's not a two-way battle at all, is it?
I was wondering whether we were running on board there. It sounded as though there was a little bit of lift and coast going on. We know that the idea for the GT cars is to get to the hour and make a pit stop on the hour. But if this is a circuit that is quite sinuous, that is quite stop and go, you might end up actually using perhaps more fuel than allows you to get to the hour, and therefore a bit of fuel saving. We know, well, we think that LMP2 will be doing that, but will the GT cars be doing it as well? We'll have to have a listen when we get to the end of the straights, coming down towards the first corner, where there is lift and coast going on. Oracle Red Bull Racing right on the tail of Works. We're talking about Works car. Works BMW. BMW with a different philosophy to the other manufacturers. A bit more Mercedes-AMG, I suppose, in that they are supporting, is it 4? I think it's 4 or maybe 3 now. Sim racing teams, and 2 of them are appearing with us in the GT category. Redline, BMW Team Redline, is our Works leader. There is also a BMW team run by BS Competition, BS Plus Competition, out of Germany, and they are in 7th right now with Bruno Spengler, their pro driver.
In towards the final couple of corners, we can see Project One still right in this. RAG Esports are up in 4th place. Sim Maranello 5th place, and then behind that Proton trying to recover. But I think we're about to see a change for 3rd place here. Looks like RAG are lining up a move down in towards turn number 1. Not quite close enough yet.
You need to calm down.
But they're getting very, very close.
They're getting close, and this is what makes me feel as though there might be some fuel saving, because you're right, they're close enough to make an attack, but they're not making an attack. So are they all just sitting in the slipstream and backing off?
Oh, there we go. Oh, filling the mirrors a little bit there. Red Bull Racing, just reminding Redline, putting the pressure on.
Now, Redline, of course, right now are punching the hole in the air, so they are going to be using more fuel than the cars behind because of the simple fact that they have no one to follow. So was that a little subtle move from Enzo Benito? Almost like half opening the door, saying, look, you're so close to me, go through, and I'll follow you, thanks, because I want your slipstream. Because right now, look at the queue behind this BMW. It's a big car. The M8 is, it's a massive car. It has to punch a huge hole in the air to get through. And ultimately, nobody is making the attacks that you are, as a sprint racing commentator, getting all excited about. But it's not happening, look. And again, the door's open, but not coming through. Let's ride on board, and hopefully we'll be able to hear, coming down into the first corner, whether the throttle is being lifted. Actually, we've got our Lego Technic graphics as well we could use to see if we're getting any lift and coast going on out there.
We'll know coming down to the final 2 corners here. You can see. Let's have a listen in as they come down now. Only a little bit. Not enough, really.
Not going into that particular turn, but they get a good exit out of the last turn. In the slipstream. The slipstream's not a great effect for the moment.
Redline are trying to...
Redline are defending a little bit, aren't they?
Redline are defending now. Trying to force the move. Here we go. And now we've got traffic coming through as well.
Oh, really getting stuffed up in traffic now, the LMP2 leaders. Just when we thought we were having a bit of calm, here come the LM2s to scatter the pack, and look at them threading their way through. This is what I love about endurance racing, the difficulty. Oh, and Red Bull going down the inside of Team Redline for the lead of the GTE category just as there are traffic coming through. Have they made it stick? Yes, they have. Now Moritz Lerner fancies a go, and that was all thanks to the confusion of the LMP2 cars.
I don't think Project One are going to wait around either. They'll want to get by as well. They won't want to see them sprint off into the distance. And there comes the number 2 red line car down the inside as well to make a move. And in the background, that's the R8G car trying to make a move. So we're side by side for third now in GTE as well. It's all kicking off here 15 minutes into the race. They're side by side at the top of our screen. You can see to the right-hand side there, that is Project One. And to the outside of them, left of screen there, that is R8G.
It was so calm just 2 seconds ago, and it's just gone absolutely mad. It's so hard for these GTE cars to stay out of the way, stay out of trouble, make sure you're not compromising the LMP2 cars that are dive bombing you left and right, and you're desperately trying to just stay on line, and the LMP2 cars are desperately trying to force themselves through because they don't want to lose time to their competitors. Veloce come through, baff. Porsche come through, baff.
And it looks like R8G have got the run, not quite. They tuck back in again, so it's still, this battle for third still going on. And they've really got caught out with those LMP cars just ahead of them. They've dropped back as a result there. And have found themselves losing a lot of time to the top 2 overall as they head down the start-finish straight now. But all those LMP cars that have just come past this battle for third are going to have to go past our leaders, and here we go. R8G have had enough, go down the inside of Project One, not quite able to make the move. Project One gave them the space, but no move complete. And now, because of this, they are being caught by the Sim Maranello team and the Proton car behind that as well.
These are 2 pro drivers, Schmolier in Red Bull R8G down the inside of Moritz Lerner, and he's made that one stick, and now there's more LMP2 cars coming through to dive bomb, so they've got to be careful. The LMP2 cars are going to be careful as well, but Schmolier could be equally pushed offline. Just depends on when the LMP2 cars decide to make their move, and of course the battling doesn't make it easy at all for those LMP2 cars either.
A good pass there from Alex Smoliard. Doesn't want to wait around. He can see the top 2 sprinting clear. There's the Fordzilla car behind us now as we look back from Alex Smoliard. You can see what he's left behind him. The Project One car is going to have to deal with the likes of the Sim Maranello team closing in as well. So still plenty to deal with as Kasdorp leads in the GTE class.
And look at the gap now, just one LMP2 car between the two forces a gap between R8G and Project One by Dürr. Dürr being a real-world team in Germany, racing in ADAC GT Masters, which, thanks to running Moritz Lerner in the real world, decided to have a sim racing arm, which is effectively Moritz Lerner's team. So Lerner from the world of sim racing, moving into real-world GT4, and then bringing that team into sim racing. That is the most beautiful kind of roundabout blurring of lines I've ever seen. Let's focus on, after 15 minutes, 10 laps in the book for Team Redline that still lead by just about 0.8 of a second over Floyd Van Wilburst with R8G and their number 8 LMP2 car in third position. Josh Rogers has moved ahead of Schmidl for fourth position, so a change between Porsche and Team Redline in fourth. And then the second of the Van Wilburst cars, the 444, up to sixth position. Now I feel like that was qualified a bit further down. It was on row 5, so yeah, that's done a great first 15 minutes of the race.
Yeah, really good stuff. I don't know, Arnage, I don't know what's happened to them if they've come in the pit lane, but they have just tumbled down a few positions as well, and they've dropped out of the top 20, sadly. So not a good start to their Le Mans Virtual Series campaign. as we watch Team Redline, who out of all of that have managed to have a gap now of 1 second, but that is coming down. Floyd Van Walburst, Jone Simoncic is bringing the gap down. The top 4 have streaked clear from the rest of the field. It's a good 3 seconds back from 4th to 5th place, where we find the number 2 Team Redline car. But as you can see, top left of screen, there's a long, long way to go in this race, but still fantastic racing going on out front in both classes.
Rocket Sim Sport, the familiar Jenson Button livery, making a position on Panis Racing for 12th spot, just on the exit, on the leaving the last corner. And we ride on board with another famous name, Brabham Esports. Oh, diving down the inside of turn 1 and also trying to profit. Is there a position change there? Bit of contact, bit of touring car racing going on.
We can see the Panis Racing car just getting a nudge there, a team that will just want to, I think, have a couple of clean finishes now to get the season off to a start. Didn't get off to a good start last year, had a DNF in the first round of the season, so they'll be hoping to get their season off to a much cleaner start this time. So far, so good in that sense, running in 14th place. They'll want to put some decent points on the board, knocking on the door of the top 10.
Mika Hakimi aboard the Brabham Esports machine that we ride on board with. A little bit of a swapper on into turn 10 braking zone. That's invited Panis Racing's Thibaut Casabon down the inside. Has he got enough of an overlap to make it stick through these sweeping left-right-handers? He's later on the brakes to do so. They go side by side. Not really where you want to be going side by side, because ultimately you can't really hold on around the outside. Bit more kissing going on, and eventually that move is stuck. But I want to talk a little bit about Brabham Racing, because of course David Brabham and the family, Jack Brabham, famous 1960s world champion. David, his son, been fighting for years to get back control of the Brabham name, and now he has done so, slowly but surely reintroducing that name into the world of motorsports. Not only Jack Brabham being a Formula 1 world champion, also a manufacturer of Formula 1 cars back in the 1960s, and so Brabham has started to manufacture racing cars once more. There is a GT2 Brabham that you can race, and it's been 3 years in the making to get the Brabham name into the world of esports, and now they are here and racing at Le Mans, and that is a fantastic effort from all of those different elements, whether it be from David Brabham getting back his control of his name, which you believe is kind of crazy to say, but then also all those teams, the Jan Show and Rocket teams that are running Brabham Esports in the background.
Yeah, so it's just a fantastic name to go along with the many others we already have on the grid, and it's just another big name to add in. So really great to see Brabham Esports with us, and it'd be a special event when we get to the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual in January to see them compete and see how they get on. They've got 4 races now to get themselves up to speed, and I think that's another team who are going to have their eyes mainly on that 24-hour race.
Well, yes, because also 2 of their drivers in this particular race, including Mika Hakimi, are not on the full season entry list. You are able to bring in reserve drivers. You're not encouraged to do so, and if you bring too many in, you get penalised, but you can bring drivers in if you have drivers on your roster that can't do certain races, and indeed Brabham entering 2 drivers that couldn't do this weekend, and therefore having to bring in reserve drivers for this particular event. But I suppose if they do a good job, well, I don't know if they can be fully swapped out or not. I'm not quite sure the regulations allow that to happen, but they'll have Dries Van Thor as their pro driver come the race in which Dries has the availability and the speed to do so.
Very experienced driver, very quick, isn't he, as well? So across obviously real and esports as well, so great to have him as part of the team.
And David Brabham also participating, if you remember, in the lockdown celebrity race where we had all those Jenson Button and Juan Pablo Montoya all getting involved in R Factor 2 in old were they Brabhams? The cars I think were Brabhams, weren't they? The old cars they raced, and David Brabham was part of that, but it ultimately doesn't quite have the pace to be able to race at this kind of level as a pro driver. Oh, movers and shakers. This is Josh Rogers, who has cleared Schmidl and is now on the tail, but making an error on the back of Marcel Sinic in the number 8 RHG that was qualified so well. That 8 car has Yuri Torman and Erhan Yujovski sharing that car, so that has a very strong lineup, a lineup that maybe even will go faster. Josh Rogers will be sharing the 23 Porsche, as he does so often with Matt Backham and Martin Kroenke in that team. Kroenke, multiple world champion. I think we might be even talking 10 years plus now ago. Josh Rogers with world championships to his name, but ultimately the Coanda team over the last couple of years have forced themselves to learn this platform, and that was a weird one. 2 cars going too hot into the same corner. Must have been a bit of contact perhaps between the two as we look further down at 15th and 16th position. I think actually the RHG car has lost a few spots because of that contact.
Yeah, you can see got a hugely out of shape coming in. We'll find out what happened very shortly. Here we go.
So Brabham looking at passing Panis, or being back passed by Panis, gets too hot into the corner. Oh, cute! And the RHG car just spun in an avoidance there.
Yeah, that was one of those where I think he's anticipated something was going to go very wrong and slammed the brake pedal far too hard. Very, very easily done. Well, we're coming up shortly. We're about halfway, aren't we, to our pit stop window.
Yes.
23 laps we've predicted. 14 have been complete, so we're going to be getting closer now to when we're going to see those coming in. About 31 we're expecting for GTEs.
Let's not forget that we are fuel limited rather than tyre limited, and that is what dictates our pit stops. So they need to take out a new tank of fuel as BS competition down the inside, but there is no way past there. They don't necessarily have to change their tyres in that pit stop, and we are likely to see some teams double stinting tyres, especially I would have thought in these early stages the tyres will be wearing out more than perhaps later on in the race. So let's see exactly what happens, and it does also depend on what tyres you're on at the start of the race. White sidewalls there for the BS competition BMW, yellow sidewalls for many of our LMP2 category cars, as Ibrahim Khan looks again down the inside and can't find a way through.
So he's gone for obviously he's gone on the hard, so different strategy for Ibrahim.
So
Khan.
white is hard,
yellow
is medium, and then green is green is hard, isn't it?
And then
standby. I think green is hard, and then white is soft, and yellow is medium.
He's going to be coming through the field there.
So we don't expect to see too many greens, basically.
McCarthy had left the commentary box.
It's okay. We've got 8 hours. We can never be right all the time.
Yeah.
Do you want to write that bit down? You've got loads of notes in front of you. Put that there. There we go. We can have that one. But ultimately, I don't think the hard tyre is the right tyre to have.
I didn't think. No, I thought we were going to be seeing the mediums and the hards. I didn't really expect to see the soft too much.
So, but there's one right there.
So there we go.
But this is a classic. This is classic sim racing.
This is where we get sold down the river.
Every single time.
This is where we were told last season. I remember it was the first race. They said we're going to go for this, and then it was the complete opposite.
But that is exactly what happens, because everyone's so secret, and they're all listening to us. So they all know that if we are told the right strategy, we will broadcast to every other competitor the strategy that we're told. So nobody's going to tell us for real. We'd need a Goodyear engineer to come along and tell us exactly the strategy, like they do. You know, in WEC there is a press release put out by Goodyear to tell you exactly how things work. That's like what we need here, and then there might be some semblance of the truth.
But that's part of that is part of the fun to it, though, isn't it? Really, it's finding out exactly. It's almost guessing what's going to go on. And who's going to go which way. It's if you knew exactly how it was going to play out, then it wouldn't really wouldn't really be as fun, to be fair. So it's it's good fun finding out which way it's going to go sometimes.
A voyage of discovery.
Exactly that. We've got 7.5 hours more to figure out who is going to go which way.
It's true. If we knew everything at the start, then we like,
Yeah.
well, we know everything now.
Exactly.
On board with Josh Rogers, on board with Marcel Sinic, looking back at Josh Rogers, who's just lost a little bit of time as they've got through the latest round of traffic. The first time you lap the GT cars is always the hardest, because after 8-9 laps they're so bunched up that it's hard to find space. The second time and third time, as the field starts to spread out, it's a lot easier to get through them, as we can see here.
That first lap was, yeah, that's always the work. That's where you can get through incidents. It was nice that we didn't have any major incidents during that. I've got to say, Jurnej Simoncic doing a really good job here in taking time out of Rietveld. He might not be taking a lot of time out of him, but he's slowly closing the gap down. This is our battle for third place here between Simoncic. Here we can see the Mercedes team trying to take 8th place away from Alpine. AMG Petronas versus Alpine, going either side of one of the GTE cars. Now they're going to both go down the inside of the number 51 as they make their way in towards turn number 4.
As we said yesterday, Tom Lartalou, tag name Storm, a pad world champion in GT Sport. Well, it was probably even before then. And now focusing his attentions with an all-French lineup in Alpine Esports. And at the moment keeping Bono Huis at bay, but is it going to be for too long? Huis around the outside, can he hold on around the outside? There's not enough space to do so into 10. It's very much one racing line there, but Huis seems very fast. And when you look at that lineup of Huis, Graham Carroll and James Baldwin, Huis and Carroll, superstars from 5-6 years ago, but have they been able to keep to the level of the brand new guys that are coming in and taking huge amounts of talent and commitment into esports? Mercedes think so, because Graham Carroll's moved away from a Red Bull Racing, where he used to be an integral part of that team, and now is part of Mercedes. Bono Huis has been part of Mercedes for quite a while. James Baldwin, the other massive signing for this series, to really show that Mercedes are absolutely serious about their racing. There is a fourth driver in that car, a sim driver in that car. I can't remember who it is, but Baldwin is being used in this race as the pro, because of course Baldwin has the experience of racing in British GT and the Spa 24 Hours this year. Change of position. That is the 71 machine. Is that a change? So that's a change for second spot, as R8G go up to second and BMW Redline drop down to third spot, and that seemed very easy.
That's Alex Smoliar, who's actually set the fastest lap in GTE on an absolute mission, making another fantastic move in towards turn number 1, and he's just made his way now up into second place in GTE. So he's their pro driver, remember. So it's the other way around, as we can see the Rocket Simsport car now negotiating his way past this traffic. But it's the other way around in esports. The pro drivers should be the slower drivers, but Alex Smoliar second overall. That's absolutely fantastic.
But I think it's what you said earlier. He's got experience of this track in the real world, and he's obviously an incredibly fast sim driver anyway, regardless, but that experience of Bahrain possibly helping him out and helping him be selected for this particular race, because ultimately in an 8-hour race your pro driver has to do 2 hours. In a 4-hour race he only has to do 1. So if he is your weakest link, then you bring him in for the short races and he doesn't have so much an effect of the pace.
Exactly. So to bring it, it's going to be someone they use a lot throughout the season. Of course, his season's done in the real world, so he will be available for as many rounds as they want him to. As we go back to AMG Petronas, now under attack rather than on the attack. They've got the Porsche Coanda behind them, so this is the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. There's a little bit up the road we can see the number 53 AMG Williams trying to make their way up into 6th place, getting past the Van Woolburst, the 444 car, another one of the Floyd cars who went pretty well last season. finished 7th in the championship overall. So a solid season for them, running in 6th place so far in this race. They'll be looking for, I think, a top 5 finish is definitely going to be the aim for them this season.
That number 53 car, very similar lineup to the team that won the first Le Mans Virtual. Jacob Brzezinski, Nikodym Wisniewski, still part of the Williams stable, still Williams drivers, but with the AMG backing for that particular car. So we've got a Williams esports car, we've got an AMG Williams esports car, and then we've got an AMG car, just to confuse matters. And in fact, it is the 7th position car of the AMGs, which is the strongest of the 3 right now.
Yeah, going really, really well. As I said, that team's been very strong and has kept a consistent lineup throughout, and we are only a matter of a couple of laps away now from getting into the pit stop window. It's going to be a case of who comes in first between our leaders. Will we see a rush of pit stops all at the same time? Rietveld has come across the line, has responded, by the way. He's put in the best lap of the race, a 1:42.9. I don't think that was too long ago. An attempted move that hasn't quite come off on our screen from the Porsche for 3rd place. But Rietveld has extended his lead back to a 2nd. So as we get near the pit stop window, now teams starting to get their foots down as we watch the battle for 3rd place.
Look how much time Josh Rogers took out in that last lap alone. So he is faster than Marcel Cinchik at the moment, but he needs to try and find a clean way through. Great first stint from Porsche commander Josh Rogers in the 23 in the slipstream, but maybe the strategy will start to play out. This is high time for pit stops. They've obviously got the fuel readout on their dash. They'll know exactly how much fuel they've got left. They may want to stretch it as far as possible so that they eliminate a splash and dash at the end of the race. But if I'm Josh Rogers right now, I want to get in as quickly as possible, give myself a clear piece of circuit, and potentially do the undercut on the RHG esports car. I'm trying to look on the dashboard there to see. I'm not sure we can quite see from that onboard angle. Sometimes you can. Sometimes the data is covered over.
I think we're going to see a move potentially lined up down towards the first corner here. Had a think about it last time. Didn't get the best exit out the final corner, though. Was a very good run there from the number 8 RHG car, and Redline are in. That is earlier than I expected, actually.
Yeah, it's a little short, isn't it? 38 was the target, 38 minutes of the race gone, and we're not quite there yet. Josh Rogers late on the brakes, down the inside into 3rd position, goes Porsche Commander, and you sense that that was coming for a last couple of laps, but he's compromised his exit, and now on the fight back, Marcel Cinchik. He will also know how many laps he's got left on this stint, so might not need to fight back too hard, and might be very happy to sit behind Joshua Rogers and learn from the Commander driver. Interestingly, only one car to come into pits. Oh, what happened to the Coanda car? After making all of that work, after getting himself up into 3rd position, there has been an issue for the 23 machine. RHG moved back up into 2nd position, and that feels to me as though a hardware error for Porsche Commander number 23. They all race from the same studio in Germany. They're all part of the same family, the same house they live in. But there's been an issue there, and there is Josh Rogers in the garage. Disaster for Porsche and Commander.
Well, that is essentially like the engine giving up on the car. It's the same kind of thing. You know, things do go wrong in esports, just like they do in real racing, and sadly that is what's happened for Porsche. That is a real shame for them. They've been putting in a fantastic performance, fighting for a podium on what was their debut in the LMP class, jumping up from GTE, but sadly they are going to go no further, it seems, in this race.
Rogers in the Coanda house over in Germany, as will be his teammates. I would have thought Mitchell de Jong who is in the sister car, the number 20 machine, would be in America and not in the German house. So it might be a case that Germany has lost connection, but because Mitchell is over in the US, he is still able to move forward. Most of the LMP2 cars are now pitting, so 1 lap later than Jeffrey Rietveld. And we've still got a couple of cars stretching it a bit further, including Dion and Heures. But Dion might be sitting there with no connection to the rest of his teammates because they've all lost connection. Who else is in that LMP number 20 car? Let's have a quick look. So Tommy Usgaard and Zach Campbell. Zach probably will be in America as well. Tommy Usgaard, I think, is in Germany. So maybe no connection. Maybe it's like losing your team radio and he's just going, anybody there to take over the car?
Yeah. I mean, that, of course, he can only do a maximum of 240 minutes, so he can keep going for quite a long time. Enzo, we've got a
yeah, he might have to manage himself.
Yeah, essentially.
Oh, drive-through penalty for Enzo Benito. Now, what is this for? The leader of our race has got basically a track limit infringement within an hour of the start of the race for Enzo Benito. That is very early to have a track limit infringement, and that really does penalise Redline quite heavily.
Now that could be down. I know turn 4 is somewhere where you could get track. That's a track limits place that's known at Bahrain. And I think also into the braking zones potentially could be another place as well. Yeah. Going off all 4 wheels off the circuit there as well. But we've had pretty much most of our LMP field come in now for their first pit stop. Here we can see a couple of the GTE cars. They haven't been in just yet. Just a quick shout out. One of our partners, Lego, we are running a little bit of a contest today for all of you out there watching along. We're encouraging everyone to build your own Lego podium and post pictures on social media tagging Le Mans Virtual and use the hashtag #BuildForReal. So get involved with it. There's going to be a different thing to build at each round. At this round, we're encouraging everyone to build your own Lego podium, post pictures on social media and tag Le Mans Virtual. Use the hashtag #BuildForReal.
So 2 cars in LMP2 that have not pitted yet. GR Vector Esports and Team Fordzilla going 2 laps longer than our leaders. Those that have pitted, it seems as though this number 8 car is in the lead of the race. So he may not have changed his tyres, and this might therefore be his second stint. You can't go much faster than filling a tank of fuel, but just look at the advantage that he has over, it seems as though the Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports car is second, but we'll confirm that in a few moments' time. Obviously, this is the moments where it gets very messy on the timing screens to understand exactly what's happening. But they have, from 3rd position in the race, remember they were fighting with Josh Rogers before he disappeared, so it actually became second, didn't it? They've got a huge advantage now.
Just hearing that the track limits as well came from turns 10 and 11. That's where the warnings, 2 warnings and you're through. So that's of course at either end of the back straight. So
you're allowed to use the curb, but you're not allowed to be off the track between the 2 curbs. So there is a curb on the exit of 10, and there's a curb on the inside of 11. Sorry, the entrance to 11. If you're off track between those 2 points, there's no reason to be off track. Then you can be penalised. It's an odd one because it's not like a running off circuit to maximise speed, but for some reason drivers are setting themselves up earlier into 11 and going off. I noticed it in qualifying a bit.
Well, that doesn't mean...
It was very specific in the regulations, don't do it.
Yeah.
And I read it over the shoulder of our race control Lewis, who, happy birthday for tomorrow, Lewis. No, not tomorrow, 2 days' time.
Yes.
Yes. But yeah, an odd one, but clearly in the regulations don't do it, and Enzo Benito has done it. But then when do racing drivers read regulations?
Never. Well, that, of course, that means number 99 up into the lead. So big changes in GTEs before we've even hit the pit stops. Redline a lot of work for them to do now. 15th place for them in the standings in GTE alone, down in 38th. One thing they did last year very well was went a lot longer on strategy, so much so that they even saved a pit stop at Spa. So that's going to be something that they work towards now.
Our leaders before the stops then. Jeffrey Rietveld in red line with the yellow sidewalled medium compound tyre. Behind him, Jurne Simencic with the white compound soft tyre. So we've got a different strategy going on between these two cars, and they are now in a battle for 6th position. Ahead of them, Alpine Esports has pitted. AMG Williams has pitted, and Team AMG has pitted, and RHG have pitted. They've all jumped our leaders. So you've got to presume that they've all done something different. Either they're double stinting. Well, yes, the only way to do it is that they're double stinting the tyres. But then, have RHG done a short stop and not filled their tank to be able to have a 10-second advantage over Bono Huis? I can see how Huis, Brzezinski, Lartalu makes sense in terms of the order, and they are double stinting their tyres. I cannot work out how Marcel Sinic has got himself into the lead of the race by 7 seconds. Is he losing chunks of time of that lead as well? He can only have gone and done a short stop. I don't know why you would do that so early on in the race.
Well, trying something different is RHG. It seems 23 might be on their way back into the race as well. They've jumped back into the server, so that is good news. Of course, jumping up into LMP, so it would be good for them to get 7 more hours of testing in against the rest of the field. We've got a 4-hour race coming up at Monza next round, so it would be good for them just to even run 4 hours of a race out there so they could get themselves ready for the next round. Here we can see the number 8, our overall race leaders, RHG, after that quick pit stop by 7 seconds ahead of AMG, Team Petronas. Then it is the Williams team next after that. Those are the top 3. Alpine Esports doing very well in 4th place as well. And then we come to Rietveld in the number 1.
Yes, that is the order on the timing screens, but ultimately pre-pit stop it was so different. So there is definitely different strategies playing out right now, and even between our effective leaders. And I think you've got to still look at Rietveld and Simencic for being the top 2 in terms of pure pace. We are seeing a soft and a medium tyre. So maybe the idea from Team Redline, from Rietveld, is to go and double his medium, whereas Simencic in the burst Van Wall would like to single his soft. And Bono Huis is doubling his medium because he's jumped up 6 positions and had a shorter pit stop. So for me, that makes sense that AMG have done that, and that Alpine have also are on the 2nd stint of their tyres. What we now need to look at is the pace of those drivers in relation to those that have got the softer or the newer tyre. And at the moment, Bono Huis is the fastest man on circuit, so that completely defies logic, but he's got clear track ahead of him.
Yeah, well, we did expect some drivers to change first stop and some to keep going. So one thing we did anticipate was a split strategy early doors.
Can you see the hand in the top left of the screen above Bono Huis? So Bono is in his rig in the front of the room, and then there are strategists, as you would find in Formula 1, the Pratt perch, if you like.
Penalty.
Behind
They've got to drive through.
Oh,
they've got to drive through.
What have they done?
Limits. That's going to be track limits.
Track limits for Bono Huis. Unbelievable for the strategy playing out in the correct way, but Huis has done exactly the same thing. Track limits between turns 10 and 11. We're going to have to show this at some point to explain exactly. I think we've done quite a good job of explaining it anyway, but it's always nicer to see than to hear. But Huis is going to have a drive-through. And then they're not going to be the last. There's going to be so many drivers who get this, and Bono Huis is going to be mad. It's easy to make Bono Huis mad, and he'll be mad about that. As I was just to emphasise the point of that the office in Brackley. That is a sim racing engineer in the back of the shop, working out strategy, looking at a timing screen far more confusing than ours.
yeah.
and working out what needs to be done. GTE battle then.
I was going to say, Rietveld is quite quickly closing up now on the Alpine Esports team, but this is our GTE battle, we can see. Now, they're not far away from their pit stops. There should be a similar strategy. We should, towards the end of the race, we might see different tyre strategies being used, but we're going to expect most of them. We've got some of them out there, a couple of them out there we've seen on softs, but we would expect most to continue on the mediums and just change on the hour.
How cool is this then? We've got a BMW M8 run by Marla with Mohammed Patel aboard that car. In front of him, Proton's second Porsche, the 88 with Kevin van Duren, and then ahead of them, the Aston Martin of Satellite, the 64 car, Yimi Yusula, who's didn't qualify particularly well, but is starting to move up through the field. These three different, completely different machines on the same part of the circuit being, I have to say, so far, the balance of performance in GT has absolutely nailed it. Down the inside goes Kevin on the Aston Martin, but if he doesn't make this stick, then Mohammed Patel will take advantage, and they're still side by side. Nusala does not want to give him the racing line side by side again. Bit of a slide there from Kevin Durant, but he slides his way up a position there.
Yeah, good overtake that.
Oh, and Mohammed takes advantage too.
Yeah, good driving. Down the inside into turn 8. Now, those guys who haven't got penalties as AMG serve theirs will be getting messages through, I'm sure, to say, be careful out through turns 10 and 11, because we are seeing drive-through penalties go out. So we are going to have to see it, and Ben, I think we're going to see exactly why these drive-through penalties are going out.
Whoa. Yeah, so he's dipped his wheels onto this off-track before the curb. You're allowed to do it when you're on the curb. You're not allowed to do it before the curb. And I don't know whether it's the reason the rule is there is because it's affecting the tyres in some way.
That's, yeah, I mean, that's...
But it's not a gain. You're not gaining any advantage from doing it. But I don't know whether it... I'll ask Lewis, because he'll probably know more when he gets into the box in a few moments' time.
But it's yeah, I mean...
You know, in other sims, if you do that...
You're driving off the track, though.
You're driving off the track, but if you do it in other sims, it benefits you because it cools the tyres down, and it's been a big subject in the world of sim racing over the last couple of weeks, but not on R Factor 2. But I wonder if it has a similar effect.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. You're driving off the circuit, so for me, that's a pretty fair penalty. In all honesty, that is a track limits. On the curb, it's absolutely fine. I understand that, but before that, then
there's also no need.
It's fine margin. No, but obviously it's to set yourself up for the corner, isn't it?
But also, if you're doing it in relation to an overtake, then maybe the rule sits there because it'll stop people from overtaking off the racing line. So all the way along here, you can't put two wheels off the circuit. No. But if you wanted to make an overtake, then it's quite possible to do so, because ultimately most of the off-track around here, well, none of it's grass because we're in the desert. A lot of it is very smooth. So you could potentially gain an advantage from running off circuit. And so, yeah, makes sense to have that rule. And if that rule is there, however innocuous your display of it, as Bonahuis completely unnecessarily was off track there, it's right to have that rule in the rule book, and it's being enforced now so that they stop doing it for the next 7 hours of the race. Simoncic with the soft tyre, Rietveld with the medium tyre. They are now coming onto the back of Tom Lartelu, so this will be for position. And of course, with Bonahuis taking his penalty, this is now the battle for third spot. I wonder if it's Lartelu or Lartiu.
The latter.
Lartiu.
Yeah,
so you don't pronounce the L's, and you don't pronounce in typical French form.
Lewis told me the latter.
You don't pronounce most of the name.
Here we go. So we're about to see some changes now. The Van Wall burst car closing in, red line car closing in, and Alpine is going to get ganged up on seriously here as they come down. They won't fight this one too hard at all. This should be easy as you like in towards turn number 1. There we go. Red line down the inside and through they go. And that is a position gained for them. And Alpine will drop 1 position and make that 2 in a second. I think Van Wilburst will do the same thing down at turn 4 in the slipstream, down the inside, and through they go into 4th place.
Fresh tyres versus used tyres starting to show themselves. R8G still with a 7.3 second lead at the head of the field though. So they are keeping the gap to Brzezinski, but Brzezinski has similar tyres and similar life in those tyres. It's the pace of Rietveld and Simoncic that we're watching. For me, it feels as though Simoncic is the faster car. Wow, dive down the inside from Simoncic, and he's going to box him into the BMW as well. So Simoncic is going to have nowhere to go, but somehow finds a way to get between the BMW and Simoncic, because Simoncic was slow, I think, off the corner, and somehow Rietveld holds on, and Lartlou looks to the inside. Who's this for? Is that for Lotche coming through? Martin Payet, yes, coming through behind as well, following in this this queue of cars. Look how aggressive Rietveld is having to be with the traffic. Oh, the Coanda car's not going to like that, being bullied off the line.
Get out the way. That was. You can see all the LMP cars just crowding round now as they make their way down towards the final 2 corners.
That's mad. It's mad how those guys just they have to be like that.
Yeah, well, you have to.
But it is absolutely crazy how aggressive they sometimes drive. And of course, if you talk to any GTE driver, they're so aggressive. They don't need to be that aggressive. They're so aggressive. And of course, the LMP2 cars are going, well, you're holding me up. So yeah, I do. Yeah, I need to be that aggressive.
I think is that the Yasik car trying to make a move? Not quite.
Marco Payek, yeah.
So almost making a move there as well. Yasik's closed in on this. And I tell you what, Alex Smoliar in the GTE class is taking time out of Red Bull Racing as well, doing a really good job as we close in on pit stops. We're getting seriously close to theirs now as well. Between 29 and 33 laps is the window for them, and they've completed 28, so we could see them in on this lap as they head now down the hill in towards turn number 8. A bit of contact there, but I think to reward from the Floyd team. Just a reminder that they're behind as they come into the braking zone, and trying to get the move done here on Team Redline, and Redline now defending the corner as they, well, in fact, just getting around that Ferrari, wasn't it, more like, as they head down in towards turn 11, and that's where you've got to be careful with track limits, and being very careful now in towards that.
Simoncic with these soft tyres, but not able to really make them work, is he, right now, versus Rietveld, who is on the medium. There is a difference. There is a real pace differential between the two, and a big difference in terms of wear rate as well. But by sitting behind Rietveld, he's not being able to use it. He's not being able to use the pace advantage and build a gap between the two of them. He has to, as soon as possible, find a way to pass. Otherwise, it's all in vain at the end of the stint.
This could be it now. Down the start-finish straight. We'll come back to that. Here's a replay a little bit further back. ARC Bratislava being passed down the inside by Axel. Good pass there by the Axel team to get through, or was it side by side on the exit as well? Almost had the move done, but went a little bit too deep on the exit, and the Floyd team didn't quite get their move done either. So Redline continuing to hold on as we are side by side. Further back, Williams almost going into the side there of the Mahler team. Almost contact there between the LMP and the GTE car.
And let's not forget, the Mahler team for this race is being run by Williams, so that would have been effectively teammate into teammate. I'm not sure how much coordination they have between the two of them.
And the first pit stop's going on as well, so we've got Oracle Red Bull Racing in, the Proton team in as well, and ProDrive coming in speed, also in for their pit stop as well. So the first 4 GTE teams coming in for their pit stops.
On board with Simoncic. We're going to get close to the second pit stop of the LMP2 car soon, and he hasn't been able, he's been able to stick with him, great, but you need to build a gap. If you're going to go on a separate strategy, the softs surely will need to be changed at the next pit stop, whereas in theory, Rietveld's mediums will not need to be changed.
I'm quite surprised that Red Bull Racing and GTE have come in earlier than RHG, who were chasing down, because RHG were pushing really, really hard to try and close that gap.
Difference in cars, of course.
But yes, that's being shown slightly. So they're coming in to...
Oh,
look at that. Almost taking him into the pit lane with him.
Yeah, absolutely no space to go in there, but the Ferrari needing a new tank of fuel. And look at this. All over the circuit. They're trying to get past Jacob Brzezinski now. And Simoncic round the outside of turn 1, inside of turn 2, side by side through 3. They now head down towards turn 4. Simoncic will have the slipstream from the AMG Williams. Rietveld has the inside line, is able to hold position, but they still haven't cleared that Williams. Fascinating racing here at Bahrain. It's a fantastic circuit to provide this kind of action. And the strategies, all 3 cars here are on different strategies, and whilst they keep this fight going, RHG Esports build an advantage at the head of the LMP2 field.
Almost coming up to an hour complete. Plenty already happened in this race, and plenty already going on. And here we can see Redline just briefly pulling out of the slipstream there, trying to get this move done into the next corner, not quite able to get through.
They're faster though, they're so much faster. The difference once again between medium tyres that have done half an hour and medium tyres that have done an hour. Marcel Simoncic is keeping the tyres working at the head of the field, but that is helping. He's being helped by the fact that these guys are having to go through traffic, and the guys behind, the 3 or 4 of them, have been making it hard to go through the traffic. A little slide from the AMG Williams on the outside of the first turn, last turn. Now in the slipstream, Rietveld. Behind him, Simoncic. Little bit of defensive work going on from Brzezinski. Hard defensive work going on from Brzezinski. Rietveld chooses the outside line. Can he go all the way around the outside with his extra grip? He's being squeezed by the Polish driver. Inside line, but now outside line once again. Simoncic, surely, right-hand side. Oh, there's no space. He has to go into the middle. Is there any space to squeeze between the 2 of them? No, there isn't. Brzezinski has got his elbows out and holds on to the position. Simoncic now with a switchback. Has he got the grip to be down the inside, side by side through these sweeping turns? And again, there's no space, but I think there's a GTE car in front of this, which make it even more exciting. What about on the brakes down into here? No, there's no space.
Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff on the exit there, and just about holding on, and it's pretty much as you were.
Oh, I thought Simoncic was going to get on the inside there, but there was no room because there was a Porsche in the way, and somehow they've all managed to get through, even though they were all offline at one point. It was complete chaos, but it's as is.
Yeah, Brzezinski, Rietveld, Simoncic back on board with Simoncic then as we come in towards turn number 11. Can he make any impact on this? Brzezinski has got his hands absolutely full. Out front, we look back from him now. Here's Jeffrey Rietveld closing him behind us. He's had enough. He sends it down the inside there. Can he get the car stopped in time? No. And that is going to see the Williams come back through once more. So they are still, as you were. Rietveld gave it a good go there, but wasn't quite able to make the move stick at turn number 13 as they come now down in towards the final 2 corners and onto the start-finish straight.
The way that these cars are moving around all over the circuit reminds me of an IndyCar race with 5 laps to go. It's incredible. We've got 7 hours, boys. Chill out. Brzezinski is defending like it's his teammate at the head of the field. Side by side, though. Simoncic now with the inside. Maybe we'll make that move. There's a little bit more kissing between the 2 of them. Side by side still, but Rietveld will have the inside line here. Payek is having a great time watching all this. And there's also a GT car to get through. Simoncic being fed to the outside line. Payek says thank you. That's 1. Is it 2 positions for Payek? Just about, potentially. Where's the GT car going to end up in all of this? Rietveld holds on. Simoncic through. Simoncic through again. And can he go all the way around the outside? Surely he can't. He's going to try, though. This is going to be a mega move. That's going to be 1, 2. And now he's out the inside line for 10. 3 positions. Boom.
Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Check out.
Racing.
Simic needs to check out. He needs to get out. I'm off. Leave me to it. I don't want any of this anymore.
Absolutely fantastic racing all round, and very, very clean racing from all drivers as well. Great to see. No incidents made all the way throughout. Very respectable driving. That's exactly what we want to see. And the Yas Heat car once involved in this as well. Now the Alpine Esports class closing back in on this as well. Was once lost from this battle, is now getting back involved once again. That's one thing they're doing though, by all this battling, they're just losing their own strategy a lot of time and also losing their tyres a lot of life as well as they come back onto the start-finish straight.
And so the gap between our first and second cars now is over 9 seconds. R8G Esports leads, Brzezinski holds on to second, Simoncic is in third position, and then Rietveld in fourth spot with Payek and Lartalu. I think it might have calmed down for a few seconds. Maybe. Let's check out what's happened in the first hour. It might be about an hour long, this. Bahrain International Circuit, a new track to RF2, hosting the 8 Hours of Bahrain, and it was a very, very tight and frenetic start for our LMP2 category cars. Rietveld with defensive work on the inside line for a second, losing the lead, but then getting it back for Team Redline through the first stint, and built that advantage throughout the first 35 minutes. In GTE, Oracle Red Bull Racing with a mighty start on the racing line, on the outside, from 6th position on the grid. By the time they got to the braking zone at turn 1, on the racing line, and nearly snatched the lead of the race. But second was still spectacular behind Enzo Benito in the Red Bull Racing BMW that was struggling a little bit with temperature in the tyres on those first couple of corners. Around the outside was not going to be possible on lap 1, but kept the pressure on, especially when the LMP2 cars came through the field for the first time. It always sends the GTE cars a scatter, and indeed it did so. Frenetic action on lap 9 when the lappery began. An opportunity for Red Bull Racing down the inside, and managed to make that move stick. Porsche ahead of BMW. Moritz Lerner in the Project One Tour Esports Porsche, fancying a sniff, but wasn't able to pass at that moment. It did feel as though Enzo Benito was struggling a little bit in the BMW, and definitely got roughed up as some of the LMP2 cars came through. Frustration flashing the lights. Then he lost second position to a very spectacular Alex Smollier in the Ferrari for R8G, down the inside. A little bit of kissing between the two of them, but ultimately Smollier was looking very, very fast in the best of the Ferraris. A good battle for Joshua Rogers and Marcel Sidic. Second position gain for the Porsche Coanda machine, but only a couple of corners later, Joshua Rogers, in defence of R8G, would suddenly disappear. We suspect an internet issue. And now the 23 machine is a couple of laps down, back on track, and great commitment from Coanda, but certainly with no chance of victory. After the first pit stops, we saw AMG team Petronas getting right up the field, but this inconspicuous error from Bono Huis meant a drive-through penalty, and he fell down the order. It is therefore, after one round of pit stops, Marcel Schinic with a 10-second advantage over AMG team Williams, with Floyd Van Wilburst and Team Redline our early leaders in third and fourth position, and a great second stint from Yassit Veloce in fifth, passing the Alpine Esports, which is really struggling on their second stint on their medium tyre. It's about tyres, it's about strategy, it's a fascinating endurance race. further down, there is battling all the way through the field, being entertained by Rocket and Brabham on the same part of the circuit right now. Team Fordzilla down in 18th position, and with that penalty, AMG Petronas only 19th spot. Big work for Bono Huis, Geraint Carroll and James Baldwin to do. In GTE, they've just had their first pit stops, and it is Oracle Red Bull Racing Porsche ahead of Project One by Dura Esports Porsche, then R8G Ferrari, Proton Coanda Esports Porsche in 4th in class, Sim Maranello, and where has the BMW gone of Team Redline? Right down there in 34th position. They must have had an error in their pit stops, or they're on a different strategy to the rest. So the first hour has been and gone. It was incredibly entertaining, and obviously, therefore, Chris has had to go and have a lie down. He's far too excited. That's far too long for a sprint race commentator, and a whole hour. But it felt like a sprint race, Lewis. It's been absolutely mad.
I mean, what a thrilling battle that really was. Of course, they're coming through a bit of lap traffic, having Jene Simic and Jeffrey Rietveld trying to fight their way through. The number 28, interestingly, Yazhit Veloce comes into the pit lane before anyone else. The expected pit window for the LMP class is more in the next sort of like 5 or 10 minutes. So kind of interesting to see that one. And by the way, I believe why the 71 has dropped down in the GTE class, and that's because of a penalty that he received for contact earlier on in the race that sent them down. It might have been track limits between 10 and 11. So both leaders of classes at some point in the race have had that track limits infringement. Yeah. Enzo Benito aboard that car, and yes, you're absolutely right. I'd forgotten about that. So Yazhit coming into the pits earlier than most. Certainly the pace was there. I wonder whether they had turned up the car a little bit and decided to use a bit more fuel on this stint than the last. Because as you say, you were aiming for a 38 minutes, so we should be a 1 hour 12, so we're still a bit early for a pit stop. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected them to have come in at this point, but you know, different strategies. We can see here the Project One Dura Esports trying to attack the 888 for, of course, of R8G that did so well. This is for second in class at the moment, a comfortable margin behind Yuri Kazdorp, who I did mention to you earlier on today, as they get dived down the inside by the GR Vectorsport car. Yuri Kazdorp's birthday today, obviously. I mean, this is a pretty nice birthday present for him to have been leading quite comfortably at the moment and firing on all cylinders in the GTE class. Do you have the 99 up ahead of the field? Looking strong.
What a start, though.
Super start. So I couldn't believe it. I was sat upstairs, we were watching it on the telly, and I was like, that is a jump start.
Yeah,
then we saw the replay, and I was like, the timing's perfect. So brave.
Jump starts in rolling starts are much harder to judge than jump starts on standing starts. But ultimately, as long as you have not overtaken anybody around you, or if you're the lead car gained too much of an advantage, which I thought yesterday in the Le Mans Cup race was the guy at the head of the field seemed to have quite an advantage over the start line. But yes, that's the way that race control judge. And let's not forget, race control, a merge of real and virtual. Fede and Lewis, Fede over in Italy, and Jimmy in Finland.
Denmark. Wow, you're done.
I'm now a dead man.
You are done.
And then,
well, it's nice knowing you, mate.
And then we've got Eduardo and Lewis here in the offices. Eduardo from the real world of now Formula One as well as WEC. A merge of virtual and real, and a sharing of software and hardware and understanding of the sim and the virtual world. And a very strong human race control, which of course has become a bit of the norm, but for many years sim racing looked after itself and didn't have any kind of race control, human race control. But we treat this as though we treat the Le Mans 24 Hours, as though we treat the World Endurance Championship, and make sure it is policed in the most professional of manners.
And it's for a lot of these teams, I mean, it's becoming more commonplace now, but it's still not even that common to have a live race control. Most of the time it was always afterwards. Like, everything was was dealt with afterwards. I mean, you go through a race and hit someone off and you'd be like, I hope they don't report me. Whereas now it's kind of like you're in the middle of the race, heat of the moment. You'll get basically anything you do is probably going to get reported, and you know, Lewis Evanson and they'll all have to juggle everything, as we can see race control battling their way through various reports. I mean, I've seen the report list already. There's been quite a few. Really? Quite a bit. I'm not surprised with how close it's been. Speaking of being close, the number 2 team Medline car and the AMG Williams battling it out here for 4th place.
Schmidl is already ahead of Brzezinski before the line, so this is Brzezinski trying to get back past Schmidl. But at the end of this stint, this second red line car, the number 2 machine with really good pace, passing Alpine Esports, passing Yas Heat as well before Yas Heat went into the pits, and now still making roads. It's not going to be enough, but certainly lots of movers and shakers at the end of this second stint, where the old medium tyre that's been double stinted is starting to really go off. And those that have single stinted have still got good pace and good grip. And this is a real learning phase now for the teams to see those that are double stinted, how they're coping. You have to say, when you look at RHG Esports, who definitely must have double stinted their tyres, because it's the only way they managed to gain a 10-second advantage. Marcel Chinnik is, okay, now starting to lose a bit of time to Simoncic and Rietveld. But let's not forget, Rietveld's on the soft tyre, so he's not really comparable to Sinic. Rietveld is, though, and I would say it was a good strategy from RHG.
Ooh. I don't want to be one of those guys, but Sammy Matty Trogan was doing that thing between turn 10 and 11 that have been penalised. If I'm on the team, no, so that's it. I'm now fired from any Williams esports broadcast from now on. But it is a point, like if you're race control, or rather a race engineer for each team, of which there are countless for every one of these teams, I'd be on the blower to the teams, being like, do not go anywhere near that runoff on the exit of turn 10, and don't hold it and try and kind of get a wider entry into 11. So Sammy Matty Trogan might get a little bit of a slap on the wrist, and then maybe from the team to try and back off from that one.
Question then, after the first round of pit stops, we had the two AMG team cars jump up the field. We also obviously have RHG jump up the field. RHG had a 10-second advantage after the pit stops, whereas the AMG cars, yes, they jumped positions, but they didn't have as massive advantage. How did RHG manage to get such an advantage versus the AMG cars that only gained a small amount? Can you do 2 tyres?
No, you should only do a
4 or 0?
4 set. I think that the real issue was, but they did pit on the same lap. Right?
Ah, okay.
And I think that it was slightly later from the RHG that kind of gifted them a little bit extra when it comes to not coming through some traffic, catching some traffic awkwardly. I think that's what kind of exaggerated the gap. We would expect to see roughly 20 seconds between a full pit stop and then no tyres. That's what we'd kind of expect to see on the stop sequence, which is what we're seeing. It's roughly half the field in the LMPs took no tyres, and the other half took the full set.
Okay.
So it's quite an interesting split there. I genuinely, if you would have asked me before the broadcast, as we all had discussions, I would have bet my house that no one was taking tyres in the first stop. But it is hot out there, and it is tyre degrading.
Well, here's Ferris Stanley, for instance, and the 22 Rocket car, which a team that you're associated with, and they've got soft tyres on, and they're not second stinting those soft tyres, that's for sure. So we have got a few cars out there on the softs. Into the pits is Redline from, what was that? Third position.
Third at that point. Lati also in the pit lane for Alpine Esports, so building up a little bit now.
On the left-hand side is a replay. This is Mercedes losing a position to Van Wall around the outside. Does it happen for Simoncic? Yes, it does. So that's Simoncic getting past Brzezinski. Because Brzezinski, when we went to the highlights, was in second spot and lost positions quite heavily whilst we were checking out what happened in the first hour. So Van Wall through, and then Rietveld came through for red line as well, and we came back to them being challenged by Yas Heat.
Yeah, that was a pretty big moment there on the brakes as well, as they were trying to get it slowed down for the corner from Brzezinski. Of course, we know how strong the Mercedes-AMG Williams eSports car is, because, of course, they did finish runner-up in the championship by the most painful margin last year, a solid half point. Oh, that's a poor one. But then also they did win the first ever Le Mans Virtual. They're an incredibly strong endurance team. Did not qualify well here, but I will remind everyone they didn't qualify well for the season opener. Obviously, you didn't join us for that one, but they did not qualify well for the season opener. They didn't have that great quali pace throughout the season. Their race pace built up and built up and built up, and that's what brought them back into the contention for the title. Those kind of things are very exciting. This is looking backwards, though, from Thibaut Casamon, Samuel Trogan directly behind, and then Ferris Stanley. This one at the moment, the battle for 7th position, as Brzezinski also comes into the pit lane within the LMP. So curious to see how that one's going to switch out as we head back into the GTE category. Sim Marinello currently running in 5th position behind the Proton Commander.
There's a team that have been just been doing their thing. They've been up in the top 5 throughout the race. They are 5th position right now. Good qualifying from them, but who is Sim Marinello?
Okay, so they have done a fair amount of sim racing, like not lower level endurance. They've done it under a whole multitude of brands. Very Italian team, as we would expect. But they're a team that's kind of been together for quite a while. In fact, I'm pretty sure there was a team in the Virtual Endurance Championship back in 2015. There was an issue with Italian internet, and when I mean Italian internet, I mean the entire country, and every single Italian, bearing in mind they're an all-Italian team and they had 4 cars, every single one of their cars just dropped from the server like that. Every spectator, all of them went. It turned out to be Italian internet, and Jimmy Allison was the broadcaster, the race director on that day, and he was actually quite kind. He gave them some laps back to try and throw them back into it. But bearing in mind, that was 7 years ago, and they're taking part in the Le Mans Virtual Series for the first time, looking really strong. They really impressed me in qualifying yesterday, and their race pace, I mean, it's not looking too shabby, is it?
Look at the chunks of time being taken out of our leader. Simoncic on soft tyres. He's coming into the pits right now. That gap was 8 seconds. It went down to 2 seconds. We know RHG were double stinting their mediums. They're into the pits as well, but the gap at the line is now 1.5 seconds, and presumably both will have to do full service here, because the soft tyres won't go another stint. No, we don't think, and we know that the RHG car on the 2nd stint of their mediums. Ooh. So in theory, if this pit stops are the same, it should be as it was coming out.
The 8 has gone onto the hards. That's green. You can see the green sidewall tyres there on the 8, and you can see the other RHG. Now, RHG essentially run the 3 cars within the LMP class. They technically sort of run the Panis car, Thibaut Casamon being an RHG driver, brought that up in the pre-season show, and then they have 2 RHG LMPs. And the other 2 were running hards at the start of this race, earlier on in this race, which I thought was very interesting. They were the only ones to have done so, and now the 8 has also switched on to the hards. Now, that is very, very interesting. I mean, Thibaut Casamon was running up inside the top 10, so they've been moving forward. Is this a good strategy that no one's really thought of that's going to try and attack the race the long game?
If the mediums can do a double,
hards can't do a triple.
Hards can't do a triple.
I doubt it.
So all you're saying is that the mediums might be wearing out at the end of the double, and the only man that will have known will be Marcel, who would have been in that car, who's got a co-anda car facing the wrong direction.
That was 77. That was Dane Warren.
Yes,
that was Dane Warren from 4th. As coming out of the pit lane, you can see, is it still Jene Simoncic behind the wheel? Rietveld now behind, and like I say, this is going to be a tight battle. What is essentially net race lead, and here we go.
To the inside, but he has not quite got his tyres up to temperature. The confidence won't be there in the car to be diving down the inside of somebody 2 corners, out of the pit lane. But the soft tyre will be giving him good grip, and we'll see again Simoncic be one of the fastest men out on circuit if he's not held up too much by this car in front of him. He is, though, crucially ahead of the number 1. Jeffrey Rietveld still aboard the Team Redline car. The pass was made in the previous stint, and he is held on to that position, but only just. And again, we've got the split. We've got mediums for Jeffrey Rietveld, and we've got softs for Simoncic, and it's not like you can do this with every car, because the cars will be different setups to wear those tyres at different rates.
Absolutely, and like I say, to have 3 cars here, but this is the net race lead.
Yeah.
This will become the race lead. They're all on different compounds,
tyres.
hard, soft and mediums. We're seeing all strategy. In-speed getting in the way just a little bit there as they're heading up into the 3rd sector of the track. This is thrilling. Imagine being this driver that we're on board with, though. This is not Marcel Czincik anymore. This is Yuri Toman, who's just taken over the car. Imagine getting into the Le Mans Virtual Series for the first round of the season, and you're already into a 3-way scrap on hard, not so ideal tyres, battling it out with 2 extremely fast cars that are able at this point just to push 110%.
2 philosophies here: the long game from Toman and RHG, and the very short game from Jurny Simoncic. At the moment, he's decided that he wants to change his tyres at every stint, and therefore he has the better grip, he's got the better speed, and he's into the net lead by doing that strategy. How the strategy of the hards compared to the mediums is what is interesting me. Have they decided at RHG that the mediums can't keep the pace throughout the whole stint, and have therefore decided that the hards will, and in theory might lose time now to Rietveld, but will gain it later? And track position also being key here. He can stay ahead of Rietveld for as long as he keeps his elbows out.
This is the tyres that we've got for this season. I love this. I love this open strategy, and the Goodyear tyres that we've got provided, from plenty, and by plenty I mean an awful lot of real-world data provided by Goodyear to kind of get this tyre as close to a window as possible into reality. And the tyre model in R-Factor is generally pretty decent anyway as an overall model, and then like having that data put on top of it, having the subtle nuances between each compound where they are different, without like making the steps too large between it. I mean, this is brilliant. This is exactly what we want to see. We want to see where there's 3 compounds of tyre, where all 3 are in their working window in their own way. We don't like it where it's just sort of like, oh, well, we've got 3 compounds of tyre, but they're all going to be on the softs because that's the easier tyre to run. I will also point out one thing. Schmiedel's come out and has not changed tyres on that stop, so the number 2 car that's in 3rd is the net race leader. The 101 being the GR Vector Esports guy. I was actually talking to their race engineer for this round, which is Toby Davis, who's plenty experienced in sim racing himself. I'm surprised he's on the pit wall. He's a very fast driver behind the wheel, but he was telling me that they're aiming to kind of go a bit longer. Clearly the 966 Team Ford Zilla car that Gianmarco Felici is driving as well is doing a very similar thing, going a bit longer.
Going longer so that they can avoid 1 pit stop, presumably at the end of the race. Here is Dane Warren. He's got the number 5 Williams machine going around the outside. Oh no. Whose fault's that? A bit of lack of awareness from the VRS car, really.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to accept that going around the outside of a corner like this is always a bit risky, but he is fully there. The 2 of them come together again. That's one. This is why we have people like Eduardo Freitas, right? Because that's a hard, very endurance-specific incident where he knows how to deal with that properly. I don't know which way I'd level it. I would level it more towards Dane Warren, because he's the one that's kind of drifting out. There's a car going around the outside. They're lapping.
Yeah.
But then you also have to lean on the thing of it's always the higher classes, the lapping classes' responsibility to keep it clean.
I'm not sure he could do anything other than just be further off the circuit, really. And if that was grass on the outside, he wouldn't do anything at all. So, covering it off then, we've got a Team Redline number 2 machine now in the lead by around 15 seconds over a fast-charging Simoncic on the soft compound tyres, Toman on the hard compound tyres that we're watching right now, and Rietveld on the mediums behind him. And then there's a 4-second gap to the early pitting Yasik Veloce car, which effectively has lost a little bit of time by having that early pit stop, because they were right in this battle pre-stop. And as you say, the difference is the bit of tarmac that you're on pre and post pit stop, and how much traffic you've got to contend with.
Yeah, we've got a bit of side-by-side between Marla and D-Station here. Is this for position? I think it is back down in 11th position. There's a little bit of contact between the 2. Hopefully the D-Station cars are right from all that. It might have been a touch of lap traffic. I mean, to be fair, I will say, no, it was lap traffic.
No, Patel getting past.
No, it was position. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, no, I'm just going crazy. It's fine. D-Station are looking stronger this year than they were last year. Obviously, I know you didn't see the season itself. They were plenty.
I was watching.
I know you were watching, but you know, there's a difference from being a part of it. Ben,
There is.
They found a little bit of form at Sebring. I remember they qualified in 8th, but they kind of struggled throughout the in the races. I really keep my fingers crossed that they're building and building and building their knowledge within R52 because they do look like a good team, and also that livery is pretty hot.
On board with Jeffrey Rietveld, staring at the back of Yuri Tuurman for RHG, the number 8 machine with the hard compound. Let's not forget, Rietveld, the fastest man in qualifying, sticking with those medium compound tyres. But once again, it's about track position, and at the moment he hasn't got as much of a grip advantage to be able to find a way through. The theory suggests here that Rietveld should be able to pass and sail away from a hard compound shod Orica, but he hasn't been able to yet, and it looks as though he's relying upon perhaps the traffic to help him get past, which means the hard compound potentially is helping here. I just don't know whether, the hard versus the medium and how that will develop once we go from day into night as well. That will then change things once more.
I mean, I'm just going to say it. I think Yuri Tuurman's doing a stunning job at the moment. But considering the hards are supposed to be quite significantly slower than the softs, right? Now, unless Jone Simoncic completely changes tactic where he's not going full out on the softs, Jone Simoncic is not far ahead. He's only between those GTEs that's directly ahead of this as they come through the Proton Commander and the D-Station car. That's the 70 or the 88 rather, Proton Commander. Yuri Tuurman's pace on these hard tyres is mind-boggling. Now, he might only be doing a double, but he's doing a double where he can attack, he can drive this car as hard as he can, and it means that he's maybe got a bit less pressure on his shoulders from the car behind, maybe not closing in so much. Either way, it's a super job at the moment from a driver that's really showing his full talent.
Interesting sitting on board there with Jeffrey Rietveld. Remember yesterday when we rode on board during the qualifying lap, just how tail-happy the car was on turn-in. Now that setup is so very different. He's got a bit of understeer and turn in, and he's actually having to use the throttle on the exit of the turn to finish the turn. So we're not seeing a nervous car. We're seeing a very stable car under braking and into the turn. But actually, ultimately, he's having to slightly use the tyre a bit to get him out the corner. And maybe asking too much then of the medium tyre to last all the way through a double stint if you've got a setup that requires you to do that. It's very, very close though in the slipstream here. This could be a change of position. Drifting out to the right-hand side is the RHG machine, but there is not enough space to block. Rietveld goes up a position. Has he got it? Yes, he just about has through turn 2. Now can he sprint away? That will be the question.
Yeah, I think Yuri Tuurman's got to stay in the slipstream, stay close to him, not try and attack too much, kind of let them close back up to Jone Simoncic, who's now running in 2nd position after we saw Liam Duval come into the pit lane 50 laps into this race for their 2nd stop. They've gone 5 minutes longer on each of the stops than everyone else. They are really they've already saved 10 minutes. Maybe even slightly longer than some cars, comparatively to like the Asic Veloce, and like they're saving 15 to 20 minutes. We're only an hour and a half into this race. That's a very incredible margin to have already built.
But a pit stop is what? 1 minute?
1:20.
1:20, and they are already 50 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So
but I don't think they're battling for the win.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that when you do a strategy like that, you always need to compare it to where you are when you start that strategy and where you end up, right? That's the important bit. If you kind of go, oh, we could have won, it's like, yeah, so could I mean, everyone can win if they go a little bit faster and look after their tyres better, right? That's the nature of the situation. If you're only aiming for a top 10, which I've got to say, only aiming for a top 10 on a grid of 24 of the... I'm not even saying it to push up the series or anything. I've commentated on an awful lot of sim racing, and this LMP class, when I saw it for the first time, particularly the LMPs, GT's in the same boat, but the LMPs more so, I have never seen a stronger category in sim racing between the 3 drivers of each car. It is absolutely stunning, as I'm literally talking about great drivers. The GR Vector car that's directly ahead of the ARC Bratislava car that we're on board with at the moment, having a fair slide at the moment. Jan Grakvist behind the wheel at the moment, who is a driver who is very high on quality. Would have expected maybe a little bit more out of Jan Grakvist so far. I think they've had a couple of issues at the start of this race, but only running down in 17th position in the GR Vector car. We'll maybe see. But obviously, they're going a bit longer on strategy as well. So we'll see what happens.
I'm just opened the protest sheet.
Oh, goodness.
And it's great news. It's all resolved.
Is it all resolved?
Yeah. They've all chilled out now.
There was a little bit of a kerfuffle over all of the track limits and stuff. I think all the teams have calmed down on that one yet, and they've all brought it back in.
Quick look at the D-Station Aston Martin rear end. I miss Aston Martin. Now, replay of down the inside, Rietveld making that move stick. And a little bit of contact between the two. I was wondering whether we might see Thurman dive down the inside there in the second part on the left-hand side, but it just didn't happen.
He thought about it.
He kind of did, but he would have been silly to, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would not have been a good move. that would have seen both of them round. That was close. I mean, this both of the Proton commanders aren't looking maybe as strong as we expected. The 77s obviously had that spin, and they were obviously in title contention last year until the final round, obviously with one of the Porsche Commander esports cars, which obviously now in the LMP category, and then with BMW Team Redline. The 77 was right up there in that title contention. Not starting off the season in the best way. I think they started the season with a podium last year, if memory serves. So to see them down in 6th place, that's massively far down for them.
This is 17th position, ARC Bratislava, a livery that we're familiar with in the real and the virtual world. Looking back at GR Vector Esports, the one that's off strategy, and that is Graham Carroll, carving his way through the field. 18th position right now for AMG Petronas Esports, the Works Mercedes team. I've said it a few times now, but with that penalty from Bono Huis, a clear slam dunk of a penalty, breaking the regulations in the sporting regulations. From our point of view, that, you know, if you haven't seen the regulations, you're going to think, oh, that's a bit of a harsh penalty. It's clear in the regulations. There's a photo, there's written information. It's clear, don't do it. Bono Huis did it, and he's put his team down not only in 18th position, but a minute back from the lead. If they can get anything out of this, it will be absolutely mighty. But Huis, Baldwin, and Carroll are guys that could.
That's a strong lineup. The thing is, with 2 of those drivers, they're fairly new to the squad. Now, obviously, with Bono, he's been in the Mercedes outfit. I know obviously he's still a bit of redline driver, but you know he's a Mercedes driver. This team is. I know for Formula Pro in the first season, Mercedes and Redline worked together. In this, no, and in that. And in the second season of Formula Pro, no. They split apart and they're running their own races. The 71 is also on the comeback charge in the GTE category. But for Graham Carroll, new to the AMG Team Petronas Esports squad, you know, the Mercedes Works team. Same with James Baldwin. And I wonder if James and Graham are also where Bono is, because Bono's not that far down the road.
From here, no.
Yeah, they're based in Brackley.
I'd say James would be there as well.
I think James would be. Graham might not be. But I don't, because obviously Scotland. He might be.
The control that you get from having your drivers in the same place.
100%.
You know, look at what's just happened to Coanda. It wasn't just the driver that disconnected. Any single person who was in the Coanda house disappeared at that same time. Now, that is an appalling situation for the Coanda Porsche team to have to deal with, that the whole facility lost internet. And yes, if everyone's in the same place, you all lose internet. So it's kind of good that Mitch was over in America and didn't disconnect. So there is an argument to say have people spread around, because you might not have an issue, but also by being in the same office, by being surrounded by the atmosphere of a multiple Formula One championship winning team, to have the fail-safes that a facility like that will have. I'm going to say that probably somewhere like Mercedes, very rarely loses their internet totally.
Probably have backup.
They probably have backup. Yeah.
They've got to. I mean, I've got to say though, it's going back to Mitchell de Jong. Same with Zach Campbell, and I'm pretty sure Mitchell de Jong is at home in California.
Yeah.
Zach Campbell is also on the west coast of America. He's now behind the wheel of that number, the number 20. For those two,
Early morning.
yeah, when you have to start a race at this level at 5 a.m, I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. I'll be doing a race where Phil Denez is also another California. I think Zach Campbell's California, or at least West Coast. But Phil Denez is another one, obviously BS competition driver, not in this, but he races on the West Coast. A lot of these drivers that race on the West Coast, they genuinely just sort of like, I'm used to waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do a bit of sim racing. I'm like,
give them the
more
later
to you.
stints. Like, we've got 8 hours. Why can't they do the latter half of the race? All the Europeans, the Europeans have woken up.
oh yeah, big time.
Although the problem is that Mitch and Zach are sharing a car, so you basically have to have Tommy do the first few hours of the race, and he'll want his teammates to be around as well.
Is he in? I think he's in the Coanda house though.
Well, it's lucky he wasn't there, isn't it?
I think it might actually be very lucky. I'm pretty sure Tommy Osgaard is. I'm trying to remember which ones. Mac Backham definitely is.
Yeah.
And Martin Kronka, I think was, which is why that car hasn't rejoined.
It
right?
has.
Oh, has it? It has now. Yeah.
Roche, actually, Josh is still in the.
Because he has to.
The 23, although he's now pitted. Is that just a coincidence?
Oh
Just
no, I think
into
they are. I think they might be out. I think they might have rejoined and then gone. No, because it was quite close to the end of the pit window as well. They might have used too much fuel. Basically, just to clarify, when if you disconnect from a race like this and when you rejoin, your car is in the state that it was in when you disconnected, right? So if you've lost a wheel, you've lost a wheel. If your engine's blown, your engine's blown. If you have 1 litre of fuel, you have 1 litre of fuel, which we saw with a couple of drivers. Yeah, Alonso obviously
couldn't get to his pit box because he'd run out of fuel.
Yeah, and he ended up being stationary on the Mulsanne back in the first Le Mans virtual. It's those kind of things like you've it's where sometimes it might be good to pit a lap early, which sounds crazy on a race like this, but sometimes just to give yourself that window just in case.
Yeah, I think you're right. 33 laps down now. I think we did see them come back out onto circuit, but they now have disappeared once again. Whether they're having weather, because I know there's a lot of weather going on around Europe. Whether they've got a thunderstorm going on, that's a possibility, and that could be an excuse as to why they disconnected.
You are helping them out there.
Let's have a look at what happened a little bit earlier on. Fordzilla down the inside here of the 86 machine. So that is GR Vector. That was quite a while ago because Fordzilla have made a couple of positions up now from that. Alpine up further at the sharp end, the 36. Oh, little error there from Tom Lartiu. And loses 1 spot to AMG Team Williams, so drops to 7th position now, and that's a classic kind of body language thing of a car that is struggling on tyres. Although, in theory, they should be on a newer set, I would have thought.
But yeah, I think they changed on the last stop because they didn't change on the first one. I mean, I asked you yesterday if you believe in the commentator's curse. That could be the team manager's curse, because I did get a message, literally not that long, about 3 minutes ago, from Jürgen van Bergen, who is running the Alpine Esports Race Clutch team for this, who said, race on our end is going quite well. And then we just get a replay of that. So, you know, each their own as Alessandro Ottaviani straight down the inside of Liam de Waal to make up what is now 15th position. Bit of a send there coming down to T7. Liam de Waal's not normally one to be a bit of a pushover on that, so I'm pretty sure he might attack straight away. But remember that this car that we're on board with here, well, to be fair, between the pair of these are going longer than everyone else, especially that the GR Vector car. That one's going basically 3 laps longer than even the Fordzilla at the moment, which is roughly 50, but by the end of this stint it could be 15 minutes longer than our race leaders. They're not looking for the race win, but they are looking for some handy points.
Would you believe there is actually thunderstorms in Germany right now? Localised ones, and I'm not sure whether Coanda's house is in a localised thunderstorm, but there's certainly weather going on, so I might have just suddenly fallen upon the reason why we've lost Coanda, because they're an incredibly professional team. Internet is so important to sim racing. It's like not having fuel. and so you would put things in place to protect yourself from losing the internet.
Yeah, this is Alessandro Ottaviani, you can see on the right-hand side, who started this race and has been carrying on in this race. Also, considering he's not really an R-Factor 2 man, especially, he's really getting to grips with the simulator, and also is quite new to the Team Ford Silver squad. He only joined a month or two ago.
Quite interesting to watch him and his style of driving. It's quite aggressive on the wheel, but look also at his knees and the bottom of his shot. Every time he comes into braking zone, there's no feeding onto those pedals. They need a good old stamp. Bang! There you go, down the inside. There's not even really much modulation on that pedal. It is big stamp on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a direct drive, so you've got the cable and stuff coming off of it as well. I mean, I've always said that with those. That cable would annoy me like absolutely. I'd go crazy.
Well, it used to exist in the real world, and then they put all the electrics within the fixing, so you don't need it any longer. And in theory, as technology has progressed, you shouldn't need that cable on the steering wheel either.
No, but they have it anyway, and it would, like I said, it would drive me crazy. Either way, we've got the battle between two of the Zancho Simsport run cars, of course, Rocket Simsport and Brabham. This is 11th position. This is Sean Campbell and Devon Browner. And I will say, in the pre-season show, I did say that Sean Campbell was an ex-Speedy Mike driver. That was S-H-A-W-N Campbell. This is S-E-A-N Campbell, not the same dude. Different guy, but clearly plenty fast enough anyway.
Sean and Sean.
Yes.
They're both on the white soft compound tyres as well, so shared knowledge going on between the two of them. His camera's a bit wobbly, isn't it? Every time he hits a curve, you can see that it's having the effect of though it's actually inside the car.
That is some strong force feedback. I know how high Devon runs his force feedback. It's normally up in the aiming for the region of like 16 to 20 newton meters of torque, which is enough to genuinely break your thumb if you get involved in a crash.
Look at it, he's leaning in.
But that's a good point. We've got to go for our race director. He's not wearing gloves, which on a wheel like that, when it's throwing around like that, I would want gloves on. Big time. That is hard to drive because it's very easy to kind of lose grip a little bit with the wheel, and also it just be thrown out of your hand.
Yeah,
there's so much power.
Lots of chat going on. Plenty of talking to his team management and engineers, and they are at the moment sitting, the two of them, in 11th and 12th position. That has been a position change on that last lap as well. So maybe Campbell can now learn from his not teammate / teammate.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but this is the thing: is that when you're in a group and you kind of work together, it doesn't matter kind of like right now in the race. It's about working together, trying to move forward for later on. I mean, we're less than a quarter into this race. There's so much time left to go. And I've always said this before, even if they're not your teammate, there is no point in squabbling unnecessarily for positions right now. Kind of don't fight them too hard. Maybe stay in the system. Maybe save a little bit extra fuel. Maybe see what they're doing. How are they faster than you? What are they doing on tyres? Look after your tyres. All those kind of things, as we can see on board here with InSpeed, who, of course, the Chinese team. They did take part in Le Mans Virtual. Huge following over in China. A massive respect to them to come back into the Le Mans Virtual Series. Kind of reminds me of the stories of Axel that we had last year, where they started out struggling and they got a 4th place finish at Le Mans Virtual. What can be done with this team? They just need to learn, and learn pretty quickly. There's only 5 races this season.
This, again, looks like a mega setup for those guys over in China, with the team management on the left-hand side of the screen, one of the other drivers on the right-hand side, and Lee dealing with the traffic, watching the guys come past. Plenty from backing as well. We've got a full Chinese team. Obviously, we've got D Station with Japanese representation. We've got Mexico racing team flying the flag for Mexico. I actually didn't count up all the different nationalities in our entry list for this one, but it's always fascinating to see these countries that you rarely stumble across in the world of motorsport. Yuyovsky and Macedonia being one of the big ones for me, and yet in sim racing there are plenty. We've got more than one Macedonian.
2 with Andonovski.
Yeah, and they are some of the best sim racers in the world, and yet they don't have the opportunities to do real world motorsport that perhaps other countries do. It's a learning for the FIA actually to have a look and go, all right, we've got an interest in Macedonia, but we just don't have the sort of facilities to make it happen for them.
How many high-level motorsport drivers in the world, in the real world motorsport, are Slovenian? Meanwhile, two of the absolute top drivers, well, to be fair, there is like 3 or 4, all Slovenian. You've got, of course, Jone Simicic from Slovenia. You've got Kevin Siggy, who's Austro-Slovenian, but comes across from Slovenia. Alan Terzic as well, who'll be driving for BS competition as well, like plenty fast enough to battle. But all of them, I think these are countries that you don't really see too much, as we see another position gained by Graham Carroll. Sent it down the inside of the GR Vector Sport car and moves up another one. Still obviously not in the top 10, and not even that close realistically, but he's picking those positions up bit by bit. Now moves up into what is 16th spot. There is BS competition at the moment, and there is he's not behind the wheel at the moment, is he? That is Jonas Raivio on the right-hand side, looking very, very relaxed. Was that no? It wasn't Bruno Spengler, was it?
No, it wasn't Bruno Spengler.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, unless he's changed quite a lot. Yeah, it was Jonas Raivio. Bruno Spengler is behind the wheel at the moment, as we can see. Red line's back in the pit lane, at number 2.
Yeah, that's an early stop for our leader with a change of tyres.
Yes.
They double stinted last time and maybe feel as though those tyres have not been able to last the full stint. So this is more and more information pointing towards perhaps if you want to double, then the hard compound's the way to go. This man, though, is not doubling. He is the leader of our race. He's chosen to go soft and to go attacking, and Simoncic is now building a nice advantage. There is second position, Team Redline coming through the window, coming through the shot right now, 4 seconds back. But soon, surely, Simoncic will be handing over to one of his teammates.
He's done 3 stints. This is the thing, though, is that he's done 3 stints. This is kind of like the more uncommon thing with LMP racing, is we normally see them either do 2 stints, obviously double stint in tyres, or 4 stints, doing a double-double, and then coming in and changing drivers. Whereas when you're kind of doing like single tyre stints, you're literally doing qualifying laps again and again and again. It opens up your strategies to when you can change drivers so much. Now, for me, if I'm Jone Simicic or the team, I'd kind of want to pull Jone Simicic out of the car and then save him for some stints later on. Reminding you all at home, the minimum and maximum drive times. The minimum, which quite a lot of drivers have already gone past, including Jone Simicic, is 90 minutes, so an hour and a half. We're already over an hour after the race. Quite a lot of drivers. Jeffrey Rietveld has already ticked it off.
An 8-hour race?
In this 8-hour race, yes.
Wow.
It does change depending on what race we're in, but in this 8-hour race, the minimum is an hour and a half. The maximum is 4 hours. So essentially, if they want to leave Jone Simicic in for half the race, then they can take him out for 2 now, and then they can put him in for an hour and 55 later on, and then he'd meet just under the maximum drive time while still getting the most out of the car, which I think could be an interesting strategy for him to go for. Yasit Veloce also into the pit lane. Seen a couple of pit stoppers, of course. The Pajic was quite a bit earlier, so he's still staying around the 10 minutes earlier than everyone else, as we've seen before quite a bit from Marko Pajic. So that one's a fairly interesting one, as we can see. Now the battle for 3rd position on the road, the battle between R8G and Yuri Toman and Michael Romanidis, who's closed in, obviously taking over from Brzezinski.
Romanidis on the second stint on his tyres. Toman the same.
I thought they were on the first.
Well, they had short stops.
Oh yeah,
220 versus a 240.
No, you're looking at the overall pit time. Yeah, you got to click that button once more. They are on. They're new into the car. They'll be pitting in about 10 minutes' time. But I'm still like surprised in a sense. I know he's 12 seconds off the race leader, but I'm still even surprised now that Yuri Toman is even that close to the race leader from the expectation of the hards. I still think that might have been a duff call. I'm not 100% sure if that was the right one for the R8G sports team. Might have been a misclick, might have been what they intended to do. We don't really know. But either way, I'm surprised they've lost out only that little.
1:45 the last lap. It's always difficult to know on the last, comparing last laps in comparison to others, but Romanidis a 1:44, and now Toman able to do a 1:44 in clear air. I don't think they're losing chunks of time. The last lap, Rietveld did a 33.8 and Toman did a 44.1, 0.3 of a second. So the hard tyre is not that much slower, and it does seem as though the softs are struggling to get to the end of the stint, because we're seeing people bailing out their stints early.
I still think I would rather be on a softer compound than the hard, because it does affect your decision making in traffic. If you're on a medium tyre, if you're in Jone Simicic's boots, right, you're taking the soft tyres and you're only doing one stint on them, you're like literally maximising all of it. Your decision making in traffic is literally attack, attack, attack. You can really like afford to try and do something a bit more risky, like going around the outside. Whereas on the hards, you know that, like what we saw from Peter Beriak earlier, where he went around the outside of T12. If you're on the hards, you probably can't do that, because as much as I know there was contact with Dane Warren there, but if you're on the hards, you will probably go taking a wide line out there with a slightly dirtier surface out there, less grip off the racing line. You are going off the track. Like, there's no way you're staying on, or you have to do this, the corner so much slower. So it does affect your decision making like that. That's why I want to be on the softs or mediums, really.
I think the mediums seem to be the right compromise, but if you, as you say, you want to be really, really fast. Look who's leading the race. Okay, we're only a couple of stints in, but Simicic is being able to. He's not making as much of a buffer up on this stint. If Rietveld double stints his mediums, and Simicic is going to have to single stint his softs, Simicic is going to lose ground again and have to make that up, like he did in our second stint.
But
there he is.
Rietveld has been single stinting mediums.
Oh,
he's been on the medium because he's like, obviously they've been running the same, roughly the same kind of strategy, but Jeff Rietveld is single stinting medium tyres. Meanwhile, Jone Simicic is single stinting the soft. I mean, you can see there, by the way, with the quality that he is. The graphic that popped up there, being runner-up in the 2020 Le Mans Virtual, being in championship contention last year, finishing I think it's 4 points off of the title lead was this car. Of course, there it was by Colles Burst Esports. Now it is Floyd Vanwall Burst, and it does look pretty good, I will say that. I mean, these are endurance experts as well. These are, I mean, Jone Simicic is a tyre expert. He's a 3-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion because he is a master of getting the absolute most out of a tyre. And he has run some aggressive strategies. I remember there was one race once where he ran a 4-stop strategy when everyone else was running a 2 or a 3-stop strategy, and he won comfortably. That is how good he is.
Having a look at the 67 machine. Do I mean 67?
65.
65. Panis Racing, now up behind Rocket Simsport. And that Rocket car a few seconds back now from the Brabham that passed it. We were following earlier on.
I mean, to be fair, Devin Browner, who's behind the wheel of that Brabham Esports car, is pretty quick. He did finish 4th in the first ever Le Mans Virtual, alongside Rory McDuff, who's now driving in that Alpine. So he's pretty quick himself. So it kind of makes sense. Sean Campbell's kind of new to this series. At least there's a lot of pressure. I mean, being new in a series like this, that is a lot of pressure. You're on one of the hardest grids in sim racing.
Yeah.
We wouldn't do well.
We would not do well.
I think we'd be solidly last. We'll go one day with me and McCarthy. We'll get together as we can see the move from Panis closing in at the moment. I think this might well be the move as Lebie gets down the inside, sends it in, and that is another one on the hard tyres. But this time the move is done. Said before, Panis being essentially run here by RHE, getting a little bit more data, more hard tyres being run. I think all 3 of the RHE run machines, the 2 RHEs in LMP and of course the Panis racing car, are all on hards. Impressive.
So that's Florian up into 10th position ahead of Campbell. And even though you would say, in theory, Campbell should have the better grip because he's on the softer tyre, the hard tyre working well for Florian Panis Racing right now, as we are 64 laps in and we're getting towards the 2nd hour mark of the Bahrain 8 hours. 6 hours remaining, a number that's much more understood in the rest of the season, with 6 hours being a kind of a standard WEC race.
Yeah, and this season, 4
Back
hours.
in the days.
Yeah, in this season, 4 hours is the one that we do the most. We do it twice, which I actually quite like, because every race is different. Yeah. Every race is totally different than the last. Even that 4 hour one is, the second 4 hour, which is the 500 miles of Sebring. It's kind of 4 hours. It's actually a bit less than. It's a proper sprint. And then we've got the 4 hours of Monza, we've got the 6 hours of Spa, and then of course the 8 hours here. Then we get to the 24 hour Le Mans Virtual. They're all totally different, and I absolutely love that. Did see coming into the pit lane there, that was Jeffrey Rietveld, of course. Wonder if he is changing tyre. Keep an eye on how long his stop was. His sectors as he was coming into the pit lane were absolutely ballistic, by the way. He was flying into the pit lane.
Also, Yuri Kasdorp is into the pits from the lead of the GTE category. He had an 8-second advantage before pitting over R8G's 888 Ferrari. But as we saw from the first round of pit stops in GTE, they were the first cars, the Porsches, needing to pit slightly earlier than the hour mark. And that is a little bit of a worry when it comes to the end of the race, because Dane Warren for Proton Coanda Esports doing the same thing. Now, interestingly, we're talking about the 23 dropping out of the race due to an internet connection issue at Coanda. We didn't see any issues for the other Coanda cars that are basically the Proton run machines in GTE.
That is because Dane Warren definitely isn't in the Coanda facility, because he is in Australia. We saw in qualifying, we had a little look at his, with the onboard camera where we saw him, and you saw there was a second rig there. I'm sure we'll see it at some point, as we can see the Red Bull leaving the pit lane now. I think Yuri Kasdorp still might be behind the wheel. Birthday boy getting a few hours in before he, I'm sure, gets out and hits the town. But either way, Dane Warren's racing from home. He's got a second rig in there. That's his brother's. So he and his brother race in the same room. And against each other, by the way, in the Supercars V Series. Cool. For different teams. So I'm sure there's no fighting in that house. But then also, I think the other one's Kevin Van Doren, who definitely doesn't race from the Commander facility. So I think that's why. But
how
luckily, of all 4 of the drivers, considering that Mitch de Jong really should have been in that facility, that of all 4 drivers they've got, only one of them was racing from that place, and only one got disconnected. That is incredibly lucky.
Because there's how many in that house?
6, I think.
Yeah.
I don't remember which ones they are off the top of my head. I think it's Mac, Martin, Josh, Tommy, Mitchell is normally there.
Yeah. And Aychan Guven sometimes
is there. Yeah, he is. He does sometimes go by, as we see the battle for P1 Esports and Marla. 7th position at the moment between these two. As we can see, it's Busk trying to defend from Mohammed Patel. Of course, Marla trying to get used to the GTE category once again. They got used to the LMP last year, and they had some decent results. They had a bit of a calamitous affair as well, and getting involved in a few incidents, but looking good in the Marla machine.
Yeah, and this Marla is, I think it's BS time. I think I said it was Williams earlier on, and I was wrong.
I mean, to be fair, Marla it's always 50-50 in sim racing.
Well, exactly,
it's Williams or, this one has a massive zebra on the side, though, so...
Oh, does it?
It does.
I haven't noticed that.
Well, you'll see as it comes through here.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
got zebra over the...
It's a cheeky zebra, though.
It is. Follows the rear wheel arch, lovely. I mean, that's like I say, Marla as a sponsor have a second BS competition team. Marla have done every single race, of course, because they did do the first one with Jimmy Broadbent, who raced for them in the first ever Le Mans.
And it's fair to say, Marla isn't a made-up name for a sim racing team. That is a major manufacturer in Germany. That's a proper sponsorship deal. Marketing effort from not a car manufacturer, but a manufacturer that is involved in cars, and so it's great to have that kind of a brand supporting a team.
Yeah, absolutely super. What a race it has been so far. What an incredible couple of hours as we get ready to see highlights from Goodyear here for the opening race of the season, the Bahrain 8 hour. And what a fantastic start to the race it was. It was all about red line leading down to the first corner. It was nearly a red line 1-2 as Jeffrey Rietveld properly sent it in as hard as he could. Jerne Simoncic tried to get back, and this was the best start within the GTE category from 8th on the road. Yuri Kasdorp, the birthday boy himself, all the way up into second second position and nearly even the race lead, getting alongside Enzo Benito. Near contact between the two of them running out of the first corner. Big kick of oversteer. Yuri Kasdorp, though, was on the charge as all of the lap traffic was coming through. He'd dive it down the inside coming up towards the fourth corner and would take over the race lead. And the Project One Tour esports car almost found his way past as well. AMG Williams under a lot of pressure here as Brzezinski had not changed tyres on the pit stop. There was a big send down the outside. Jone Simoncic on fresh, soft tyres trying to make up the move, trying to pull out a gap as well from Jeffrey Rietveld. And as they come through the second corner, that was the net race lead passed back over to Jone Simoncic and to Jeffrey Rietveld as well up towards the fourth corner. Brzezinski going backwards a few positions. Even the Yazheat Veloce would fancy a move going through up towards the S's section. A super effort for Simoncic to get through, a super effort for Rietveld to get through as well in the same kind of period. Petbayak was going around the outside of Dane Warren before there was contact between them up toward the third sector split going through turn 12. From fifth position in class, Dane Warren would drop back a couple of positions but would manage to get back going again. The battle for third position would see RHG taking on Redline, and a great move for Rietveld down the inside of Yuri Toman, hooks it up with the apex beautifully, and some of the lap traffic almost coming back involved with P1 Esports, but a super move from Jeffrey Rietveld on the charge, trying to close up to the rear end of Jone Simoncic, and you can see how hard the number 2 was, oh, that's the number 6 rather, the Vector car, sliding its way around, all of them pushing as hard as they can. A bit of a moment for Tom Latiou in the Alpine Esports car, a bit of a lock-up on the rears coming into turn 13. He'd hook it back up, wouldn't lose anything major, just one position, and then after a drive-through penalty for track limit infringements for Bonner House, Graham Carroll was trying to find his way through. He was picking them off one by one. Big moment as well from some of the cars that he was passing. As we head though into the second hour, or out of the second hour of racing, it is this car leading at the moment. Jone Simoncic still behind the wheel, Yuri Kasdorp behind the wheel of the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports cars that's leading in GTE. It's been a fantastic run for the pair of them in the series opener, but can they hang on? Still plenty of time left to go in this race. Of course, 6 hours. The current standings see the AMG Team Petronas Esports team leading at the moment within the LMP, just ahead of RHG. But we are waiting for the pit lane sequence. AMG Team Williams Esports, Team Fordzilla and GR Vector Esports, all ones that we're expecting to see in the pit lane, and then it swing back over to what is now Jesper Pedersen behind the wheel of the Floyd Van Wall burst car, and then Team Redline. Our leaders at the moment within the GTE category is SF Velez Esports and Sim Maranello, with Marla directly behind in third. But we do expect that one to switch back over into the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports machine as we are deep in the pit window sequence. We'll say goodbye to Ben Constanduris because, of course, straight back into the commentary booth. He's had an hour off, and what a frantic hour it's been. Chris McCarthy joins me back in the commentary booth. Hello, mate.
Hello, how are we doing?
Yeah,
It's
good.
great to be back. What a fantastic race we've had so far. It's been a fantastic start to the series. Lots of overtaking out there. And lots of clean racing as well. As we said, we've seen the AMG team pick up a couple of track limit penalties, and since then all the other teams have been trying to now be on their best behaviour. It's between turns 10 and 11 that those were injected, and they now come into the pit lane for what is the 5th time in the race. Not what they would have hoped for as we are coming into now the final 6 hours of this 8-hour endurance race. Our two leaders out front, Yuri Toman and Michael Romanidis, have both stopped 3 times so far in this race. Alessandro Ottaviani for Team Fordzilla and the GR Vector Esport have both stopped twice, and then the rest of the teams in LMP have all stopped 3 times so far in this race. So lots of different strategies being played out. Is it being played out, Lewis, how you expected it to, or a little bit differently?
Not even remotely how I thought it was. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I did have a couple of chats.
That's the same as last. That's the same as last season.
Yeah. No. We
get told one thing.
You said it in the early stage of this broadcast. We talk to all the drivers. I speak to quite a few of these. I send out messages to everyone. Everyone genuinely sends me pretty much similar answers, and I think, oh, we're in for a boring race. And then we get to the race, and I'm like, no one's doing what they've told me. So, you know, I mean, power to them. I like it that way. I mean, we've got a rough idea of where they should kind of go, and then they all just go, actually, that sounds like rubbish. We'll do something different.
I remember it was the first 24-hour race. Do you remember? When both of us sat there and we were saying, it's going to be playing out like this, and then that did not happen at all. And ever since then, we've always trusted the teams, and our trust has always been broken.
Yeah.
That's all we can go off. But as we said, that's what makes it more exciting. We never quite know what's going to happen. That's the Le Mans Virtual Series for you. You have to just wait and find out.
And we still trust them for some reason.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Well, these two battling for the race lead at the moment.
I'll tell you what, next time, we'll just put you in the car for 4 hours
and
around Monza.
See what I do. Yeah, we've got a simulator in the studio. I'll just take over that one.
You and Ben can go out for 4 hours and do 2 different strategies.
No, we need Martin Haven to do some of that. We've been saying this before. Anyone who doesn't know, obviously there's a sim rig in the studio, and sometimes on the Friday when we're here before qualifying, we might take a lap or two. And Martin Haven is adamant, absolutely adamant that we will never ever see him in a sim rig. So please get onto Twitter.
I tell you what,
start tweeting the man. I want to see him in a sim rig ASAP.
Likewise.
Hashtag Le Mans Virtual.
Yeah, and whilst you're there using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, one thing we also want to see you do, we don't just want to see Martin Haven in a rig, we also want to see you build your own Lego podiums. Please do get involved with it. Lego, of course, one of our official partners of the series, Lego Technic. Get involved, build your own Lego podium. That is the challenge for you this round. There will be more as we go through the season, and post pictures of them on social media, tagging the Le Mans Virtual, and use the hashtag #BuildForReal. So again, build your own Lego podium. That's what we want you to do, and post pictures on social media, tagging Le Mans Virtual, and use the hashtag #BuildForReal. Do you reckon you could take that one on, Lewis? If we gave you a few minutes, you could build a podium out of Lego?
A bad one? No, I don't think I could. I think I don't have the imagination. Especially,
it's because you don't know what one
that's brutal. I've won 2 championships in sim race now.
That was out of order.
Considering some of the ones
I take that back.
For Le Mans Virtual, of course, the Lego Group put out the challenge to build everyone's own Lego trophy. And some of the trophies that we got were absolutely incredible.
They were amazing.
And so, no, I don't think I could. Nothing on that level. Absolutely stunning.
I couldn't either. But I want to see people try and do it. So send them in, and hopefully we can start having a look at them. Here we go, though. Let's go back to the race. Do you want some tissue to dry those tears? I'm really sorry about that.
I think I might leave for controversy. I think I'm done.
I'm sorry. Where's Martin Haven? That's where you're. That's probably what you're seeing.
He's a good one, mate. Go and get him back.
It's Team Redline. We are looking at the moment ahead of us. Team Redline going really, really well, trying to get back both titles that they won last year. This, of course, the main battle. We've got the 2 Redline teams being challenged by the Floyd Van Wall Burst team as well. A fantastic battle we're seeing played out there. As we're in the pit stop sequences, we will see them drop back in, and of course, not only that, but we've got teams going on different tyre strategies. They're getting very close behind Team Fordzilla, who are peeling off into the pit lane. But here we go, down the start-finish straight, on board with Van Wall Burst. Are they about to make a move on Team Redline? They're in the slipstream, coming down towards turn number 1. They go to the outside of the circuit. Redline defending. Van Wall Burst to the outside, side by side, in towards turn number 1. And Redline just hold on, Lewis.
I'm not so sure about that one. It was a very late defence from Diogo Pinto trying to hang on. Of course, the number 2 Redline car that is ahead of the Van Wall Burst at the moment, that is the one that double stinted on the previous stint. They're all on kind of the same level of tyres now because they did change on the last stop. But the number 2 is essentially trying to slow that Van Wall Burst car down of Jesper Pedersen into the clutches of Jeffrey Rietveld, who's still behind the wheel, by the way. Jesper Pedersen obviously jumping in, taking over from Jerne Simicic's 3 stints into this race. But Diogo Pinto's role at the moment is trying to delay that Floyd Van Wall Burst car, trying to push them back at the moment, try and hold them up. I've got to say, for for Alessandro Ottaviani, who I did say earlier started the race. That's obviously a falsity. It was Gianmarco Fiducci who started the race. Sorry, Gianmarco. But to see the lead battle behind you closing in at a rapid rate of knots, all you're thinking is, I actually do want to pit early. I don't want to be a part of this.
Talk us through this one then. You think that was a late move?
That is a late move. That definitely is a late move on the brakes. Whether it will be classified as reactionary or not is different. I don't think it was reactionary. That might be a little bit naughty. I'd need to see that one from like an up-above angle or even from an onboard. I wonder if Diogo Pinto was running wide going into the first corner and kind of squeezed Jesper Pedersen off, because that is a touch naughty. We'll see this time though. Obviously leaving the final corner on the start-finish straight is Mexico, the Mexico Esports team go another lap down. I don't think Yannis Simic is going to be close enough to do anything on Diogo Pinto this time by.
Not quite. He's going to have to try somewhere else. Headlights have come on there as well. A sign usually of frustration as we jump on board. Just quickly going back to the Lego podiums that we want you to build. The prize for the best one at the end of the race is a Ferrari 488 Lego Technic set. So if you want to get your hands on one of those, then all you have to do is try and build a podium and post, as we said, online. Here you go, Lewis.
Here we go. Right, so this is exactly what I requested. Thank you to all the broadcast behind. It is close to being reactionary, but fair enough. But let's see. So kind of giving plenty of room. Okay, that's not as naughty as it looks from the offboard. You can see that Diogo Pinto loses the rear going into the first corner. So he's overdone it on the brakes. He's lost the rear slightly. He is about half a kilometre away from the apex. Obviously, that is an exaggeration, but still, he does miss the apex by a significant margin. And then pushes Jesper Pedersen wide. I'm not sure if race control will say anything about it. Might just be a little bit of a slap on the wrist, maybe a warning towards Team Red Line. I don't think it's anything more than that, really. It's just kind of like, look, they're racing hard.
It seemed fair enough to me. It seemed like hard racing to me. Yeah. I mean, he decided late he was going to defend into the corner. I think that was good hard racing from both of them. This a little bit further up the road. We jump on board with the Williams team. They are trying to line up a move on our overall race leaders. RHG Esports just ahead of us. There is battling up and down the top 10 overall as we are into the third hour here of the 8 hours of Bahrain. Making their way now through turn number 3 and up towards turn number 4. It's as close as this. AMG Williams hunting down RHG Esports, Michael Romanidis. Yeah. Hunting down Yuri Toman. Close racing between them. Romanidis not close enough yet, but is certainly getting to the point where he could get an overtake in.
But look at the top 6. The top 6 on our timing sheets, the top 6 are separated by 3 seconds. Now, there's interesting things here. Yuri Toman and Romanidis, the two that we're looking at here, they have stopped, but they haven't changed tyres. They're on the older tyres, and we also know that Yuri Toman's on the hards. So those two are going longer on the tyres. The 3 at the rear of this train, Diogo Pinto, Pedersen, and Rietveld, they're on newer tyres and on the attack. And in the middle of all of that, I feel bad for Liam de Vol on this one. I've said before, Toby Davis is on their pit wall. They are trying to go a bit longer than everyone else. They're trying to kind of extend this strategy, trying to work something out for later on, and they're now stuck in the middle of a 5-way fight for the race lead. They're making it 6.
So look, if you're Michael Romanidis, you're happy to sit in second in a way, aren't you? And just if you're extending your strategy, if you're Liam de Waal, then you're getting out of the way of those 3 coming from behind you.
I'd always jump.
Here we go. We're looking at the number 51, which is behind Red Line. Red Line, of course. Oh, there's InSpeed, who have had a little bit of an issue up at turn 4, and a bit of an off for them, unfortunately. Hopefully, they are able to rejoin safely. We jump on board with the 51 Scuderia Ferrari.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Christian Mikel can get through. Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team. That's, everyone might have remembered the big FDA Esports Ferrari Driver Academy Esports team rebranding for 2022 to SF Velez Esports. It's Christian Mikel, who's recently left the team that's actually run by Dennis Lind, who used to be a part of a team called Setras Nita Melix, won the Formula Challenge Championship in his final race with the team.
Right.
Which was an incredible effort as we head back to the battle for the lead. Oh my goodness.
It's a rolling start in towards turn number 10. Cars absolutely everywhere. You can see the number 2 red line car there now side by side here with the number 4 Van Wall Burst car. So that could have been a change possibly for 3rd place, and it was. So that's the Floyd Van Wall Burst car now up into 3rd place. This is the look back from the AMG Williams car, looking back at Van Wall Burst as we head up through turn number 12 and in towards turn number 13. Red line there in the 2. So the 4 cars in this order: AMG Williams, then it's Van Wall Burst, then it's red line. In that order, we're on board with the first of the Team Redline cars. Pulling over to the left-hand side of our screen there was AMG Williams, trying to go a little bit longer, as Lewis said. So bit of a surprise that they might try and defend this one as they now come down the start-finish straight. I think we're going to see a move being done here by the Van Wall Burst team. Here they come down the start-finish straight. Van Wall Burst are going to go to the inside despite a slight defence from AMG Williams, and that will be a change of 2nd position.
That was a big set. Look at how much RHG has also pulled out. Whoa! Massive moment. I was going to ask if they were going to switch the 1 and the 2 around. They have indeed. You can see the number 1 going on the attack there in the foreground. That's Jeffrey Rietveld trying to get past Michael Romanidis. He sends it in. The 1 and the 2 switched around because the 1 is the faster of the red line cars at the moment, and he's trying to battle Jesper Pedersen and the Floyd Van Wall Burst cars for what is effectively the race lead. But I mean, all of these are battling for the race lead. They're not that far behind. Big send down the inside from Diogo Pinto, who tries to make his move on Michael Romanidis, hooks it up to that corner. It is a genuine 5-way battle for the race lead. I am loving this.
That was a fantastic move there from Team Redline in towards turn number 8 there. Waited for the last minute, sold the dummy down the inside. Fantastic driving from the number 2 Team Redline car. Was not prepared to wait another corner, and through they go up into 4th place. They could see that the other Redline car and the Floyd Van Wall Burst car were going to be in danger of escaping, and because of that they were doing nothing else but going down the inside there. As we look back now from our race leader, and that same queue that has just assaulted the Williams car is now preparing to do the same thing to the RAG car as we come onto the start-finish straight.
Yes, indeed. Where is this switch going to happen? Obviously, a little bit of lap traffic from the P1 Esports car. It is going to be a stressful moment for Jiri Tobin, but he did hang on for the previous stint, or rather kept up with all those things he was battling with. But remember, he is on the hard tyres. Not only is he on hard tyres, he is on worn hard tyres. You're seeing a little bit there with the run through T1. I don't think this is going to last long. I think Jesper Pedersen is going to be getting through ASAP up towards even T4 potentially.
Here we go, up towards turn number 4. Jesper Pedersen's going to go down the inside, and just like Lewis said, there we go. There's our change of lead. Floyd Van Wall Burst down the inside, but did Jesper Pedersen carry too much speed into that corner? No, just about able to get the car stopped in time and get enough speed out of it to hold on to the race lead. So a change of race lead. Floyd Van Wall Burst take the lead away from RAG, as we expected, of course. All these guys charging through. We expect now the 2 red line cars to do the same thing because of the tyre compound that they are running. Down towards turn number 11. I don't think we'll see the move here. It might be in towards turn number 13, possibly. We could see a move before the run down to the final 2 corners. Let's go on board then. Turn 13, perhaps. They're coming through turn 12 now. If you're brave enough, you might be able to pull a move off into here. Yes, there we go, in towards 13, and move complete for Team Redline.
Well, I mean, you called that from a mile away. You are a braver man than me, though, to have thrown it down the inside. RAG trying to get back on the attack up towards the final corner at 14 and 15. But, I mean, that was an unbelievably brave send from Jeffrey Rietveld. But he had to do it because the number 4 is already starting to clear off. Diogo Pinto's got to make the stick down into T1 as well. So he's probably going to send in a very, very large lunge here for the red line man and try and make it red line 2 and 3 at the moment. It's got to be a big one, though.
Here we go, down the inside then for the other red line car, and down the inside they come. Don't go into the other, the BMW red line at the same time. Just about able to get away with it, and the BMW team red line car having to get out the way, and now the two red line cars clear off in the distance, and they leave R8G behind in 4th place, back with Williams, and those two are left now to dispute 4th place, and we get a chance to catch our breath back. Wow,
we can breathe now.
What a 10 minutes of racing. That was absolutely fantastic stuff from the guys racing for the race lead in Le Mans Virtual. And now we're left with this, our battle for 4th place between R8G and AMG Williams.
We've seen these battle before. Only was over the race lead a little bit earlier. Of course, Romanita's still our name. He's watched 3 people get past Yuri Tobin and think, oh, can it not have been me? But no, no, it cannot, Mr. Michael Romanidis. Slightly more worn tyres than the 3 that have just gone through. Did also see that Jesper Pedersen did get slowed down by this car here. Just an awkward place for lap traffic. Of course, Fire not doing anything wrong. They were just there. I do love that Fire livery. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Pro Drive Fire, Mikael Gard behind the wheel. In speed, out of the race potentially. That would be a big shame for the in-speed team, who we know about their large following and stuff. We'll find out. We'll find out for you as to what's gone on there, but that is a big shame, because no, they're not battling over the victory, and that's fine. They're here to battle. They're here to learn. They're here to move forward, and we like that.
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? They're more looking towards that 24-hour race. Here we go. I think we could see a change here, though. Williams are about to possibly line up and move on RG, not quite close enough, but back to in-speed, like you said. This is a real journey for them to the 24-hour race, isn't it? Where we could see, you know, the story with Axel last year was the same thing. They didn't quite turn up to, they didn't blow us away with their performance at the first round, but they certainly did with their performance at the 24-hour race.
Oh yeah, and I mean, to get that 4th place finish, to have seen how much it meant to them as well.
Exactly.
It wasn't a win. I mean, like that thing is that everyone seems to think that you only have to react big time, you know, and be satisfied with yourself if it's a victory. It doesn't need to be that way. Like, not everyone is the toppest of top level of esports. Not everyone can be. But to have come into a race like that as a super underdog team, and to have taken a result like that, it's the underdog story that we like, and it's the same with InSpeed. I mean, if they come into Le Mans Virtual and then they did quite well and they got even a point at Le Mans Virtual, like, that is an incredible story, and those are the stories where it kind of it's more important. There's more at stake as we head back to 2nd position at the moment, still the one ahead of the 2, but Diogo Pinto not dropping off the back.
What do you do here if you're team boss?
They've already switched them.
So it stays as you are now?
Stays as they are. They've already switched, because Jeffrey, it's Jeffrey Rietveld in the number 1. Got up to the back of Diogo Pinto and they'd already switched. So I think they leave Jeffrey Rietveld there, let Diogo Pinto try and drag on and try and keep up. I believe that Diogo Pinto, or at least the number 2 car, has been double stinting tyres all day. This is the first stint of this set of tyres, I believe, although the double stint the second stint of the race. This is the first stint for this double stint, but I don't believe they'll be switching.
Well, we'll find out exactly, but as you said, for now they can go. Here's I think we're going to find out what happened at InSpeed.
Oh, they did pull off. We did see them pulling off the road here down towards T4. Let's see if. Oh. I mean, that was incredibly hard on the brakes. ARC Bratislava got into the rear end of them.
That's mechanical, isn't it?
I think there might have been slightly more there. I didn't see any smoke. I don't think it's an engine pop, but something's clearly gone wrong.
That was they were slowing down before. Yeah, they were definitely slowing up there, and that's why ARC Bratislava went straight into the back of them.
It's a big shame. But yeah, if that is an engine, that's it. They're done. And they won't be able to get back.
As you said in your explainer video, though, this is simulated as a real World Endurance Championship race could happen. We reckon, you know, you can have damage to the car. The engine can give up. You can run out of fuel. Could have,
yeah. We're getting area because I didn't see any smoke or anything. And the way it cut out, it could have been fuel. That is a good point. I know a thing or two about running out of fuel in high-level endurance races. I might have done it more than once. We won't talk about it. It's fine. In fact, if Stephen Bailey is watching from home, I'm still sorry. I ran out of.
Okay,
fuel.
no. But
I ran out of fuel from a 2-lap lead.
No, but how easy is that? There you go. How easy is it?
So easy. I was basically you get to a point where it's like you are so in the rhythm of what you're doing. You're especially more so, I think more so if you're in an LMP than even in a GTE, because you're just in the rhythm. You're just lapping people. You're just getting past people. You're not thinking about when do I need to pit, and it's why you genuinely need someone in your ear being like, pit this lap, pit this lap, pit this, into the final sector, just to remind you to keep you in the rhythm, because it is so easy to just miss pit lane. And if you do miss pit lane, you're done. If you don't have enough fuel to get around, that's it. Your race is over.
And that's just a lesson, and a very harsh one for the
That's so bad.
a 2-lap lead.
Yeah, and it was like I think it's my first stint in the car as well. and you know who this is the other thing? We were battling. We're battling for the championship against Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski. And we were leading at this point as well. Oh my goodness! Yeah, what a an awful driver they had. My goodness me. Yeah, sorry about that, lads.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway,
was
my proudest moment.
Well, I completely lost my chain of thought now. But look, as you said in your explainer video, that's going to be a lesson for the InSpeed team, isn't it? Look, it's their first race. So a solid excuse for them, and look, they'll take this as a lesson now. It's their first time doing the race. Communication, though, they're all there together, but a communication to a driver is key, and I guess they can take this now and move forward to Monza.
Mistakes are fine, as long as you make them once. That's always it is. Every mistake is a learning opportunity, and when you the odd little one here and there, they happen. Even from the very, very best in sim racing, mistakes happen. Whether it's going for a move that really wasn't on, whether it was something on strategy, whether it was a misjudgment of something in the car, whatever. Like, there are mistakes that happen, and that's fine. But you use that to learn from. And I hope that InSpeed, you know, they have that as like, right, okay, this has happened now, but what were the positives that we had? What were the negatives? What are we learning from? What are we moving forward with going into the next round of Monza, which, by the way, is not very far away. No. Right?
No, really. 8th of October, isn't it? So it's not far away at all. Just a couple of weeks, really, away. So here we go. This is a battle for 4th place. So Simsa Esports pulled to the outside as they make their way down towards turn number 1. Some people have been brave enough to go round the outside there, but Sim Marinello not having any of it as they and that's a change of position, in fact, isn't it? Going round, Sim Marinello and Simsa Esports battling here over 4th place. Great racing between these two.
It really is. I mean, Simsa is a team that's really sort of started to properly find their feet. Last year, their results were 11th, 10th, 9th, 10th, 9th across the season. They're running in 5th. They're attacking for 4th against Andrea Terzi, who is very good, by the way, at making physics. In other words, like, as in cars and stuff. Like,
really?
Some of the cars that he's made are very, very good, very impressive. But they're kind of close now, about for 5th though for Simsa to move that far forward. Absolutely incredible.
But for Sim Marinello, equally even more impressive.
What a debut! Oh, number 2 comes into the pit lane.
Right, there we go.
That's interesting. I think this will be the end of their first stint on these tyres, but I would expect them to double stint on this stop. We'll update you once they're out of pit lane, but I think Diego Pinto's staying on.
Right, pit stop number 4 for Team Redline then. As they come in, the number 1 car continues to go round behind the number 4 Floyd Van Woolburst car. The team that has been so close to the top step in the Le Mans Virtual Series in terms of overall titles now since we started with the first running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual back in 2020. Could this be their season? Could it be their year when we get to the 3rd running of the 24-hour in January 2023?
And I can't remember. I'd need to go and find the stat again from the now virtual Big Book, by the way, which is hidden away. No, it's in the car. But it's just the car's outside. But
it's no good out there. Bring it into the studio.
It's fine. Well, it's because it's heavy and it just doesn't fit on this desk. You know, this spotter's guide that we've got. With the Floyd Van Woolburst, of course, they've been by Collins Burster in the previous season. I'm pretty sure going into Le Mans Virtual in January, they'd led less than 20 laps.
Wow.
It was something like 20, 21 laps. It might have even been less than that. I will go and find the stat. And in this, they've still not won a race. We're still waiting for that victory. They've been close. They've been runners-up in the championship. We're still yet to see their victory. Is this going to be the day? I mean, if it's getting this close, I'm not so sure.
That's an amazing statistic, really, isn't it? And Team Redline are going to continue that statistic on. They chuck it down the inside and get it all out of shape as they clatter the curb and take the lead round the outside through turn number 2. Team Redline back into the lead of the race, and Floyd Van Wilburst dropped down to second. Fantastic move from Team Redline down the inside there. They had to take a bit of curb to get the move complete, and Floyd Van Wilburst for now drop back to second place. 2 teams who are going to be into the pit lane very shortly. Other teams who are in there, AMG Petronas are in for what is now going to be the 6th time. The Williams team are in to the pit lane as well, but that was a fantastic move from Team Redline and Jeffrey Rietveld. Here is the Project 1 team. It feels we haven't spoken about GTE for a little while, but the Project 1 team are just half a second away from the Red Bull Racing team, who are leading the way.
And I just said, what a debut there. And you kind of think, Project 1? Debut? No. Yes, they are, as much as Project 1 have been a brand. They've been a partner with Butler Powell Motorsports, BPM. This season they are not. This is partnered by Door Esports as the number 53.
No.
Oh my goodness. That is our original champions of Le Mans Virtual out of this race. What has happened to Michael Romanidis? We've got an issue with quite a few of the because the AMG team Petronas Esports car.
Yeah.
Romanidis definitely isn't. I don't believe Romanidis is. We've lost Romanidis, we've lost Graham Carroll, and we've just lost Christopher Hookfeld as well for RHG. I'm pretty sure that Romanidis doesn't race. I'm pretty sure they race from home, because I know that Kuba Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski also run from home. Oh, there's been another issue.
Mahler out.
Mohammed Patel out as well. That's 4 in one quite short period, so I'm not 100% sure as to what's happened there. But we'll keep our eye there. I'll go back to my little story time, because I was going to say with this, they used to be BPM. They are now partnered by Door Esports, a team that you might not have heard of too much, but they are a German team that kind of probably came into sim racing about a year and a half ago. A fantastic group of drivers, one being Moritz Lerner, a driver you might recognise from the likes of DTM Trophy, as well as Escapades on iRacing and on Racing Experience. What an incredible driver he is. They are not used to racing on R-Factor 2. They are closing down to the race lead on Cooper Webster. It is absolutely fantastic. This is a bit further back though. This is Sim Marinello, this is Andrea Terzi coming under pressure from Charlie Collins on the bounce back drive in that number 77. Looking to the outside, coming down towards turn 1. Collins going to send it in. He's got to do it the long way around. He's got to go all the way around the outside with that superior grip, and the low speed drive off from this Porsche is absolutely fantastic, and boom, up in the 5th position.
Wow, well, what a sequence of events there. The AMG team Williams we saw stop. We saw the Petronas team stop as well, and the Mahler team as well, back running in the GTE category this year. But as we just saw, there we go, 53 back in the race. That's good to see. Down in 20th place. So a brief issue for the number 53 team, but good to see them back out. I can see on my timing screen that Petronas is still suffering with issues, as is the Mahler team.
I am not sure if we will see the AMG Team Petronas Esports car back in the race to a point where they're going to finish, because they've had the issues with, obviously, Bonnerhouse's
drive-throughs,
yeah, between T10 and 11, this section of the track here by track excursions. They were warned about, as we've all said. Then with this disconnection and stuff. I mean, this is the thing. This will depend on their mentality, right, and how strong they are from a mentality point of view. Are they going to be strong enough to be like, okay, that's fine, we're going to carry on the race, we're going to have that endurance spirit, or whether they're going to be like, right, there's 5.5 hours left to go, but it's also Saturday evening, so
I mean, a factory-involved team that's set up, I think you'd go, look, we've got 5.5 hours worth of testing.
Yeah, you've got.
They're new to the field this year.
For me, you've got to. Graham Carroll's not the most experienced in R52. Neither is James Baldwin. Bonnerhouse is their R52 specialist within the squad.
So you go, Bono, right? You do the least amount of driving as possible.
100%.
You just get to 90 minutes and park it, and the rest of the guys, you will go out for as long as possible and just pump the laps in, basically.
Kind of. I will say they have done a lot of testing before this, as we could see the Marla racing team back out on track as well, with Mohamed Patel behind the wheel, 2017 Formula Sim Racing World Champion.
You say that, right? But then you're the best person to answer this question. There's testing, but is there a difference to testing rate?
Oh yeah.
How so?
Okay, so especially with this track, because this track is brand new. This is not released to the public yet. It will be, of course, later on. You can get your way onto this in the Q4 content drop. That will be happening a little bit later. Of course, it's going to happen before round 4 of the season, because the Le Mans Virtual Cup will be taking to this circuit in their season finale. Oh, Big King World still as well for the 71 there, my goodness. But yeah, because it's so new, there's things like called rubber files, which is like your racing line, right? Those kind of things weren't like super built. They had they had to kind of like make their own. They had what was called a medium rubber file, which is sort of like a kind of rubbered in track,
right?
And it's a dynamic system, so the more you run on it, the more grip's put down, right?
Yeah.
And so there's quite a lot of dynamic with that. But if you're racing on your own server, even if there's 6 of you, the way the track's going to rubber in, the way that it's going to change is not going to be the same as when there's 40 people, as we have a seagull right in the middle of the shot there. Nice one. As there's normally like 40, having 40 people on track completely changes how the track runs, how it rubbers in, how it affects. So there is stuff to learn, but they are tiny margins. It's almost kind of like, especially at this level, you send them out, you give them 20 laps, and they'll be like, right, okay, yeah, fair enough, I'll do it now.
But this championship is tiny margins. Look at qualifying last night.
The tiniest of tiny margins as Team Redline #1 take to the pit lane. That will be Jeffrey Rieveld. I think that might be Rieveld's final stint in this race. We'll find out once he finishes his pit lane and kind of leaves the pit lane. We'll update the live time, but I think that might be his last one.
Yeah, he's done the best first and second sector that we have seen in this race so far. He's really been pumping some good laps in whilst he's been on circuit, so he has been one of the, if not the quickest driver out there so far in this race. It's been an excellent stint for him, if that is going to be one of the last we see of him. He's definitely put in a good shift for his team. Here we see the #4 Floyd Van Walburst team, which is now leading this race. Down the back straight, R8G in second, the 444 with Michi Hoyer in 3rd place, but the pit stop sequences are now underway. There we can see the #1 car coming back out, and we'll see if Rieveld is going to remain in that car very, very shortly. Here's the #77 Proton Competition, Prota Coanda Esports team. Coming out down towards the final 2 corners. A team that was very consistent last year. One of the cars finishing 3rd in the championship overall. I think they'll want to consider themselves title contenders this season, won't they?
Yeah, obviously started off with a 3rd place finish last season. Did the it was the 88 then, but it was the 77. It's the same team. They've just switched the numbers around between the 2 of them, which is very confusing. But it was it's that car
that finished 3rd overall.
That finished 3rd overall. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 3rd, 4th, 3rd, 4th. The thing that they were in championship contention, the thing that threw them out of it was a bad result in the final round of the season. They had quite a few issues. They were struggling to pace a little bit at Le Mans anyway, but they finished 12th after a couple of incidents and whatnot. And like I say, finished way over. They could genuinely have been properly challenging for the title.
Just 1 or 2 things didn't fall their way, and in the end, you know, points-wise, they fell
a fair distance.
Half the points. Half the points of the of the 91 that was in second. It was 70 points, 75 points off of the championship leader. Absolutely incredible. Dylan Pereira, though, look at this. He's under pressure from the D-Station car. This is down in 12th position. That is not where they would expect to see a Proton Commander. Got to be said.
D-Station clearly making progress.
Big time. Especially after last season, where they finished, I'm pretty sure they finished last in the points, might have been second or third last in the points, finished ahead of the GR Wolves cars. But they didn't get a top 10 at all last season.
So that's, you've got to say, that's going to be their aim from this year. Making his way now down towards the first corner. This is Remy Delorme in the car for them. D-Station Racing, perhaps looking to go for a top 10 finish this season. Let's see if they can tick that off.
Yeah, and we've got Remy Delorme here, who was the winner of the Le Mans Virtual Hot Lap Challenge.
Yes.
At Le Mans.
At the 24-hour Le Mans,
yeah. And actually he's got a helmet behind him, which is from that event as well.
I tell you, every time I walk past it, the queue for that was absolutely massive.
And now we see him on the grid.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
That is absolutely amazing. What a story that is. Of course, the guys had a brilliant setup at the 24-hour of Le Mans this year, and that's where the calendar was revealed as well, where it was announced that we would have the 8 Hours of Bahrain as well to kick off the season, and with it, of course, a brand new track onto R Factor 2. We will see it in the Le Mans Virtual Cup coming up a little bit later in their season. Keep an eye out for that Q4 content drop. That's when you're going to be able to get your hands on it yourself, but it does look fantastic. But at Le Mans, 244,000 people there were that were able to go and take part in that Hot Lap Challenge. Remy Delorme walked away the winner, won the crash helmet, and is now on the grid racing for D-Station Racing. And fantastic story.
I think he also did quite a few of the rounds of Le Mans Virtual Cup as well last season.
So I think he did.
Not like a super unknown name to us, which to be fair, I like the fact that it's that other thing we were saying before, the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Even if you don't win Le Mans Virtual Cup, it's about getting your name out there. It's about the scouting. So anyone watching here, the qualifiers for Le Mans Virtual Cup, if you want to be a part of this race, by the way, it's the best way of doing it is by opening up the R Factor 2 competition system and going into the Le Mans Virtual Cup, which opens tomorrow. It's open until I think the 25th, if memory serves, and that will be the qualifiers to get onto the grid. The top 30 get into a broadcasted race on the Friday before the Monza round, the 4 Hours of Monza. I think that'll be on the... Well, I'm not going to say, because otherwise I can't remember what the day is off the top. I think it's the 7th of October, but that's fine.
Yeah,
but
it is.
The qualifier will be on that day, and then the Le Mans Virtual Cup will be before that. So if you want to come and take part, go and get qualified. Go and just give it a go. And even if you don't get into the top split, just give it a go anyway. Why not? It's a bit of fun.
You know, look, like you said, even if you're not in that top split, you will still be racing. Yeah, it might not be in the top split, but you will still be out there, and it's fantastic fun to be involved in, as you would have seen yesterday. Really good fun to be involved with, but you have to start getting your lap times set pretty quickly because the lap times aren't open until long. I think it's the 25th of September is the latest you'll be able to get a lap in. So make sure you get in there. As you said, if you're in the top 30, as Lewis says, then you will be involved in the Le Mans Virtual Cup second round. And you'll be racing on the big screens in front of all the teams ahead of qualifying for the 4 Hours of Monza. Here we go, Team Redline making a move. I think, yes, that was down the inside of GR Vector.
Yeah, it's getting past Liam Duval. This, of course, bearing in mind the number one, the Team Redline car, it's Max Benecke is now behind, changed tyres on the last stop. Jesper Pedersen also changed tyres on the last stop. So those two have been changing tyres every single stop this afternoon. The car that's between them in that 101 GR Vector car, that is basically been going longer than everyone else, so they're on a completely different strategy. We'll see where they come out at the end of it, because that one's a bit of a mess. I mean, again, I love the fact that they're trying something different. Diogo Pinto, who's leading the way at the moment, as we said before, they did not change tyres on that stop. Big moment there for Liam de Waal. This should open the door for a very brave move from Jesper Pedersen. Oh my goodness. Wow. That was a proper send into 12. Through 13 they go and out onto the back stretch. I did not expect someone to have made a send into that corner. Liam de Waal might fight this one back. He's quite an aggressive driver. He's the Dutchman down towards the final corner, but lifts out of it, allows Jesper Pedersen to get on. But the brave, I mean, you called it with the move earlier from Jeffrey Rieveld making that send into 13. Yeah. I would not have called a move into 12 like that.
No,
wow.
I wouldn't have called that either. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Here we go. We are seeing the BMW team red line car ahead of us as they head out of turn 4 now. So on board with the Pro Drive car, one of the new teams on the grid for this year. We were talking a little bit there about the Le Mans Virtual Cup. If you want some extra equipment to help you get involved with that, you can win a T248 steering wheel, a Thrustmaster T248 steering wheel, thanks to Thrustmaster, one of our partners, with pedals during this broadcast. Just keep your eyes peeled on the Le Mans Virtual social channels for hidden codes. Maybe check out the Traction YouTube chat. They might be on there. If you do that, you might be able to get your hands on the T248 steering wheel and pedals. A good bit of kit that from Thrustmaster, isn't it? There you can see. Lewis, of course, you know a lot about using equipment like that. They good bit of kit to get yourself started there, isn't it? Yeah,
especially for a starter set. You've got pedals in there, which has a clutch pedal as well, which is a very big deal to have that as a bit of a stretch. But it's a nice way to kind of start with a wheel in sim racing.
And if you're not the lucky winner of the free set of pedals and steering wheel, then we have a discount code as well that you can use on Thrustmaster, only valid until the 18th of September. The Thrustmaster discount code is TM-LMVS-15. That is again on Thrustmaster, TM-LMVS-15, so you can use that over the next couple of days. If you're not the lucky winner, then you can use that discount code to go and get yourself started with some equipment and get practicing ready for the next round.
Maybe you can go to the Le Mans
Virtual Cup. There we go. Oh, look. Yeah. We had the same idea. Who's going to commentate the next round? It's going to be Martin and Ben, because we're both going to be on the grid. There we go.
Too right. I mean, I think I could get into... I think I could get split one, if I'm honest, but I don't think I do very well.
That's a challenge accepted.
I don't think I do very well in it, as we'll see the
you might run out of fuel
between Rocket and 7-9 Flash. No, it's a fixed setup, so it's fine. It's fine. I'll be sorted. As we can see the switch of position, Rocket down the inside for 13th position, back on the replay. Of course, 7-9 Flash Axel maybe not starting out the season where they were expecting, because obviously that 4th place finish at Le Mans Virtual. But it's got to be said. I mean, to have got that 4th position, then to have entered in what is an even stronger field than last season, even being on the cusp of the points, is a massive improvement on where they were last year.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. Here we're looking back from Simsa Esports at Proton Coanda, who were the esports team of the year. Incredibly good outfit. Know what they're doing. They won that award for a reason. And now they're going to pull to the inside of Simsa Esports, who aren't going to fight this one too hard. And that is going to be a change of 3rd place. Porsche down the inside of Ferrari. Change for 3rd place. Simsa just giving them a helping hand on the exit there as they now head up towards turn number 4.
Yeah, is there going to be a switch back from Wunsch, who I think Wunsch was the one that broke his hand in that Simsa Esports car. Yeah, we had last season. It was one thing. I can't remember who the other 2 were. I can remember one of them. I think was Dennis Lind. I'm pretty sure one of them was Sebastian Wunsch. I can't remember who the 3rd was. But we had 3 completely unrelated, nothing to do with sim racing, wrist or hand injuries. through the season. And once did the first round, I distinctly remember, did the first round and then had to miss the entire season after that until making a triumphant return in Le Mans Virtual because of a wrist injury, which is it was Sebastian Mons. What a memory! I'm all right. I'm so good at my job. you knew I was going to say on broadcast.
I knew you. I could have said that with you there, but I thought I'd let you have the floor.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was Sebastian Mons. I mean, to be fair, to a broken hand, when it's like that's the bit that connects you to the car in the sim. You know, it's not just your body, like it's literally it's just your hands.
You said that it weren't related to.
Nothing related to sim racing. I can't remember what it was. I think it was something like a skiing or. He did tell me. I'm sorry, mate. I completely forgot. It generally is in through one ear and out the other. But either way, like I say, to have come back strong and in a team that's doing so well, brilliant.
There we go. There we go.
I'll keep you up to date with all the injuries.
Thank
in the
you.
Virtual series.
Please do. Even just the small cuts and blisters, please, as well. There we see D station we're looking back at now. Remy Delorme, we said, who won that hot lap challenge, doing a fantastic stuff. Fantastic job in 12th place now, trying to get down the inside of Proton Coanda. We go back to our LMP class. Another change of position down at turn number 4, a little bit further down the field. That was Imborg in the Pescarolo car, getting down the inside of GR Vector. Change of 16th place. Here we see the number 11 car going really well on their debut, Project One. They have been in the pit lane, but Project One, good debut for them so far.
Yeah, I mean they're not realistically that far away from battling for the race lead. I know it sounds like crazy because obviously where they are at the moment in the race, but that's because they've pitted recently.
Yeah, so of course, as you said, they've done an extra stop as they come in towards turn number 1. That's why Remy Delorme is just behind, trying to close down. Ferris Stanley has just gone past Jack Keithley. That's a change of 12th place. It's Rocket Sim Sport getting past Williams Esports. It might have even been the car we saw going off the circuit, coming down the start-finish straight just there. Gap between the two red line cars is stretched to 9 seconds now.
Yeah, very big indeed. Like really trying to pull out the margin.
Oh.
As there's the 18 out. I was literally going to start updating us on some of the retirements. This is Christopher Hoogveld, who I think went out in some of the discussions. I did say before that Hoogveld was on it. Of course, Christopher Hoogveld being
from
second.
the Le Mans Virtual Cup.
Le Mans Virtual Cup. And did the Le Mans Virtual last year. Might have been a mechanical issue. It was around the same time, but could have had an unrelated mechanical issue. I will say from all of that, the Mexico racing team were in the pit lane for quite a while. They have now rejoined. I think that was for damage. And Graham Carroll for the AMG team, Petronas Esports squad, they have not rejoined the race. So I do believe, especially now they've dropped down towards the back of the GTs, they're not coming back. They're done for the day. I kind of expected it, to be honest. It's, and I get it. I do get it from their point of view. It would be, for them, the amount of preparation they would have done, even the, just stay out on track or whatever, genuinely, when you're at that level, that is almost just a waste of time for them. They'd rather refocus on something else, keep the morale high, and refocus on something else.
It's fair enough. It's almost, it's hard to look at it that way sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. But I completely get what you're saying there. It's as you said, it's if you keep going round at the back of the field, then yeah.
Also, it might the technical issue they have, because obviously Graham Carroll's the one that has to rejoin. If he has had a significant power cut, for example, or something like, if there's anything like that, they can't rejoin.
Right.
That's it. They can't until he's the one that rejoins. They can't rejoin.
Right. Okay.
So it could also be that as well. So not just being like quitters, because that's not the case. And even still, even if they were to in that scenario, I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed to see many people that would gladly continue on after all of those issues they've had today. So respect either way. But again, it could be the fact that they've had a technical issue so much they can't.
You do see it, of course, in the World Endurance Championship, in other championships, where if there's been a lot of problems, then the teams will just shut the garage door and go, we'll come back stronger next time. Let's just call it a day, kind of thing. So, Yeah, it's something that does happen in racing, and teams, as you said, just refocus their mindset immediately, even before this race is done, onto the next one. Well, here we can see Project One now past Proton Coanda. Change of 11th place. Coming up towards the final 5 hours of this 8 hours endurance race that's kicking off the second season of the Le Mans Virtual Series. You're going to be leaving us soon.
I am
Lewis.
indeed.
How have you found
for an hour? Don't panic, everyone. I'll be back on for a couple of hours.
I know. We got to give him a bit of a break. How have you found the first 3 hours of the race from what you've seen so far? Any standouts for you so far?
From a team's point of view, I will say Simsa and Sim Marinello in the GT category. I've got to say I'm really liking the strategy from GR Vector as well to have given that a go. Not sure if there's any like major standout, or it's just kind of where we kind of expected. It's more those that aren't up there, obviously, with the issues that we saw for the AMG Williams and AMG Petronas Esports team, as well as the standard Williams Esports team, who didn't have a good season last season either, having a couple of issues there. I am just absolutely loving the strategy, especially the LMP class, how close it is with completely different strategies. I've said it time and time again, when it comes to these kind of things, sometimes we might just have a train where they're quite close, they're all on different strategies. As we can see Erhan Yovsky here making up a move on the 101 Vector car, so that is a position made for the Macedonian, who, this is the car that was driven by Yuri Toman on hard tyres earlier and still battling for the race lead. I like it. It's not just 4 cars that are quite close, all on the same strategy. It's people doing their own thing, growing, coming back together, growing again, coming back together again. This car's been on hards. It's now on softs. It's gone completely the other way.
It's almost like we did talk about this, coming back for a second season. In the first season, do you think there was a bit more everyone playing it the same way?
Yeah.
Now they've all come up with their own way to go about things, and do you think that that's what this is?
Oh yeah, I think that's the thing. When you're at this kind of level, like you said earlier, small margins, those are things that make the difference. If you can save even 5 litres of fuel on your final pit stop, anything like that, like all those things make a difference, and teams will try something slightly more left field, especially for the first round of the season. You'll see, we're in crazy town at the moment, but as we head towards, well, actually no, I don't think we will. I was going to say, as we head towards Le Mans Virtual, things will start to settle down on the strategy side. I actually don't think that is the case because of how different each of the races are. 4 hours, 6 hours, and then the 500 miles. They're all completely different in their own strength. And so I actually don't know if we're going to see what in esports they would classify as the meta.
Yeah, I mean, the final 5 hours, it's hard to predict. We're only coming up to half race distance in the next hour. It's hard to predict what's going to come up in the next 5 hours, isn't it? There's no real runaway leaders, if you like. There's no real one team sort of charging off in the distance.
Absolutely not. Rory McDuff coming under pressure here at the moment from Michi Hoyer. First corner of the race, of the lap. Let's see if there's going to be a move from Michi Hoyer straight on the inside. He's lost the rear end just slightly into the front end. Just a little bit of the Alpine Esports car. I was going to say, I'm quite glad it's Rory McDuff behind the wheel and not Colin Spork, because Colin Spork and Michi Hoyer have had a few bits of contact over the last sort of 6 months, but now Rory McDuff has to worry about not only another car coming through, but that is Zach Campbell also making another move, pushing the number 36 off the road. I think there's a little bit of contact, a little bit of a flash of the lights as well there from Rory McDuff, who loses 2 positions in 4 corners. I think might feel a little bit frustrated by that.
Yeah, that was the number 20, wasn't it? The Porsche Coanda car. Unfortunate for their number 23 car, which had problems earlier in the race. So the number 20 car flying the flag for them in the LMP terms, running in 8th place so far. We are coming up to 3 hours complete in this race. Down the back straight we go. We ride on board with Alpine versus Porsche. Big factory names racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series. A quarter of the field with factory involvement. Sadly, a couple of them out the race. AMG, unfortunately, it seems, going no further. The Mercedes team running from Brackley, but Alpine and Porsche battling away. Got the likes of Williams out there as well. Red Bull, Ferrari. It's absolutely fantastic as we make our way in towards turn number 1. But a fantastic couple of hours it's been.
Absolutely. And to go back to your point on, by the way, all the manufacturer backing and stuff, I love seeing all the manufacturers really backing things in sim racing. You know, there's more and more all the time. Lamborghini have started their own little thing elsewhere, and considering their involvement in things like NMDH, I'd like to see them jumping into the Le Mans Virtual Series potentially in the future. Not now, but in the future. I'd love to see that.
That's an open invite.
Yeah,
isn't
please
it?
do.
Please do. Lewis has asked you, so you're going to have to do it. Right, Lewis, thank you very much for your company. We're going to go and check out the highlights from the last hour. Highlights brought to you from Algorand from the last hour. Here we can see battles going on right at the top of the order. This was the Floyd team, a late dive to the inside there for Team Redline as the Floyd team dived to the outside, couldn't quite get through. Was it a late dive to the inside? It was something that we discussed on air there. The Van Woolburst team unable to get through on that occasion, and then they approached a wall of traffic as they came through turn 10, and that opened the door for the Van Woolburst team to get down the inside in towards turn number 10. They were in the right place at the right time to get the move complete, and that gave them the advantage over Team Redline. Redline then swapped the cars around. They allowed car 1 to go past car number 2 as the 1 car charged off in the distance and almost found itself off on the inside of the circuit on the run down towards turn number 4 as it made another position to get through and into 3rd place. This was the moment that the Van Woolburst car went past R8G to go into the overall race lead. The number 8 car getting ganged up on there by the number 4 car, and then eventually the Redline cars as well. This is the moment we suspected. InSpeed sadly ran out of fuel, and ARC Bratislava caught out at that point, going straight into the back of the all-Chinese ran team, unfortunately. A shame for them on their debut in the Le Mans Virtual Series, but no doubt they will come back stronger. Big send here for Redline, the number 1 car fighting back on the Van Woolburst team down the inside there at turn number 1. A great move for them as they went through. A lot of teams fighting with their tyres as we start to approach the evening here at the Sakhir International Circuit. This was the number 20 car trying to get down the inside in towards turn number 10. Lots of close racing out there, and at the end of 3 hours it's Team Redline who lead overall by 1.5 seconds ahead of the number 1 car. Then it's the Van Woolburst team, R8G in 4th place. Those seem to be the 4 disputing the lead. Yas Heat the best of the rest. Next along, Panis Racing just outside the top 10. Axel Sports up there. Pescarolo rounding out your top 15. ARC Bratislava after that contact down in 17th. Mexico Racing rounding out the LMP runners. Then we have the Scuderia Ferrari team, the first of the GTEs from Sim Maranello, R8G, Simsa Esports. Ferrari's going well, but we are in a pit stop sequence. Project by Door Esports next, Red Bull Racing after that. So pit stops are underway in GTE, so expect the order to change and change again, as you can see down the back. Sadly, we have lost AMG Team Petronas Esports. InSpeed, of course, ran out of fuel. Porsche Coanda hit problems earlier in the race, as well as did R8G, the number 18 with Christopher Hookfeld, and also we welcome back Ben Constanduris.
Thank you very much. What an entertaining race it's been so far, and been analysing a little bit the position of these Ferraris, because we haven't really seen them at the head of the field. We've not spoken too much about them. This is the SF Velas Esports team, so this is the Works Ferrari entry at the moment, leading in GTE because it owes us a pit stop, and it does seem as though Ferrari have opted to try and go as long as possible, try and stretch out these stints, whereas Porsche are being forced to pit before the hour. Ferrari are already well past the hour and able to do that. Now, I don't think they're going to ever get to a point where they can win a whole pit stop, because a whole pit stop in GTE is an hour, so that's not possible. But there is the possibility that they can get themselves into a comfortable position to perhaps manipulate the last stint of the race to their advantage. So don't write off those Ferraris right now. The cream is rising to the top during these pit stop sequences, and the 51 car is right there. Here are our switch to our LMP team, and the top three on the same piece of tarmac.
Yeah, Ferraris, as you said, doing a different strategy there. They've only been in twice, so we'll keep an eye on that. But it's been interesting as well between the two red line cars. Of course, we saw them swap round earlier in the race. The number 1 car was allowed through. The number 2 car back ahead currently, but this has been a great battle, hasn't it, between the two red line cars and the Floyd Van Wall Burst car as well. These three battling away pretty much the whole race. It's been absolutely fantastic to watch. But
battling away in a very different type of a strategy. That's the main thing here, is that they all have different strategies. The number 2 machine at the moment on its second stint on its tyres. Beneke, who we ride on board with right now, first stint of the tyres, but the mediums. And then we've got the soft compound tyre for Floyd Van Wall behind, and they are within 4 I mean, there. Throw a handkerchief over them. They are so close. Actually, has Beneke now gone onto the softs? Are they now copying Burst Van Wall? It's difficult in the light, isn't it, to know difference between yellow and white. Yeah, they are. They are now on soft tyre.
Yeah. So it's just the lead car, isn't it?
Because he's double stinting, and the early part of the race,
he's coming in. Yeah, well, I thought Van Wall Burst was going to accidentally come into the pit lane there as well. So the red lines come in.
I would love to see a replay of that with on board with Burst Van Wall. I don't think he had a clue that that was about to happen, and that could have been a huge accident. Very, very lucky. But interesting that in the early part of the race, on my first 2 hours, red line were going with the medium compounds, but doing singles on them. And they've learned from Van Wall that you can go on the soft and single, and they're not at that point weren't too bad. What's going to happen now is the temperature should be dropping off during the evening time, and we are going to start having to identify lights, which is never easy. But how are the tyres going to cope with the cooler, the darker situation?
Yeah, that's something we'll find out, see if they change the strategies again. That's something me and Lewis were talking about there, how last year it seems that everyone played the same game in terms of strategy. This season, that is definitely not the case. They've all gone completely different ways. We'll see how that plays out now over the next 5 hours of this race. But the red line cars were separated.
Oh, it was a seagull.
Yeah, Lewis said that about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, I mean, I was watching and listening. Simulated seagull. Brilliant. I'm a bit worried because there is our audio engineer has already clipped up various people's comments in the world of sim racing and made them into raps, and I don't know what the word is.
So that could be the chorus.
But there it.
Right, here we go.
Okay, so we've nearly nailed Van Wall Burst behind us.
Oh, there we go.
That could
if they crash in the pit lane, that's
you don't ghost in the pit lane. You can't ghost through each other. No, yeah. There are other platforms where you would do that, but not here.
Whoa, there we go. Bit out of shape there from the Floyd team. Seen a lot of teams getting out of shape through there as we jump back on board with the Porsche Coanda team. Van Wall Burst almost completely sideways coming through turn number 1 with Michi Hoyer. This is your battle for 3rd place on track. That's the Porsche Coanda team, the only one. Whoa, contact, no. Big incident, almost there. Car has spun round and almost causing another bigger incident as they came down the hill.
So that was Team Mexico Racing Team, I think, just maybe on the brakes a bit early. They are not quite at the same level as Coanda. Coanda drifting through turn 10 there, but contacts with the 444, fourth position, that is, the Van Moor machine, and the 20 car is the sole remaining Porsche Coanda car, and they had heavy contact as well. Let us not forget that you can damage these cars. There's no damage is on, if we are being very simple about these things, and the drivers, whilst we don't necessarily see the damage as much, the drivers feel the damage much more, and Michi Hoyer and Zach Campbell surely are going to have damage from that contact.
Yeah, you'd have to suspect they're looking at their steering wheels. Are they set? Well, there you go. You can see struggling into the corner. That Porsche car definitely has damage, and we'll have to wait for a pit stop really to come in. Otherwise, you're just adding up on the pit stops. Can't do it.
Let's watch the gap then. Alpine Esports has got Rory McDuff in 5th position in the back of shot there. We've got 2 cars that we think now perhaps carrying a little bit of damage. So will the gap come down?
Oh, all out of shape through turn 2 as well.
On the radio, Zach Campbell obviously out in America with the rest of his Coanda SimSport team in Germany, in the headquarters. Confirmation from Josh Rogers online that they did have a disconnect, a local disconnect in their office, and that eliminated the 23 car. And then when he went back out onto circuit to get fuel, he didn't have enough fuel to get round to then take fuel on. So a situation we've seen a few times. Unfortunately, that has eliminated those guys out. And then we did have this strange disconnect between with Williams, AMG Williams, and AMG and Marla, which is run by Williams. Just about 10-15 minutes ago, they all had a disconnect at the same time, most of them coming back into the race and continuing, but unfortunately Graham Carroll and the AMG 63 deciding not to continue, and neither did the 18 R8G Esports car, which was the only other car that disconnected at the same time.
A real shame for the Porsche Coanda team, and as you said, a couple of the other teams that have hit problems there early doors in the first round, but a long season still ahead. Being an 8-hour race, bigger points up for grabs, as we talked about in qualifying yesterday at this round. So let's find out then as they come in towards turn number 1. Look back.
On board with the Van Moor with these 2 red lines going into the pits. I think Pedersen thought he was going to get a bit of a slipstream, and they kind of slightly decelerated as they were going into the pits on the brakes before they were really in pit lane, as it were.
I mean, if you're following someone into the pit lane, you're playing with fire there.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes you do, don't you? You follow them because you think they might just be jinking for the right-hand side to break the slipstream. And, oh, no, they're not. They're going into the pits instead.
Well,
oops. Luckily, disaster averted twice there within about 15 seconds.
And it's on board with ARC Bratislava. They've had a shunt of their own in this race after in-speed ran out of fuel, coming down towards turn number 4. Shame for them, so no doubt they would have been carrying damage as well until they came into the pits. Seems that they're okay now.
In speed, no fuel, no chance to refuel, and therefore sadly out of our race. That's the 4th of our retirements so far. And I know in the world of sim racing we don't usually see so many retirements because everyone is able to control so much more than in the real world, but I like it. I like the fact that there is this unpredictability about certain things, and yes, it's annoying when it's a hardware situation or even a software situation, but it's exactly it's annoying as a tire puncture,
yeah,
or the suspension breaking, you know, or little tiny things where you get a drive-through penalty because your lighting board isn't lit up in the night. There's so many things in the world of motorsport that is exactly the same. It's just that our sim world of motorsport like to have all control over all that and like to eliminate it. And they haven't yet accepted that sometimes it's impossible to eliminate all the little errors.
Yeah, well, it's why the taking the rules is very seriously, and why we have the same race director. You know, and a whole team that is watching over the drivers all the time to make sure everything is run properly and just like a proper motor race should. So it's fantastic that it's run at such a high. Whoa, there we go. Ferrari just almost getting in the way there. Now I have to say, Oracle Red Bull Racing are starting to close in on the Project One team here. So our battle for the lead in GTE could be kicking off shortly.
Well, it's changed hands, hasn't it? When was
Project One took the lead away from
when?
Red Bull Racing in the last hour. That did swap hands, so that would have that happened in the last hour. They took the lead of the race.
Yeah, we saw that, did we?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. There they are. Project One doing a good job out front ahead of Red Bull Racing. 1.8 seconds ahead of Project One.
I mean, Door Esports is a relatively new team. To find yourself in a situation where you're leading ahead of the likes of Red Bull Racing, ahead of the likes of RHG, Coanda, BMW Team Redline, Ferrari Works team. This is a huge moment for Moritz Lerner and his team. You know, touch wood, nothing happens to them, but they nowhere near have got this level ever before in their short history of an esports team.
It's done in the pit stop sequences because they took the lead when Red Bull came in, and obviously they've kept the lead after their pit stop. But now Red Bull are charging back after them, so it's a pass that's happened in the pit stops, but Red Bull now are quickly closing back in on them.
Right.
Oh,
so
there we go.
So that was Mexico getting on the anchors too early, wasn't it? And catching out the pace of the front two.
Out the way.
Whee!
Oh, that was good avoidance by the car behind.
Yeah,
wasn't
that
it?
was Alpine, who was Rory McDuff in fifth. And unsurprisingly, having been nailed, they did go into the pits and get that car repaired. And again, I kind of like the fact that we have Team Mexico flying the flag for Mexico. That you know, they will probably put their hands up and say they're not quite on the pace of the rest of the field. But that does present a challenge for the rest of the field, because they need to know that they're coming up against that car. They need to know that that car is not necessarily braking at the same place as everybody else, because everybody else is at such a high level that you can kind of second guess what they're going to do when you've got a car that isn't necessarily at that level, when you've got drivers that aren't quite as on it, like you have in endurance racing, like you have at Le Mans. There are drivers that do the Le Mans 24 hours that have very little racing experience and do not race at the same level as your works drivers. And works drivers need to be aware that that is who you're coming up against, and be careful, because they are driving this fashion. And so, in a way, we are simulating that with having those teams that are building their experience throughout the series, and in speed is one, and the Mexico racing team is the other.
It looked to me as if they were trying to get out of the way, actually, and break on the inside off the racing line, and that wasn't quite anticipated, and hit the brakes too early when they did it. So yeah, a bit of a lesson learned, I think, for the Mexico racing team there, and a harsh one as well. But the gap's coming down out front. Red Bull Racing are on a charge to retake that race lead they once had from Project One by Door Esports. It's 1.4, but that gap is being maintained on the last lap. Alex Smoliar's trying to close down as well. He's in the car, 5.6, so 6 seconds between our top three, but really it's the battle between the top two. 1.4 seconds between them.
Cooper Webster aboard the Oracle Red Bull Racing Porsche at the moment. They are getting themselves au fait with this Porsche, having switched this year, and obviously focusing purely on the GT category and not on the LMP category at all. And Dennis Lin, the manager now of G2, which run Red Bull Racing. Cooper Webster, not a full-time entry. He is actually replacing a driver that cannot be part of it this race, but Dennis Jordan and Yuri Kazdorp are full season entries into that car. You can, as I said earlier, enter a reserve driver if your other drivers are not available for this race, and Cooper Webster is one of those, but a very, very fast peddler.
Yeah, going very well so far. You can see the gap staying fairly stable. It's come down to 1.1 now. Once he finds the toe, then that gap should diminish fairly quickly, and then it will be a case of what does the Project One team do? Do they defend this lead and allow Smoliar and the RHG team to close in, or do they allow the Red Bull team to go by and just tuck in behind and have their turn in second place? Do the Red Bull team want to sit in second and try and save a bit more fuel? It's going to be interesting to see what we do, and this is where it gets very, very tactical at a stage like this in the race, as we look back at the number 95 car. It's one of the new cars to the grid, the Pro Drive team.
Lasse Sorensen, boss of Fire Esports, and running that Pro Drive, or having the Pro Drive support, meaning being part of Aston Martin. His brother, obviously, an Aston Martin Works driver, the 95, an Aston Martin Works number. And Pro Drive still heavily involved in Aston Martin racing, although, of course, with so much focus now on the F1 team, we don't get a chance to see Aston Martin quite as represented as they perhaps once were in GT racing. Now, you know how we saw Redline go into the pits, what, 7 minutes ago? Only now are we seeing RHG and Porsche come into the pits. So they've created a bit of a stagger for themselves over the rest of the LMP field. Yuyovsky's now been in the number 8. Zach Campbell's been in the 20. And Yannick Lapchat for Panis is in the pits as well. I haven't seen the two burst cars in, the Van Wall bursts of Pedersen or Hoyer, and Rockets seem to be creeping their way up the standings, having not pitted either. But it was an interesting one. The last pit stop for for Beneke, so that's the number 1 Redline car, was only a 1:11. Now a full pit stop, a full service is a 1:20, and a pit stop for tyres for fuel only is a 1 minute. So what is a 1:11 pit stop?
Interesting.
Yeah. Pinto pitted, obviously, as we saw, on the same lap and did a 1:18 stop. So it almost feels as though they've put themselves off strategy there and maybe have chosen the middle of the race to do a short stint. I don't have stint lengths, which is really annoying, because that would then tell me if they were on sequence or not. But it suggests to me, with the guys for the rest of the LMP cars now starting to pit, that they have short stopped to get them out of sequence, because maybe the rest of the field will have to short stop at some point, unless you're a Fordzilla where you are trying to save a pit stop completely.
Possibly. That's down the middle in comparison to the other teams, though, isn't it? So 1:11 in comparison, as you said, to the 1:20, and a 59 for one of the other teams as well. Gap still coming down out front as well. There goes our two leaders in GTE. Here we look back from the current leaders in GTE. Will they remain there in a couple of laps? We'll find out, because Cooper Webster is getting closer and closer now.
And the way this has happened, just to let you know, the last pit stop, Cooper Webster did a 1:21 in his pit stop, and Krippner did a 1:19. So it was a very fast pit stop for Door Esports, and that was enough to jump Red Bull Racing and give them a 1.8 second advantage when we switch to them. And now the faster of the two cars is the Red Bull car, and he's back onto the tail. I wonder whether that was a conscious, slightly short stop from Project One, you know, a 1 lap earlier stop, just so you don't have as much fuel to put into the car, or whether that's just the way it's been, and Red Bull had a longer pit stop because of various, maybe they're using more fuel or this kind of thing. What we do know is Porsche have been pitting before the hour mark. So they, at the moment, or certainly the last time we had a pit stop, they weren't able to make the hour, and they need to make the hour to make the end of the race. Otherwise, they're going to have to do a splash and dash. Yeah,
that's very true. Actually, that's something that will be on their minds as we get later into the race. You'll see them coming through the first corner. It's almost a decision then. Do you make, do they want to get into a fight and use more fuel, or do you want to use this chance to save some fuel now and take you all the way to the hour, or even slightly past it? That's a decision and a conversation Cooper Webster will have to make with his team as he now approaches Project One, coming through into the second sector of the lap.
We were talking earlier with Lewis about the Californians getting up early in the morning to do their stints at the start of the race. I feel sorry for the Australians.
Yeah.
We're just having a quick look into the bedroom of Cooper Webster just then, and I was thinking, God, the curtains are shut. I was like, yeah, God, Australia. I don't know what time of day it is even here, because obviously we're in a studio. What, 4:30 local time UK? So depending on where he is in Australia, it could again be very, very early in the morning for him. And there's quite a few Australians. I mean, Josh Webster, obviously, Josh Rogers, sorry, racing in Europe, so he doesn't count. But there are Dane Warren is in Australia, Josh Perrin's in Australia as well. And Dane Warren started the race, so he pulled an all-nighter.
And that's the fantastic job that the team do, isn't it? It's coordinating all the drivers and teams from around the world to put this show on and put a good race on. There we can see the guys heading on to the straight. I've got to say, RHG, was that them in the background? I think it is. They're really closing in fast on this. They are definitely not on any kind of fuel saving. They are charging after the top two. Smoliar, who was on the podium here earlier in the year, absolutely flying. He's taken 2 seconds out of these two, so he's on a mission to close these guys down. Project One team are going to have their hands full very, very shortly, maybe not just with the Red Bull Racing team.
Right, so that early pit stop from Team Redline at the front of the field has really worked out for them. Beneke has a 6-second advantage over teammate Pinto. He had 7 seconds in his pocket thanks to the quick stop. But then Pedersen is now another 5 seconds back over Pinto. So by waiting longer, he's found himself in more traffic or whatever, track position, and he's lost time in that Floyd Vanwell burst. They all did the same stop. They all changed tyres and refueled. But Pedersen's got work to do now.
Quite a lot of work, isn't he? Well, he's just done a personal best first sector, so definitely knows he's got work to do. He's getting a move on.
And here we ride on board with Marcel Sinnott, who was at one point our leader of the race, but I'm not sure the choice to go on hard tyres has worked out for RHG because he is now 5th spot and 25 seconds off the lead. So that pace has lost, even if we've got a great little battle here with Isaac Gillison in the Yas Heat Veloce machine, and who else is part of that little battle? It's just the two of them?
Alpine are just behind this as well.
Yeah, Rover Duff, yeah.
You say that though, that's not a lot of time in a race that's got 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining. In the grand scheme of things, it is and it isn't.
Not halfway yet.
No, not at all. So they could still, with a good strategy and some good laps, close that back down.
The difference is that McDuff is on his 2nd stint on his tyre. So unlike everybody else who had changed in that last pit stop, other than a few of the ones a bit further down, there is possibly a pace differential between the 36 Alpine and the rest of the top 5, or the top 5. And then, of course, you've got the tyre situation as well, which is going to come a lot more tricky to identify once the sun goes down.
Yes, yes, it will. Up towards turns 9 and 10. Jesper Pedersen continuing to put personal bests in as he tries to close that gap down. Looking to the outside there, the RHG car. The number 8 trying to get around the outside of the Yassi car. They head down the back straight. Marcel Sinek trying to get around the outside of Isaac Gillison. Not quite able to get through on that occasion. They're catching some traffic. This might be the opportunity for RHG to make the move. Here we go, possibly into the next corner. No, too much traffic in the way, and they've caught the leaders in GTE, and that could open the door for Red Bull Racing.
Yeah, because Project One door got forced to the outside by the LMP cars, and here is the overlap with Red Bull Racing to the inside. It's going to be an easy pass. There's no way to fight that one. Just let him through, and now tuck under the rear wing. Oh, he runs wide. He gets bad drive out of that corner. That's allowed not only Red Bull Racing to get through, but Red Bull Racing to have an advantage, as now we switch our attention to the LMP battle, and Veloce under attack from RHG. RHG down the inside, loses the rear. A little bit of kissing between the two rear tyres of the cars, but RHG are through.
Great stuff from RHG, and now Project One behind that. Here we go, we're looking back from the RHG car, looking back at the Yassi car. That is the move for 4th place complete for them. Yassi are now going to have to worry about the Alpine Esports car next, with McDuff in the car. But next behind that, Project One are now going to have to worry about RHG. The gap between 2nd and 3rd is now smaller than the gap between Red Bull Racing and Project One. And I tell you what, RHG in GTE could be leading this race in not so long. The way they are going, they're absolutely flying. We're on board with the number 28 Yassi car, battling away for 4th place with the RHG LMP car as they come up through turn 12 and in towards turn number 13. Quite able to get anywhere near close enough, but this is a little bit further back, and this is the Triple 8 car with Smoliar in the car, and he's now lining up a move for 2nd place, or trying to get close to do so. Traffic has come past him quite heavily, and that has really opened up the gap. But there's the Project One car, and there's the Red Bull car a little bit further up the road. The top 3 split by 2.5 seconds in GTE.
Oh, very, very, very tight as the battle for 7th rages on. De Jong now ahead of Luke Browning for 7th position. That was, as we go on board with Team Fordzilla's Luke Browning, the pro driver in that car with real-world Formula 4 experience. A little bit earlier on the brakes than De Jong going into turn 1. But they are 10 seconds back from McDuff. So there's a big gap before they get themselves into the top 3.
Yeah, there we see in towards turn number 4. We're watching Team Fordzilla trying to chase down the Porsche Coanda car. Team Fordzilla just in the background. Luke Browning, as you said, lots of British F4 experience, won the championship in 2020, leading GB3, looking to add the title to that this year, and is up for the BRDC Young Driver of the Year award, one of the Ford finalists for that award, which comes with the prize of a test in a Formula 1 car if he's to go and win that. So Luke Browning makes his way now in towards turn number 11, a big name in racing, big name in the feeder series, and a big name in Le Mans Virtual now as well. For Fordzilla, great to have him in the series. Looking to get Fordzilla a little bit further up the road.
Pressure from Michi Hoyer behind, now on board with the 444 Van Wilbur's car. Michi Hoyer looks to the inside, but there's no way through there. But it does very much look like he's got the pace to be able to make this pass pretty easily. Remember that Fordzilla are also fuel saving. They're desperately trying to do one less pit stop than the rest of the field. They need to save about 20 minutes worth of fuel to do that. 15 to 20 minutes worth of fuel, and that's why Luke Browning is on a completely different mission than the rest of the field. No fighting from Browning, and no need to fight, because ultimately he's going to gain his pace and his position at the end of the race thanks to doing one less stop.
Project One in the pit lane, and with that, there go RHG into second. So Project One, the first of our top three
hang
runners.
on.
So that's
way early.
That's very early. That's 25 minutes early than what we would expect. So I'm not too sure why they have come in so early there.
They should be pitting on the hour.
That's the general.
Yeah.
That's the general strategy. It's quite straightforward to follow in GTE. It's just on the hour every time.
So have they decided that they're not going to be able to make the hour mark because the Porsches were struggling, and they're going, right, we're changing the strategy completely.
Splash and dash is now.
Yes, exactly.
Could well be.
Puts them on a different part of the racetrack, puts them in an off sequence, and will certainly be getting the rest of the GTE field questioning what's going on here.
They were about to be caught by that car we saw, the RHG cars, so possibly get out of the battle, which they could about to. This is the car they were about to fight with for second, so maybe it was a case of let's get out of that and let's take the splash and dash early in the. But what's the difference for taking it early and at the end?
No, there isn't really a difference. But you know what you need at the end of the race, whereas now you're only really guesstimating. What they are doing there is making sure that they can absolutely go as fast as possible through to the end of the race. That's the only thing I can think of, because they shouldn't need tyres. Maybe they felt like the tyres that they were on weren't working particularly well, but I don't think there's much variation in the GTE tyres. Everyone seems to be on the medium, because the tyre has to last the hour. Goodyear tyres for the whole field. Huge amounts of work between R Factor 2, Studio 397 and Goodyear to make sure these tyres behave as the real world, and loads of data passed between. The compound and the behaviour of the tyres as a whole has changed quite a lot in R Factor 2 since the last season, but specifically in GTE, they've got a new tyre for this season to get their head around.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have a slightly new tyre model for them this year.
So there you go, Luke Browning into the pits for Fordzilla, we just saw there.
Yeah.
Way out of sequence to the rest of the field. Something like, I'd say, 15 minutes, 20 minutes later than we've seen from the red line guys. And so, you know, that is the strategy for Fordzilla, and they're already kind of making it work for them. Well, working for them in the sense that they've saved the fuel to do one less stop. Does that give them a better track position come the end of the race than they would do if they'd just gone flat out, is the other question, which we will never know the answer to.
That's got to be what Project One are up to, because why else when you're having such a great. I mean, it's their first race as well. That's the other thing. So, is there a case of them being slightly too cautious there? I don't know.
Let's see what Cooper Webster can do in the Oracle Red Bull Racing machine in the next 20 minutes. Can he get himself to the hour mark? How far off the hour mark will he be? And how will he keep at bay Schmolier in a Ferrari that we know can make the hour mark? Those are the questions that Red Bull Racing will be looking at. And let's not forget, Red Bull Racing, okay, they're not massively associated to the F1 team, but the esports team is run by G2, which is a huge esports organisation as a whole. Dennis Lin knows a thing or two about R Factor 2 as a driver, let alone as a manager. He will have all the right people in there, and so if he doesn't think it's right to bail right now, then you've got to question the inexperience perhaps of someone like Dill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think experience could be the difference in a race like this. Of course, it's a very long race as well, an 8-hour race. Our first time ever at Bahrain. Brand new circuit for R Factor 2. That's something for the teams and drivers to get their heads round. Here we look back from Panis Racing, Rocket Sim Sport trying to work their way towards the top 10. Seen some brave moves into that turn 13.
They're coming up on, I think, a lapped car here. Is that Ford Silla? Ooh, a little bit of lift and coast there.
Yeah, and there was.
No, that's the Panis car there. There is another car in front of them. Oh, it's the Mercedes. It's the AMG Williams car with Wisniewski, so it's not really a back marker, is it?
No.
Either way, Rocket Sim Sport kind of being boxing in Panis Racing and making that pass nice and easy.
Well, Panis just let them go there, didn't they?
Kinda, a little bit.
Hugely lifting and coasting.
And as we've just passed the AMG Williams esports car, down in 20th position, don't forget that about an hour ago, they and a few other cars had a situation which meant they all ended up stopped on circuit. We've been investigating the situation with the number 10, 18, 53 and 56. And as an organisation, there is no evidence to see that these cars disconnected. The disconnections of these cars were related to the race server and lobby host. The health of the server and the analytics showed no issues, and therefore 14.6.4.4 is at the discretion of the sporting team. We acknowledge the cars above disconnected during the same period, but cannot monitor or manage the performance of the backbone of the internet. We are calculating the cumulative data time loss of the teams in the interest of the race and series, and will reinstate the time loss converted to laps rounded down with a maximum of 3 laps. Whilst we don't currently have any indication that this series of disconnects is related to hardware or software that the server is hosted on, after round 1 there will be an investigation with the technical team, and all findings and next steps will be shared with the teams. We ask affected teams to share any data logging that they have. So that is a statement from Le Mans Virtual Series organisation relating to cars number 10, which was the Marla racing team run by Williams, the 18 machine, which was R8G Esports, unrelated of course to Williams, the AMG Williams Esports team, and the AMG Petronas team. So we are going to see those 3 cars that are still running potentially gain back some time loss, as the organisation will reinstate the time loss converted to laps. So that is great news for Wisniewski, who is in the AMG Williams Esports team, down in 20th position. It is less good news for the number 18 machine, which has retired out of the race, the R8G 18. So did the 63 AMG Petronas Esports team. They retired out of the race as well. So in true plucky fashion from the Polish, they are going to find themselves back in a decent position once more, as are Marla Racing, once we reinstate those laps. Yeah, I was going to say, it's good news for those, well, particularly for those 2 teams who have, for Williams, like you said, and Marla, they've just got to keep fighting on now for the next 4 hours and 16 minutes to the end, and then we'll see what happens after that. But thanks to the guys upstairs for bringing that down to us. And there we can see the 444 car making its way down. There's the number 51 Ferrari running in 5th place so far. The Scuderia Ferrari, the factory supported team. Red line just behind them, of course, been on the recovery ever since that drive-through penalty at the start of the race, now in 6th place. What a recovery that has been, because a drive-through penalty is a decent chunk of time lost, and Chris Lullam now aboard the 71 machine on the tail of the 51. Now we know that the Ferraris are doing something interesting with their strategy. They are seemingly going longer than they need to, and they are certainly not at the ultimate pace that the rest of the GTE field can manage, but we've got a Ferrari in second position with RHG. The pace of the Ferrari as a car is there if you want to, but for some reason SF have decided that they don't want to, and they are running a very different strategy. Christian Michel aboard the SF Velas machine right now with Works BMW Redline in 6th position, and Chris Lullam is going to want to make quick work of this car. Interestingly, that Chris Lullam I think could also be considered a pro driver, because he's done a lot of single-seater racing. Wow, that goes a Porsche carving its way through.
Yeah.
But Lullam is not considered a pro here. He is one of their normal sim races.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Chris from, I did a lot of commentating on him racing at European karting level, hugely talented and successful driver. But then he did step up and do some racing in F4.
And maybe didn't do enough
after that. So, but he was incredibly talented and did come back and do a little bit more in karting. But it seems he's now found his feet again in esports. Great to see him still racing and at a top level in esports now with the Le Mans Virtual Series and with, of course, the reigning champions in BMW Team Redline in that 71 car.
As we are looking more closely at the Redline machine, we should point out that this year Redline is heavily supported by Verstappen.com, which is a brand new esports team association set up by Max Verstappen, a long-time Red Bull, a long-time esports driver, and Lullam looks to the inside, but not quite close enough. And Verstappen.com is Max Verstappen's esports team. He's always been a Redline driver for many years, and so he's brought the Red Bull sponsorship of Verstappen.com to Redline. So that's a sponsorship car, a sponsored car, rather than a Red Bull run car. And now, is he close enough? Lullam just about to claim the apex. The Ferrari's around the outside. The Ferrari will try and claim the inside line for turn 2. He does. Shuts the door at 3. Nice, clean fighting between the two. Potentially a little unnecessary with 4 hours and 15 minutes remaining, but he's doing it anyway.
I think Lullam's going to get slightly more elbows out now with his overtakes here. He's been very polite in his attempt so far. I think he's going to go back to the way he used to be in karting now. Get it down the inside.
Block pass.
Yeah, not quite able to get his moves done just yet. But let's see if he can get it done now, going into the second half of this lap. But as you said, great back in for the team. Great new livery as well. Great to see the Red Bull there versus the Ferrari coming onto the back straight at Bahrain. Fantastic to watch in the Le Mans Virtual Series here as we watch back from the Ferrari team.
Well, Team Redline are in the pits again with both of their LMP cars. Josh Thompson's taken over the number 2 car. A full stop and service for them. Full 1 minute and 22 seconds, so a long stop actually. And we're just waiting to see what the number 1 has managed. They did actually pit on different laps this time. So Beneke went 1 lap longer in the number 1. Yas Heat have pitted on the same lap as well. So Redline and Yas Heat are on the same strategy, but it is very much a different strategy to the rest. They've got that short stint, that short stop out of the way. I'm just waiting to see if Beneke does a longer pit stop this time through. He should be coming out of the pits any moment now. Lullam not close enough to make a move this time, in a spot that he did last lap.
No, didn't quite get a good exit out of the final corner there. Just ran slightly wide out of the final corner, and that was enough to disrupt his exit and I'll give him a good run down the start-finish straights. So unfortunately, he's going to have to continue to be patient, and this is where it gets very hard when you're working your way through a field like this team's having to do. It gets harder and harder to make these moves. You can pick them off, I wouldn't say easily, but the moves come a little bit quicker as you're first coming through the field, but the further up you go, it gets harder and harder, and this is going to be a move where Chris Lullum is maybe going to have to force a mistake or just be patient and wait for the door to open, and then as soon as he sees the opportunity, go through and take it with both hands.
Maximilian Beneke's pit stop was also a 1 minute 20, so a full fat pit stop for both of our red line cars. Now back out onto circuit in the LMP category, handing the lead over to Floyd Van Wilburst, with Pedersen 11 seconds up the road from RHG. And here is Porsche of de Jong moving up into third position, then passing Alpine. So Alpine struggling on that second stint on those tyres, being gobbled up by de Jong, and Michi Hoyer will not be long past either.
Yeah, and that was a move into turn 13 we saw there. Well, it was just about Chris Lullum there, must have made the move into 13 as he came through turn 12. He was right on the back of that Ferrari, and it must have been a block pass into turn 13, as you mentioned there. So well done to Chris Lullum. Move made for him, and now he has to go on to his next target, which will be the Simsa eSports car. I think we're about to see how it happened. There we go, down the inside into 13 on the apex, and elbows out racing.
Proper kart. That's a proper karting move, isn't it?
Yeah. Left him room on the exit, but I think...
No, he didn't. What were you watching?
He left a car's length, but I think he'd already made the move, so to speak. But yeah, good racing from Chris Lullum. Forced it down the inside, and I think, as we said, a little bit too polite on his last two attempts.
Yeah.
At that time, got it down the inside, got the move done, on to the next one.
Hoyer's looking feisty here on Mitchell de Jong for third position. Porsche Coander's recovery of a disastrous morning is getting better and better. De Jong has been in that car for most of the time, and he's sitting in third position right now. They are on a very similar strategy. They've passed McDuff, who's on the second stint on his tyres. And of course, the red line guys are in a different strategy altogether, so difficult to know what's going on there. But you have to say, Michi de Jong, look, really hustling on here. A real character and frustration coming through turn 2. Didn't get the drive, and so has just lost that crucial 2 car lengths. He's wearing traction gloves.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
1 hour and 50 minutes driving for Mitch de Jong. Last pit stop was 15 laps ago. And here is potentially a change of position. Brabham losing a spot here. And that is in 10th position with Josh Thompson diving up the inside. Shows how much track position they're still losing by dropping into doing these early pit stops. You're dropping them into the traffic, you're dropping them outside the top 10 positions, and then these boys are having to really hustle to not lose time against Pedersen, who's, okay, he's still got traffic as well, but he's potentially not got the same level of traffic that these guys have got right now.
Yeah, Josh Thompson, good move from him, and another very talented kart racer, particularly at national level as well. Josh Thompson down the inside, using that experience from the kart track in eSports to get himself up into the top 10. Charging through the order after that pit stop with Team Red Line, and that will be the first of a couple of moves, depending on when the teams ahead now go and make their pit stops.
Battle for 8th in class here, with Terzi in the Sim Maranello Ferrari that qualified so well, but has slightly dropped down the order in the race, and Khan in the BMW Team BS competition in that 8th position right now.
Yeah, it's just, as you said, it's gone back a little bit, hasn't it? Maybe strategy not quite going their way so far, but their debut race, isn't it? So lots of lessons and data for them to take away from this race, take into their home race, which will be next time out.
Coming up to the hour mark, coming up to halfway in this 8 hours of Bahrain. We are very much now into night driving conditions, although the strangest thing about racing at night in Bahrain is it's almost lighter in the night than it is in the day. Such is the efficiency of their floodlights, not just around this main circuit, but the kart circuit as well. They don't really they don't open that kart track until basically the evening time because it's too hot, and then most of their business is between kind of 7 in the evening through to about 1 o'clock in the morning, and you'll have corporate guys coming in at 11 o'clock at night to do a kart race. It's just a different world, but of course it's the comfortable part of the day, it's the cool part of the day. And so in the Middle East, life begins at about 8 o'clock in the evening.
Well, when the FIA did the World Karting Championship there, they did it all in the evening for that exact reason, I think, and because it looks so spectacular as well, as you said, with the lighting system. So, and
it's nothing better, as you well know, Chris, than going to a race meeting when your first race starts at like 3 o'clock. You're like, oh, I could have a lion.
Well, that's what we say. I don't know about everyone, but that's definitely what we say.
Yeah. I mean, if the car's in parc fermé, the teams can't do anything about it, can they? The drivers can't do anything about it. So, you know, rock up at lunchtime, have some lunch with the team, and then go racing for the evening. Perfect.
Here we see the battle for third place. Porsche co-anda Mitchell de Jong versus Michi Hoyer. On board with Hoyer, the next few Van Wilburst team. Chasing down the Porsche team, who have recovered fairly well in this race. We are having some pit stops, but the Porsche team have put in a fairly solid recovery, nevertheless, to keep going after a pretty disappointing start to the race. Red Bull Racing 2.7 seconds ahead of RAG in GTE, by the way, and that all coming off the back of that fantastic start to the race, where they went from P6 all the way around the outside into P2 from the start-finish line in towards the braking zone at turn number 1. Fantastic start to the race that they had. Michi Hoyer coming in towards turn number 1 is going to be held up here by the P1 eSport car, and you can see, look what that does to the gap to the car ahead, and now loses all that time, and a lot of hard work for him to do now. Next, as we look a little bit further up the road, one of the Vector eSport cars making his way in towards the braking zone at turn number 10, chasing down Fordzilla, which is running in 14th place.
Having a listen to the engine noises and all the various inputs that are going in, gear changing, brakes. Now, here's a little story. As we mentioned earlier, those cars that disconnected at a similar time, about an hour ago now, were given laps back. It hasn't really affected the Marla Racing team because they were so far behind, 15 laps back. The other two cars had retired, but the plucky poles of Wisniewski and Brzezinski in the AMG team Williams eSports machine have been gifted back a few laps, and they are now sitting in 7th position overall.
Wow. So
they were down in 19th. They are now back up to 7th. They've got Rocket Simsport of Ferris Stanley up in 6th position. The gap between them is not massive either. There is the Marla team, who unfortunately spent so long in the pits that even if they've been gifted laps back, it doesn't seem to have affected their position. But the gap between Ferris Stanley and Wisniewski is very small, and so Wisniewski could find himself in the top 6 here. as actually McDuff comes into the pits for Alpine. So they are going to find themselves up a position as we check in with Brabham, and they are down in 11th spot. And they are chasing, well, no, they aren't chasing down. They are behind the 2 red line cars.
Well, that's good news for the Williams team, isn't it? Still 7th place. What they've got to think of, even if they can't get any more places than that, one thing they could get, any problems for cars ahead, they could pick up a couple of places. But not only that, P7 comes with pretty solid points as well. Remember, more points up for grabs than this, than what would be the usual 4-hour race. 38 points go to the winner. If they can finish P7, 9 points would go to them, which is better than what you'd usually get. So they take a decent chunk of points back with them and into the rest of the season. So
and there's a
good damage limitation for them.
There's a great lesson in just sitting tight and let the race control do their thing.
Absolutely.
Trusting in the organisation and just, you know, as soon as you could get back on track, go back on track and just do your laps. Whatever happens, happens, but at least you're doing laps and you can trust the organisation to look after you. And Wisniewski and his Williams Esports AMG team have benefited from that. The AMG team Petronas car that never went back out on circuit because there was grumpiness and moaning going on, are now not able to benefit. They could find themselves, they could have been in the top 10 quite easily right now, but instead, because they sat in the pits and complained, they're not going to be going any further. So, you know, the organisation have done a great job there to look after the teams in the interest of the series.
Absolutely. It's really good stuff for them.
Let's check out the highlights as we get to the halfway point of the 8 hours of Bahrain, and it has been quite a fight with the 2 red line cars coming into the pits together, nearly taking out the Van Wall burst machine, and it does mean that this pit stop wasn't actually really expected. Off strategy, they nearly crashed into each other as well, and has split them. Another Van Wall car getting caught up by the racing team Mexico car, braking potentially a little bit earlier to get away from them, but unfortunately contact made, and the racing Mexico team went into pit lane. RHG and Yashit Veloce fighting out on circuit as the sun began to set. Battle on for GT Pro, with Project One by Dur jumping into the lead in the pit stops, but Oracle team Red Bull Racing having the pace to get themselves back up into the lead of the race. A little half spin from Rocket, not losing too much time. And, the lock suggesting that the 65 was going to the inside there, but did not. This was a change for the recovering 71, Chris Lullum in the big BMW, trying to get past Christian Michel in the Ferrari. And after being quite polite about it for a couple of laps, he then got himself down the inside with an elbow and fought his way through back to the head of the field. And so, the classification as we move into the second half of the race. Floyd Van Wall Burst has the lead and is completely on a different strategy to the 2 team red line machines. We're in the midst of a pit lane, pit sequence. And so RHG, Porsche and Panis all in the pit lane right now. Look out for Team Fordzilla and GR Vector Esports. They again are on a fuel-saving mission, meaning one less pit stop and potentially a top 10 finish. It seems to be working for them. We look at them on circuit, they look poor, but actually it's all going to come good in the end. At the top of the GTE standings at the moment is RHG, because again, we are in the middle of the pit stop sequence for the GTEs. Project One once again ahead of Red Bull Racing after their pit stops. pre the hour, and we've got others that are still waiting to pit post the hour. Just 4 retirements, the 18, the 63, the 25 and the 23. And there is Project One by Heures once again ahead of Red Bull Racing. A fascinating fight here in two very similar machines, obviously not exactly the same by setup virtue, but again, Krippner doing a pit stop 4 seconds faster than the Red Bull Racing Oracle that's been taken over by Dennis Jordan now. And again, Red Bull are going to have to do it on the circuit. They are still waiting for Ferrari of SF Velas, Ferrari of R8G, Ferrari of Sim Maranello to make their pit stops that all seem quite safely inside that hour mark, that target that they need to be. Lewis McGlade's back.
Yes, indeed. Well, it does mean as though when they come into pit later on in the race, those Ferraris will be taking less fuel as well on those stops. Slightly better on fuel mileage. Ferraris also quite quick in a straight line. Whilst I would look at this now, and based on pace, I'd be like, this is 100% a Porsche fight for the victory between these two at the moment, between the Project One by Heures Esports and between Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. I would genuinely not rule out someone else getting involved. So, I don't know. For me, this one's still kind of open. Nice to see these two, regardless, being very, very tight on the circuit. Krippner and Dennis Jordan, very, very fast. They've not been separated by too much across the day either between Project One by Heures and Oracle Red Bull. I like the fact that there's not been too much between them. We're halfway through this race. We're seeing two top quality teams. Oracle Red Bull with their experience, even in the GTE category. Of course, last year they were in a C8R, Corvette C8R. Now we're taking on the Porsche for the first time for them. But Heures jumping into this championship, doing so well on their debut as a team.
I do wish we could somehow make that word sound better.
Heures. Yeah, I know. Well, I think it
doesn't mean the same thing in German, does it?
I think it's closer to der, but I was like, oh yeah, no.
The only way to get it right is to say it with a German accent, and then that's basically being kind of
bad. Yeah, no, we can't go.
We can't start saying things in German. There's the weather. Let's talk about the weather. 24 degrees in the air, track temperature down 5 degrees, so not massive difference from the start of the race. Humidity much less. And wind is classic Bahrain, just a little bit. Although, actually, when you do get a windstorm, you get a proper windstorm. Yeah. Right, so pit stops have now been done by the Van Wall team. Floyd Van Wall have got a new driver in the car, and they've got a 9-second deficit to make up on Team Redline. But what's going on, Lewis? You've been had time to think about this the last hour. With that Red Bull, that Redline pit stop, that happened just as you went off air.
Because they came in very early.
It was a short stop.
Yeah. I don't know. I did think, because they came in at the same time as the two. At the exact time, they nearly made contact in the pit lane, which was very, very scary indeed. And the question comes from that is that because they were never pitting that close. It was always the two in first, and then sort of 3, 4, 5 laps later, then the one would come in. It was so odd to see them in, and it almost seemed as though they weren't even ready for it because they nearly made contact in the pit lane. I don't know. I think that was more that number one is trying to react a little bit, because it seemed as though the 4 was starting to really take control of this race. It was starting to build up a bit of a gap. It was starting to use this very aggressive strategy to build something. I think what we've seen with that slightly earlier stop is Redline started running the race backwards, as you would do in an endurance race. You want to know when you're making your final pit stop, and you want to work backwards from there. And they've tried reacting, as we've got Pescarolo, who have had an issue.
Parked up on the side of the circuit from 16th position, and that is.
Or was it the Mexico Racing Mexico Racing?
No, I think it was the Mexico Racing team actually.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
I think I panicked there. Yeah, Mexico Racing team, I think, then have had another issue. They've had a few, unfortunately. Obviously, trying to get used to.
Yeah, that's a 29. That's and not a very well drawn 29. They made that out of sticky tape, I think, rather than drawing a proper 29 there. You know, you can do that. You can make a number on your out of sticky tape.
Are you into custom numbers, by the way?
I'm into custom numbers if I need to make a number and I haven't got the number printed on a nice bit of laminate.
I see. Do you like them on the number boards? Because you know, like the number boards that we've got on the side of the cars, it's always like the generic, like the whatever the standard font of the series
Yes,
is.
it has to be, yeah.
But then obviously we've got Alpine, who have their own custom 36. We've got a couple of custom numbers on them. You can actually kind of see when the graphic pops up for each of the cars. The number 11 that we're actually on board with, the Project One series, they've got a custom number, and when it comes up, it actually comes up next to the car, as it does actually do in the World Endurance Championship. And so it's kind of, I think it's interesting. I'm not too sure if I like it myself. Either way, let's see what happened with Mexico.
It's a bit America, isn't it?
Yeah.
America. Or over racing. Oh dear.
That is a big pop.
It's gone bang.
Yeah, that is a sizable explosion. Again, engine wear is on. There are a few ways your engine can kind of go. Most prominent is downshifting too quickly and blowing the car that way. I think they do have downshift protection, but
they do, yeah.
It's
new
still,
for this year.
Yes, it still is possible. You know, if you accidentally stick it in neutral and then shift up into first, which I have seen people before, but in that sense, it also can wear over time and then eventually explode. There's no oil or anything like that, so it doesn't drop anything on the circuit. It doesn't create a slippery surface behind.
What a shame.
Which, to be fair, now that it's been brought up, yeah, I'd kind of like that.
Yeah, I was talking off air earlier on about the fact that the drivers were driving offline, off track. At certain points of the circuit. If you do that in Bahrain, you pick up huge amounts of dust on your tyres. We were talking about how we could affect the tyre and make it slippier. I like the idea of dropping oil on the circuit.
Yeah.
That'd be brilliant.
I like the idea of the smoke like lingering for a bit long, because enough it kind of is there and then it's gone.
Yeah.
Obviously as things are still being made, updated and stuff. RHE going for it. That's the 888, and they are going for the lead.
Not going to happen there. They're going to have to do it a little bit later. This distraction is going to slow down Project One by Dirt. Ferrari to the outside. Ferrari still owe us a stop, do they not?
No, I don't think they do. I think
Andonovski
who's just gone around the outside of 4 here. This is Timotej Andonovski trying to take over the race lead. Of course, race winner last season at the Nordschleife, trying to get one for real here.
Side by side through the sweepers. It's very, very tricky to run side by side here. There's not really 2 racing lines, but he's managed to force the issue, and he's pushed Dur offline as well. So Red Bull Racing come up the inside to take second. Can you believe we're halfway through the race? We've got the 3 GTE cars trying to share the same piece of tarmac.
Super drive, and as much as we've said before with Yuri Kasdorp being birthday boy earlier, of course, for the Oracle Red Bull Racing, he's not in the wheel at the moment. Timotej Andonovski, it was his birthday yesterday, so you know, obviously we are really in birthday season here. But Andonovski, was out celebrating, now comes back, boom, straight onto the car, onto the sim, and into the race after celebrating yesterday. What a great move around the outside to have made that one stick, to have grabbed over the race lead. Like I said before, they did win. It was on countback after a bit of a technical issue, though, you know, he's around on that one. They've looked quick. And anyone who joined us for the very first Le Mans Virtual Series race, which was at Monza last season, will remember that he qualified in 8th place and took over second with an enormous dive bomb down into the first corner. He's a bold driver, is Timotej Andonovski, and very, very fast.
But those Porsches are now got to be worried. There are 2 things to worry if you're a Porsche. You can be fast, and we've seen Porsche at the head of the field for the majority of this race, thanks to these 2 cars. But they can't get themselves to the hour mark at the moment, and the Ferrari can, and the Ferrari out of pace has just passed them. So there are 2 worries there. The strategy plays into the hands of the Ferrari, in this Ferrari, in the R8G machine, and also the pace does right now. Can't say the same thing strategy-wise for the 51. The Works machine doesn't seem really to be starring right now. Is 3rd Ferrari out there. Simsa is in 6th position. Sim Maranello, who were right up there at the start, they are now last Ferrari down in 10th spot.
I did get a message telling me some of the differences between some of the cars. Now, for this battle, yeah, the differences between the Porsche and the Ferrari is that generally, comparatively to the GTE field, as we'll see the Mercedes Williams car, the AMG Williams eSports car, battling it out with Rocket here. Porsche's good in low speed and okay on fuel, but it's not great on tyres and doesn't have great high speed. And this is where the Ferrari comes into it. It is the fastest car in a straight line, from what I've been told. not great on its tyres and really bad in corners like this, but on that straight, it's an absolute bullet. And we did see it pulling away from the Porsche, and that's what dragged it alongside into T4.
But presumably the Porsche is not making the hour because of fuel.
I believe so, which is where the Ferraris come back into it. I think the Ferraris are slightly better on fuel than the Porsche. The Porsches aren't that great on fuel because you're having to work it quite a lot more in the low speed, and because of the top line speed not being quite as much, you're on the straight flat out for longer, technically. I know it doesn't work exactly like that, so before anyone starts messaging me on Discord being like, yes, we get it, it's fine, but yeah, basically the Porsche's not quite as good on fuel as it is with a Ferrari.
Brzezinski down the inside of Albert, doesn't quite have the overlap into turn 1 here. This is Brzezinski trying to get himself up into the top 10 positions with Fordzilla and GR Vector on the differing strategy ahead, but has easily cleared the Rocket SimSport car at this point. Is Rocket still trying to do double stints on their tyres? I think a lot of people have abandoned that strategy, but no, not on that stop.
No, I think they've started to cool this one down. Here comes Redline, speaking of another car on the comeback charge, trying to get past the Proton Coanda. Of course, battling for the championship last year between these two. The 71 ended up winning the championship, and that is 4th position, taken over by the number 71 that Lullum is driving, getting past Pash Gergis, who will try and fight his way back, but Pash is quite an experienced racer. I don't think he'll go for anything. You see that lift out. He doesn't want to waste any more time on the running towards T4. Got to say, by the way, because the AMG Williams car, that was another one that I'm pretty sure got disconnected.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
And then got brought back in, and then obviously, as was sorted out with the rules, they got given the laps that they lost back. And they're back into the fight. They're trying to get their way into the top 10. It kind of makes you wonder if maybe the AMG Petronas esports team, if they had stayed in the race, they'd be in the same kind of position of trying to battle their way back into the points, which is going to be important for the championship.
I said it. You just go, just before you came in, I was talking about the fact that you let and trust the organisation to do their thing, and you just go and do what you need to do, which is laps. Don't sit there and moan and grumble. And there are, unfortunately, in the world of sim racing, as you and I well know, there are plenty of people who prefer to do that than to do laps. And that has basically cost the one team the possibility of points, whereas the other team, you know, the cool, quiet, calm Polish drivers just, I'll go sim racing, no problem. Yeah, and off they went.
They just, like, again, you know, maybe that is more from like experience or whatever, and like I've had to deal with Nikodem Wisniewski and Brzezinski quite a lot, in the sense of, as much as Nikodem Wisniewski can sometimes be a little bit exotic with his moves on track, you know, he can be quite aggressive, he can be quite on it, and sometimes you kind of think, well, maybe he is quite aggressive out of the car. I've met him a couple of times. He is super calm.
Yeah.
Same with Brzezinski, and it's that mindset of just like, look, this is a bad thing, but let's just get back in it and try and deal with the problem. And until we get a definitive answer from race control, let's just keep going. Just keep going until we can. So we'd have to see on that one, as the 71 does start to pull away from the 77. The next target is Krippner down the road, who is plenty a distance ahead, about 18 seconds ahead down the road. But they're recovering after a drive-through penalty from track limit excursions from Enzo Benito earlier on in the race. Here is the number 20. It's on medium tyres, trying to attack. I think we are seeing quite a lot of the medium one-stoppers, like, oh, yeah, they're just changing the tyres every single stop, like you were saying. But as things start to cool down as we head into the night, I think that might just calm itself down ever so slightly.
We have had, I believe, a drive-through penalty for Josh Thompson, the number 2 Team Redline machine, now down in 5th position. The last pit stop was 25 seconds, so for me, that's a drive-through penalty. For what, I am less sure. I see it on the steward's sheet, the protest sheet, but it's not massively clear what it's for. But either way, that is a bit of a disaster for Redline, who are seemingly quite in control of the race with both cars. But now, Josh Thompson there, as confirmed, with only a 0.7 of a second gap over Mitch de Jong.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to lose out. These two will have raced, by the way, quite a lot between Josh Thompson and Mitchell de Jong. But yeah, the number 2 is going to lose out a little bit here. Whether it will, you know, if I was going to get a drive-through or anything, I'd like it at this kind of point in the race. You've done a couple of hours, you've done half the race at this point. the field is kind of spread out a little bit. So when you come in and do a driving penalty, you're likely to only lose 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe a couple more positions. You're not going to drop back to the back of the field. You've got enough time, though, to at least fight your way back up. You've got targets. You can make your way up. This is a bit of a rough way of putting it in the sense of a perfect time for a drive-through, because there is no perfect time for a drive-through. But if you're going to get one, now's not the worst time known to mankind, because you do have enough time in the race to actually get after it. If you see where I'm coming from. Kind of.
Yeah, but they lost 25 seconds.
Oh, yeah, you're going to lose. Yeah,
and the margin of this race is
tiny.
It's tiny.
Yeah, I mean, it's a costly mistake, but the point being is that you do have time to at least come back and grab some points in the championship. I mean, it's a big hit, but still.
Oh, he's only 5th. So he's not lost chunks and chunks of time here.
See? I know, I'm talking sometimes. No, I don't. It's, like I say, I don't know what that penalty was for, but race control have as many eyes as you could possibly imagine. They can see this track from every single possible angle. We can see on the bottom race control. At the top, though, broadcast direction. I mean, look at that. It's proper mission control, isn't it?
An amazing facility that brings you just not only the pictures of the event, but also the running of the event, the race control spread across Europe, as I've said before. But not many people are remote on this production. Most of them right here at Le Mans Virtual Series headquarters, and the production facility, as you would expect from the very best production facilities in the world. This isn't just about sim racing. This is about being as good as you can. And as we've seen from not only the Le Mans Virtual, but also the WEC, the Le Mans Virtual Series races last year, at the very, very pinnacle of production. And we're privileged to actually have the opportunity to work in such an environment, because I tell you what, it's not often you get a chance to work in such a controlled and professional series in motorsport these days.
I've been in this studio quite a bit this year. I've obviously come here for Formula Pro. Obviously, basically the studio of our broadcast partners in Traction.gg, obviously where primary broadcasts also going out as well, where I'm sure plenty of you are watching us from. The studio they've got is very impressive, and it's when you step into the broadcast control up there, the mission control, it is mad. There is so many screens, and I cannot describe to you how hot that room gets. They do have air conditioning, but it is not powerful enough. I can only say it that much. It is a warm room with all that tech. Look at that.
I don't know how everybody knows which buttons to press, to be honest.
Yeah, and there's our broadcast director Tom saying exactly the same thing. He has no idea. He never mishits a button, ever. Does Tom? He's always on the money. Right? Anyway, I am being threatened in my ear. That's fine. That's fine. We'll focus on the race at hand. As you can see, the GR Vector car, again, like you said before, with them, with Fortuna, they're going longer than us. They're trying something different comparatively to everyone else. I wonder if that will actually work out in the long run. I'm less sure, but maybe a point or two from it.
The strategy for Floyd Vanwall versus Team Redline at the head of our LMP field, now with a new driver in that car, Damien Skovron, thank you very much, who is a nominated reserve driver for this race for that particular team. It's now not working. It has been working before. Whether they've now switched to the mediums because of the conditions, I'm not sure, but the gap has kind of plateaued at 9 seconds between Beneke and Skovron, and that was established when Redline did that short stop earlier on. The question remains whether Vanwall Burst will now need to do a short stop later on, and obviously in relation to Redline gain that time back. Presumably they will. Haven't done one yet.
This is not me trying to be disrespectful to Skovron, because he's a good driver.
He's not losing time to Beneke.
I mean, he's had a podium performance in Racing Championship, but he is not on the level of Jesper Pedersen and Jone Simicic. Those two are world-class drivers. At this level, they are dynamite. And so for me, if I'm in that team, I'm being like, right, the minimum driver time is 90 minutes. So,
3 stints.
exactly, it's 3 stints, which would take you slightly over the 90 minutes. Fair enough, it would take you slightly closer to 2 hours. But I'd be
Could you
right.
do 2.5?
No, you can do if you do an extra stint. But
Well, no, but if you, because at the moment, those guys that are just pushing flat out, they need to do half a stint. Redline have done their half stints, but that car hasn't. So you could, I'm thinking maybe
you try and extend it.
So you do two full stints, which is an hour and 10, 15, and then you do half a stint to get you to the hour and 30.
Yeah. Oh right, yeah. So you mean by 2.5? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Technically, you could.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to get the half stint out of the way, and I would use that on Skovron because it's kind of like, again, no disrespect to him, he is a quality driver, but I'd want, if I was Yone, I'd be looking at this being like, we could potentially lose this race. And it's one of those things with an endurance race, I know from experience, because I was definitely the third driver, is that you're only as strong as your weakest driver, right? In the sense you're only strong as the weakest leg, etc., etc. And the third driver in a race like this, I promise you, the third driver, same as at Le Mans Virtual, your pro drivers that were kind of a bit less experienced, they are the most important driver in that car, because of the pace that they are doing, that's the decision maker as to where you're going to finish in this race.
Tom Dillman still expecting to be the pro driver in that car, and he has to race one of the next 4 events. And we expect to see, or we have to see, all of the pro drivers for each of our cars in one of the events. Quite a few of the GT teams nominating their pro drivers for this event, and some in LMP, but not many. James Baldwin, Sammy Matty Trogan, Alan Day, Sergio Sette Camera from Formula E, and Luke Browning are the LMP pro drivers that we're expecting to see. We won't see James Baldwin, but presumably that still ticks the box because he was nominated, even if he doesn't actually get a chance to drive.
Ooh, that is a good point. That is a definite Lewis Edmondson question.
I hope he's listening.
From our race control. That is a very, very good point. I mean, I don't know what the rules are. I've not flicked through the entirety of the rule book, which is in immense detail, I will say, and all the drivers and teams could and potentially, based on what we've seen today, should read the rule book before taking part and go through it and actually read them. I don't know where that would lead. For me, I would say that counts, because it's kind of like, yeah, but he was signed up, he was ready to race and was able to do so. So to me, that counts. But from a technical point of view, maybe not. ARC Bratislava under a lot of attack from one of the GR Vector cars. This is out towards the final corner and onto the start-finish straight. Is Vector car who's going to pick up the position. GR Vector making a little bit of progress as we look backwards from 7.9 Flash Axel. Super move off the final corner. Just got a good drive.
Yeah, and that Axel Sports car has also done a drive-through penalty recently. Their last pit stop dropping them down to 18th position. A quite quick look to see what that was for.
As we ride back on board with the ARC Bratislava. Again, still back on the attack, looking backwards now from GR Vector in the 86. It's a tight battle here, and they're not too far behind 7.9 Flash Axel. It's for 19th position, no points for this, just pride. Panis also trying to make their way through, but are a lap up on this battle as they go either way around the Proton Commander car, the Porsche that's just dropped back now ever so slightly. Obviously still battling up in the top echelons of the GTE category, presently running in 5th position, and that will allow the Panis car. It's so difficult going through lap traffic and letting through other cars that are trying to do their own race. That is where this gets so complicated.
I'm not being stupid to say that a 25-second pit stop is a drive-through penalty, am I?
Yeah, it is. That is a drive-through penalty. No, it's not stupid. Yes, it is a drive-through. Yeah, me literally just say that. Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
The reason I say that is because the 21 machine has recently been given a warning. The Axel Sports have been warned for bad driving. They have not been given a drive-through penalty, but according to my live timing screen, they have now served a drive-through penalty. Okay. And they've not actually been given one.
That could be, at this point, that there has been a slight change to how the track limit system works in game, where you can get a drive-through for track limits, and essentially it's like a points-based thing. If you go wide and you gain some time, if you imagine it as like a certain amount of time, let's say it's the points, I think it's 32. which is like, so if you gain half a second off the road, you might gain like 3 points on that, or 4 points on that. And so when you gain 32, you get a drive-through penalty. And so he might have gone through that and gained enough time on that and gained enough points across all drivers in the car to have been given a drive-through automatically in-game.
Yeah. Which
not,
obviously race control don't have any clue about.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's all out of the hands of race control. That is completely automated in the game. The only section of the track where it's obviously controlled by race control as to what's happening with track limits is the straights where obviously they're not allowed to drive off them. If not, he could have just missed his box. That is entirely possible. It is you're manually in control in the pit lane. You can just drive past your box.
Into the pits then comes Josh Thompson once again. We saw him in the pits earlier on with a 25.2 second pit stop, so a drive-through stop for him as Project won by Durr. Yes, they're of course now on a completely separate strategy, so their stop and that is a full stint for them, but the last stop was a half stint. Let's see what Josh Thompson does on this pit stop, because if he did try and do a pit stop last time, this would influence how short or long this stop is. I can't really work out how the red line stops are going to play out in the end, because we're still halfway through an hour. But I suppose, no, it's still not going to quite work out. Let's do a bit more maths when I'm off air. But either way, it's the number 2 in, which means we expect the number 1, which is leading the race by 8.7 seconds, in next time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how their strategy.
Oh, there he is.
Play out either.
Give him a wave.
You're all right at this. at the whole prediction game. Yeah, I don't know exactly how their strategy is going to work out in the end. But that's the joy of it. We get to sit back, we get to watch, we get to enjoy, and try and predict the future, which we're not sometimes great at. The number 1 into the pit lane, potentially changing tyres. It is definitely changing tyres.
Onto whites again.
Softs once more. As the track temperature's cooled, it makes sense, because they were on the mediums at the start of the race.
Yeah.
It makes sense they've moved on to the soft compound tyre. Back to this battle, though, for 19th between ARC Bratislava and the GR Vector Esports car.
But as we know, the GR Vector Esports car on a different strategy, so not really one to be wasting too much time fighting.
This is their second car, the 86. The 101, I mean, I don't know. I think the 86 is on a very similar strategy, but the 101 is the one that's a bit further ahead, and that's the one that's kind of focused on really going off kilter on the strategy, being run by Anthony Nickpon and Toby Davis at the moment behind the scenes of both of those cars. Ooh, that was scary. Sorry, sometimes we do make noises in the commentary booth because we do genuinely get scared by some of the bold racing that we do. You can see that they've just gone past the GTE leaders, and you can see, I think the R8G, the AAA, is being closed back in on by the 99. So that gap might well be coming down, as I think that might be GR Vector coming straight into the pit lane in that 86. They certainly do. So the 44 is given the track position, given the clean air, and will try and clear off into the distance to try and gain that one back up as we continue on into the night. This is back with a 77. Under pressure from Simsa. See if Simsa can find their way through. I think it was Gustus Grimbergus that was behind the wheel when I last checked out this car. It is actually back to being Wunsch. And you can see, we've said before about the 51 and how like maybe they're not doing super impressive, blah, blah, blah. You know, they've kind of struggled in that Scuderia Ferrari Velez esports team. They are dragging their way back up to this battle. Jordi Sveers behind the wheel at the moment. He's not a million miles behind as Sebastian Wunsch looks to the inside and sends it. Oh my goodness. That was from quite far back to try and get himself in. Also got Marla directly behind her a few laps down, but wow, that was a tight little battle.
You know when you have to post a letter and the letterbox is quite stiff, you have to push it hard? He didn't. He just kind of tickled the letterbox on that first attempt. That was a better attempt this time. He slid it gently through, and Proton Coanda complied with the slide and allowed him. I didn't mean to do that.
That was nice.
I didn't mean to do that. But he's anyway up to 3rd spot. No, up to 4th spot.
4th spot, yes. Yeah. But they're doing very well. And again, they are being closed down on by Jordi Sveers. Not too far behind. Mikkel Gard as well, being dragged in on all of this. It's a tight little battle. You can see on your screens. Like I said, 4th place. How far are they behind those ahead, though? I think they're about 10 seconds back from Chris Lulham at the moment, which is a bit of a big gap.
So it's 1.2 between our leaders in GTE, and there's actually quite a gap now to Chris Lullum in the BMW in third spot. I don't know why the gap is not showing. He's not a whole lap down, is he? No, that's a timing.
I think it's a timing thing, don't worry.
Oh, that's a timing. Has he been given? He hasn't been given. No, he hasn't been given laps back, has he?
No, they weren't involved in that. The only issues they've really had all day was the drive-through penalty that Enzo Benito gifted them so delightfully on the straight between 10 and 11 after running wide. As we can go back up to the Panis Rocket battle. Inside the top 10, Rocket do actually have some decent pace here, really, considering where we were expecting them to be. I will admit it now. It's actually part of the team. I don't really do anything with them, just sort of in the area. I was not expecting this car to be anywhere near the top 10. I will proudly admit that on the broadcast. They are doing really quite well in this, as is the Panis racing team car, considering they've run on the hard tyres a lot today, and considering all of the RHG run teams. This one's kind of like they're left to their own devices. They're kind of left to sort of focus and move forward. But Thibaut Casabon, I mean, he's such a good driver anyway, so each to their own on that one. I did get the chance to speak to him quite a bit earlier on in the year whilst I was working with Romain Grosjean on what they call the Predator Cup, which is a esports series run, or an esports event run by RHG, where they have their own thing. And Romain Grosjean is so hands-on with it.
I can't believe you're like name dropping your mates.
Me and my boy Roman.
Me and Roro.
Yeah, it was a good little chat. I just don't have his phone number though, so yeah, I can't. We're not on that basis,
that level.
He's still Mr. Grosjean to me.
Boss man Grosjean.
Oh dear. Fordzilla sneaking their way through in the traffic. This is where it gets so dangerous, because people get quite complacent with their traffic management, and that's where it can get dangerous.
Getting into it, you try to get into rhythm really, and then if you were in that rhythm, whoa, that is more of a send. That's a proper send. That's a full-on aggressive smash the letterbox. And I love how it works here, because he hasn't quite managed to make it stick. But if you had a bit more momentum, then you stay on the inside there, and you finally get it done. But unfortunately, this time for Thibaut Casabon, he has to have another crack at it.
I don't think it would matter how stiff that letterbox was. With a send like that, that was definitely being opened. A massive moment there for Thibaut Casabon to try and get through on Albert, but wasn't able to make it stick. That's fine. There is going to be an opportunity. I mean, we've seen some big lunges up here. I think might be a touch too far back to send it into 13. Was kind of looking though. Thibaut Casabon really putting his racing on show here. Maybe he knows he's on broadcast and thinks, right, I've got to put on a show for the lads watching at home, surely.
Have the RHG and Panis cars abandoned the hard tyre now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have been on soft. I didn't see from off board. Obviously, the way the tyre wall works is that the white is soft, yellow is mediums, and green is hard. The blue that we won't see today, it does look like a medium. Soft's on the Rocket though. I think they're still double stinting though.
You can't double stint a soft.
No, I don't think Rocket's not double stinting. I think the Panis car is double stinting, as they were doing with the hards earlier. I did chat to a teammate, and I was like, double stinting? And they were like, yeah, probably. And I was like, soft? And they were like, you can double stint the soft. You have to go very slow, and you are risking a puncture. I like that we've seen the soft being used, but yeah, not for a double stint. Surely not. Got to be very smooth and slow.
Further up the field, Nujovski is starting to make his presence felt at RHG. He's now closed into within 4.8 seconds of Floyd Van Wilburst, that at the moment has the lead of the race, because obviously the red line cars have made their latest pit stop. Again, full services for those cars. Not so many people now trying to double stint. They're just deciding whether they're on the soft or the medium or the hard. But it does feel as though, I wonder whether the guys have been learning throughout this race and have maybe initially thought, yeah, we'll go mediums and double. And some people did at the start of the race. And then as the tracks developed and changed and seen people single and soft, right, okay, well, that's the fastest way. We'll do single and soft then.
Yeah. Well, the way the track's developing here, over this long period, they've not really had to deal with it. The real road system in R Factor 2 has changed a fair amount recently when we had the Q3 content drop and then the quality of life improvements around that point a few months ago.
Call it the quality of life
That's what they
improvements.
called it. It's what they classified it as. Yeah, obviously there's been quite a lot of changes, like a lot of changes within the R Factor 2 system with how they've added things like the downshift protection that we were saying about, how they've re-implemented things like the traction control ABS. They've completely redone the system to make it close to how it is in real life. They've got a driving line to kind of be in close comparison with some of these competitors, etc. So it's more approachable. And then one of the other things was the changes to the real world system. It's a slight overhaul from where we were, because the real world system was pretty good. But it's just changing it, it's adapting it, and not too many people have done races of 8 hours at this level with this many cars on this new system. So it's kind of a bit of a step into the unknown, even for the most experienced. And then doing it around here as well. Brand new.
Brand new, yeah, well, exactly. Brand new circuit, brand new surface. I love how much speed they can carry through those left-right flicks.
Especially when you're riding on board, you really get a sense of how fast that is. It's brutal. I can only imagine what that's like in real life. You know, how your neck's being thrown around. Oh, by the way, we did do the grill the commentators bit, which you haven't done yours. As ARC Bratislava might well be out of the race. We'll update you on that one, I am sure. We did do the grill the commentators thing. Obviously, you've posted some of your questions at home to us. You haven't answered yours yet, Ben. Don't worry.
Nobody's asked me.
You will. Yeah, no. I only got asked when I was off here. So.
No. When I'm off, I'm off.
Oh wow.
No. Sorry.
Social media are going to come straight for you.
No, I've got to have my hour.
The community needs.
Got to have my hour off.
The community need to know the answers to the questions of who would take what throttle, brake, or steering and gears between me, you, and Chris. But no, there was a couple of other questions in all of that. If you have any questions, throw them to us. I'd like to know, as Thibaut Casamon sends it once again.
And this time that's worked, because he's claimed the apex and he's slightly squeezed the rocket car on the exit of the corner, so he had to get out the throttle, and that's a much more decisive move from Casamon, who loses the rear end through 10 just a little bit. But we've finally signed, sealed and delivered that letter, and it's done. Yojowski is in the pits from second position. We've had McDuff and we've had Brzezinski in the pits. And interestingly, the Williams of Brzezinski, the AMG Williams, sorry, electing to double stint his tyres. So that'll bring them back up a little bit into the mix. Here is a replay of the ARC Bratislava car. Is that just a...
It's another engine failure.
Oh, yes.
Which I did get told by Alan Terzic when we saw the Mexico one go. He thinks they were running too low radiator. So the engine's overheated for a prolonged period of time, and that's what's made the engine blow in that sense. Big shame. As we can see, it's been a sweaty evening, sweaty afternoon for quite a lot of people, and whether they're at the front or the back, they've been working as hard as you possibly can. Yeah. That's a tough one. Big shame for one of those teams as well. It's ARC Bratislava being a real world team. Yep. In sim racing, kind of struggle with this. That was actually one of the questions that I wanted to speak about, because we didn't get asked them in that. But there was a question from Luca Monroe, Red Luca, which you might have seen from VCO and that lot. Question for all three of us, obviously. Chris isn't here. What terms do we use to separate motorsport and sim race?
This was a brutal... do you know what? I read this question the other day, and I asked my wife.
Right.
She didn't understand.
Did you ask Lola?
It didn't. She may have understood more. It did not. Lola's my wife. Lola's not my wife. Lola's my kid. Mine's my little 8-month-old daughter. I think if I'd asked my dog, they might have understood more. Really. It was a bit like the discussion we were having this morning. Where are we going today? Are we racing at Bahrain? Are we racing on Bahrain? Are we racing in Bahrain? we were going to Silverstone, but you know, it's a nuance of language that if you want to be really pernickety, you can pull up many a welcome to Bahrain. Well, we're not in Bahrain. We can't be in Bahrain. Well, we could be in Bahrain. That would be kind of cool if we travelled to the real version of the circuit to present the virtual race.
That would be...
See you in Sebring in December.
That
Perfect.
would be huge on budget. I don't think they'll like that behind the scenes.
Should we go to... do you know what? I wonder what Le Mans like in January. I bet it's quite
Cold.
miserable. But Bahrain would be lovely to go to right now. I'd be very happy to be in Bahrain. But it's a bit like that, as finally that move's done by Jordi Heures in the Works Ferrari. He's been hanging around the back end of that Proton for a while and been very polite about his moves. He's compromised his exit out of 3, and so better down the straight from the Porsche. But the Ferrari has good straight line speed, and it feels as though, and I see this a lot with the Works Ferraris in various forms of sim racing, they always come on strong at the end. They might not necessarily be the fastest car at the start of the race. They don't star ever really in the races, but they just kind of work at it, which is, considering they're an Italian-run team, is quite remarkable. Usually it's all arms and elbows and show, isn't it, from the Italians?
Were you expecting them to capitulate? No, I think the thing with the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team, they've got a lot of experience, especially in this car with those drivers. Being Jordi Heures, being Dutch, Christian Michael, obviously German, you've got Kasper Stolzer being Danish. Like they're kind of like a bit all over, but they've been teammates for ages outside of that team. Even in other teams, like the John Lacey Esports Academy, whether it was Dennis Lynn's team when it was Singularity back in the day, those kind of things. Like they've been teammates for a long time. They get how each other work, and so it's kind of like even when they're up against it, the mentality's still strong, the mentality's still good, and they just keep in the race, they keep fighting. And for the other team, obviously, I know exactly what you're speaking of, obviously over in SRO Esports and whatever with their team, which is very separated to this one, really. Same mentality, they just keep going. David Tinitza and that lot, they just keep going. And sure, you might see them qualify like 17th in a race. Yeah. Almost always they'll be in the top 10 at the end of the race, though. Big time.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to your question, whilst we've got a little bit of a lull, we've just seen the Floyd Van Wilburst leader drop to 3rd position because it's made a full fat pit stop, again on the soft tyre, and drops behind Beneke by 9 seconds, 8-9 seconds, so no difference actually in the gap between those two cars. How do you, the point of this question is to not imply that virtual racing is not real.
Yeah.
You can't say real racing and virtual racing because it's suggesting that the racing is virtual, and the racing isn't virtual, the racing is real. So racing in a virtual world is one way to get around it, or real world drivers and virtual drivers is another way. But then they're suggesting that the drivers are not real. Yeah, I like the pro and the pro and the real.
We've got pro and gamers.
Pro sim and but then sim racers don't like to be called gamers.
Yeah, I know they don't.
So that's a bit awkward.
Yeah, but that's like
well.
how as we see a move from Ford to the trying to get past Panis. It's why I absolutely despise being called a caster, which is a very esports term for a commentator. Like
shoutcaster.
It's where I turn into I go a bit mardy and I'm like I'm not a caster, like that, really loud, and it's like,
Sadakis is a caster.
Are you trying to dig at him, or
that's a slight jab?
Oh dear. No, I go motorsport is motorsport and sim racing is sim racing. The two separate themselves. As we'll see a replay of the move from Fira down the inside of the number 77. They're coming on strong as well as the Pro Drive Fira car, moving up inside the top 5. But yeah, motorsport.
Why isn't this motorsport? Because it doesn't have motors.
Nothing's got motors. It's sim racing.
Do you know, this question actually is far better off going to our media team at Traction, because they're much more wordsmiths than commentators. We just talk about things we're seeing. We're not really thinking about nice words.
We're not wordsmiths, but we are paid to talk.
We also had this conversation in the car last night. There are commentators out there who are people who write for a living and have the exquisite control of the English language. I definitely do not. I can barely get words out at the best of times. And since living in France for 7 years, my grasp of the English language has rapidly decreased to a point where sometimes I come out with Frenchisms, such as the Le Mans Series Virtual that I said at the start of the week. No, it's not. That's just changing the words around.
Well, then again, everyone else does change the words around because they always put the virtual right at the front of it. But, you know, we won't get into that.
What, the Virtual Le Mans Series?
Everyone calls it the Virtual Le Mans Series.
That makes sense.
I mean, yeah, but I was like, yeah, but it's not the series title. I can read my shirt. It says Le Mans Virtual Series on there.
Apparently, I couldn't yesterday.
I mean, to be fair, with the grasp of the English language, anyone who caught the third and final race, the GB3 weekend, the second weekend we had here at Silverstone, I couldn't say Nick Gilles. I tripped over that about 4 times, and now it's an audio clip which haunts my dreams, so that's good. But either way, Pashgergis losing out another bit of track position, not an actual position in the race. He's still 7th, but did lose out to the Marla car that was just coming through. Losing time more so than anything else.
Yeah, because the Marla car's way back, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
It was gifted laps back, but it was so far back anyway. It's now 18 laps back off its nearest challenger, which is the 88 Proton Coanda car, which is actually quite remarkable. The 14th position in GTE. That's pretty disappointing for Coanda to be in that position.
The thing, I mean, I even said it when we did the pre-season show, going through the livery reveal and whatnot. Of those 2 Proton Coanda cars, you've got the 77, which is a quality car, which I expect to do really well, and the 88, where I'm not 100% sure where the 88 is really going to filter out in this field.
Got plenty of partners that make this happen, and we're so thankful to Allogrande and Rolex, to all of our other partners such as Goodyear and Total Energies, and of course our technology partner is Thrustmaster, and we have an offer this weekend. Look out for the discount code in various posts hidden in posts from Thrustmaster and from ourselves at Le Mans Virtual, and you might win yourselves one of these.
Yeah, super wheel, the Thrustmaster T248.
Catchy title.
It's kind of, because obviously they've got their all numbers, all their wheels numbered. I have a T300 at home. T248 is an entry level wheel, more so for those of you that are sat at home thinking, hey, this actually looks really cool. I don't want to spend $2.5 grand on a top level direct drive. I just want to enter. I want to get into it. I still want the force feedback. I still want the good feel. I still want a wheel that looks quite good. T248, I think it's a smart looking wheel, and it will. There is no reason why you couldn't get a wheel like that and genuinely compete on a field like this. I know people that have competed on fields like this on wheels even without force feedback.
Yeah.
And they still compete at this kind of level.
I will never forget when we went into lockdown and we had all these real-world racing drivers getting involved in a sim racing series, and you had Montoya in his Uber mega rig and people like that, and then Manuele Piero turns up in a fishing fold-out chair and a steering wheel attached to a piece of plywood and a TV on the wall, and that was his sim rig. Now, let's not forget that they were all a bit bad, to be honest, but he'd managed to win with that little setup. Nice. So you do not need to have reinforced steel rig with fire retardant Sparco seats, which is completely unnecessary unless you're going to set yourself on fire.
Looks good though.
Yeah, it does look good, but you don't necessarily need it. It does improve your consistency when perhaps your rig is stronger, gives you more feedback. But to enjoy sim racing, to enjoy this, to enjoy any platform, I think I would really struggle to enjoy it on a pad. And I do have a PlayStation 4, and I did try and do some dirt rally on a pad recently and got thoroughly frustrated. And so I think for me, you need to have a steering wheel pedals to enjoy a racing game, because it makes sense. But other than that, the level in which that steering wheel pedals are, it doesn't matter to me.
I did stream.
I'm not good enough to care.
I did stream me playing the new F1 game on a controller. It was my first time playing a racing game on a pad in a while, because for various reasons, wheel didn't work on it. Not going to go into that, it's fine. I have never been more frustrated. I've been in sim racing within 10 years. That was the single most frustrating experience I've had. And I started in sim racing on a controller. But each their own. This is the battle either way for 5th position in class. Fire are really closing in. I said the ProDrive Fire was coming on strong. If the Scuderia Ferrari Velez esports team's coming on quite strong towards the end of the race, and ProDrive Fire are closing in on them, how strong are they getting at this point in the race? Absolutely incredible.
Mikael Gade aboard that car right now. Lasse Bach and Lasse Sorensen are the two teammates in the Dane train because they are all Danish. And the 95 car is traditionally a Danish car, the number 95 associated to the Dane train, which normally has Nicky Team. Marco Sorensen, brother of Lasse Sorensen. And Lasse's Lasse's team is Fire.
Yes. And they are fast. Saw the leader come through shot there. There is 2nd place, just coming through in the green car in the foreground there. And the R8G that is presently running in 3rd, Yuri Toman just coming through the shot there. That's the gaps that's between them at the moment. It's roughly 14 seconds between the three of them at the moment. But the gaps are kind of ebbing and flowing. I will say, Damien Skowron's doing a great job, because you said Max Benecke was holding out about a 9-second lead just as they came out the pit stop. It's now 8.4. He's dragging it back in. Skowron's doing what he needs to do. He's giving his teammates the car back in a position where they can do something about it.
And I truly believe that Redline are half a pit stop hampered. Half a pit stop in advance of the rest of the field right now because of doing that half stop. So I think they've got maybe 12 seconds in hand over the other cars. And so I think we are going to see at some point Van Wall, R8G, Yas Heat need to do a short stop. Maybe Yas Heat have done theirs already.
I think they might have done it a lot earlier.
Yeah. And therefore, we're going to see those guys get closer. So really, for me right now, Floyd Van will still have the advantage. Benecke is fighting with Toman for 2nd position, Redline versus R8G. Then it's probably Tommy Usgaard in the Coanda car in the next spot. So we are now coming towards the hour, which number 1 means I can reset my brain. Number 2 means we're expecting pit stops from our GT cars. And again, the 77 Proton Porsche cannot make the hour. We're 4 minutes from the hour and they've pitted.
I wonder, I think the Project One Dory sports car also, which has already come. Oh, they're doing something way different.
They're like half a stop. Yeah, they've basically bailed out of trying and now are on. We haven't actually. There's one to follow actually, is how fast they're going and if they are literally absolutely flat out,
dragging their way back into it. Yeah,
because they're way down the order from doing that.
Yeah, I don't. It's an interesting one. By the way, speaking of stats and stuff, because I do love myself some stats, the car, the number 4, the Floyd Van Wall Burst car, before this race today, because I have led quite a bit today, before this race today, including the first ever Le Mans Virtual and the entirety of the Le Mans Virtual Series, including Le Mans Virtual earlier on this year. So in those 6 races, how many laps do you think that car's led? Bearing in mind, they finished runner-up in the first Le Mans Virtual, they finished runner or 3rd in the championship last season, they've had countless podiums. Well, how many laps do you think they've led?
Quite a few, no?
I was shocked. I was like, surely it's like 100, 200.
Yeah.
27.
Huh?
Including 2 Le Mans two 24-hour races, and then an entire season of Le Mans Virtual.
And yet they've always been there and thereabouts.
Yep. That is, it shows their consistency.
Yeah.
It really, really does show their consistency. Just 27 laps led. I was genuinely shocked when I read that the first time. When I read, but it's mad. They didn't lead a single lap of the Le Mans Virtual this year in January. I was like, what? But they did so well. Oh, Fire, that was a bit of a mistake. They're going to make it 3 wide to the corner. Simpson's going to go for a spin here. That was a little bit naughty from Fire trying to dive it down the inside. It's going to be side by side from Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports. They get pushed off the road. Simpson squeezed them off. And then it's just a bit calamitous between the 3 of them.
4th position battle. And all 3 of them were half sideways into turn 1 there. I'm not sure the contact was hard enough to cause an issue, but look at the back of shot coming out of the pits. There is the BS competition machine. No, it's not. It's the Mahler competition, Mahler car
It is BS competition. It's just a different car from them.
Yeah.
So you're 50%
No, was
right.
Was I right? No, it is the Marla car. Yeah.
Yeah. It's sometimes hard to tell them apart, but yeah, no, that is the Marla machine that's just come out of pit lane. But but to be fair, again, not part of this battle. We've already said before they're like 14 laps down, nothing to do with this. They're just cruising up. But they did, they're not scared of getting involved with some of the traffic that's a lap ahead of them.
We are now within a minute, so within a lap of the hour mark, and we haven't yet seen the Oracle Red Bull Racing Porsche.
Which is big.
That's the one that we were thinking would be struggling to get there, and that's the reason why we thought Dorr bailed out of stretching it. But maybe by doing that, they have allowed Red Bull to relax a little bit and just drive to their strategy rather than trying to fight Dorr. And so, they've got this advantage. Well, they are second. They're behind the Ferrari, but the Ferrari doesn't have an issue. There is Jordan aboard the Oracle Red Bull Racing machine on another lap. Coming up to the end of the lap now, but let's see. I think he'll be going into the pits this time. Fire goes into the pits this time within 30 seconds of the hour, so that's not too bad at all. Look at the top of the picture. Can't quite see if Red Bull are going in, but the Ferrari stays out as we would expect. Or both Ferraris, as we expect, stay out.
Red Bull have said it because they're ahead of this.
Yeah.
So Red Bull are doing it. So they're going past the hour mark. This is really good for Red Bull. I still think they might have been trying to save too much fuel comparatively to Andonovski, because I think the advantage of this race are swinging very, very much towards R8G. What a race it has been over the 5 hours that we've had building up to this. Let's take a look at highlights. The 5 hours before, with just 3 to go, brought to you by Total Energy. As we started the race in the sunlight, it was starting to set. The battle for the race lead was incredible, intense. 2 red lines fighting off one of the Van Wilburst cars, coming into the pit lane a little bit sketchy, just ahead of the Van Wilburst. Very tight indeed. The 2 red lines though came into the pit lane, and then this tight moment coming in just ahead, very close between the number 2 and the number 1. It meant the number 1 was coming in at a very imperfect angle before we saw this moment. Mexico Racing a bit early on the brakes, and one of the Van Wilburst cars into it, nearly collected by Rory McDuff. The sun had set, the lights were out. A Mexico Racing team unfortunately retiring after blowing an engine. They would not be the only one. Project One going slightly off kilter on the strategy, but in a 3-way fight for the race lead against the 888 of Timotei Andonovski. And then, of course, the 99 of the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, piloted by Dennis Jordan. A great move around the outside coming up towards turn 4. The Macedonian of Andonovski would send it in and would clear his way up into the race lead of the GTE category, looking for a second victory in the series. A super effort in their first race in a Ferrari. It would take them until the S's to clear their way through, and a little bit of contact with Krippner, but the position was eventually made. And then Dennis Jordan was fancying his way through. He'd look to the inside and would send it, trying to take over second position, which he would grab. After that, Project One would go slightly off kilter on the strategy. Panis with a massive send from Thibaut Casamon, trying to get past Albert in the Rocket Sim Sport car with a super move, but it would be a little bit too deep. And then this moment for ARC Bratislava, another one that came a bit of a cropper to the engine issues. Obviously it's very hot out there, maybe running slightly too low on the radiator, and the number 44 would unfortunately be out of the race after such a difficult day. We had this send from Fira trying to get their way past the number 77 Proton Competition Coanda car, and it was a brilliant move from the Fira machine. They'd move their way up another position before we saw this dicey bit of action. They were trying to get their way past the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports car, making a little bit of contact with the rear. A bit of 3-wide just before we ended the hour between them, between Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports, and between Simsa as well. Our race leaders by this point in the race is Team Redline at the moment by 8 seconds over Damian Skovron for Floyd Van Wilburst, who is still another 8 seconds clear, or 7 seconds clear of Yuri Toman in the R8G Esports machine. It's been a super tight battle, and it is going to be absolutely thrilling until the checkered flag. 3 hours left to run. Team Redline holding on to the race lead ahead of Floyd Van Wilburst and R8G. A tight battle between them as Yazheat Veloce and Porsche Coanda try and move their way into the mix. Issues for the number 2 Redline team that have come over in the last few hours, including a drive-through penalty that's just dropped them back down the order. Of course, retirements for ARC Bratislava in the recent past. They'll drop their way down the order. Unfortunately, it's not been the day for them. A lot of teams off kilter on strategy within the LMP class. As we can see, our GTE leaders in RHE Esports, Sims are up there as well, quite close with the fight with Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team. But do watch out for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports and, of course, the team project won by Dur Esports. It's going to be a fantastic fight. A few retirements to open the season. It has been a dramatic one as we say goodbye to Ben Constanduris. He'll rejoin us with 2 hours left to go. Rejoined by the man himself, it's Chris McCarthy.
Oh, wow. What a welcome.
Thank you.
What a welcome. Thank you very much. Great to be back. And there we can see Red Bull Racing. Fantastic racing we've had out there, haven't we? Close in both classes still. Up for grabs. The race win. There we can see the Porsche car. Red Bull Racing trying to take that Porsche to victory in GTE. So, Lewis, we're into the final 3 hours. Thoughts on what we've seen so far over the first 5? What have you made of the action so far? Any surprises from what you would have expected?
A few teams maybe a bit lower, Porsche being one of them, a bit lower than we would have expected. But then I think the big shock for me coming into this was how fast Dur Esports have been. There they are coming through shot just behind Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. They're on a very different strategy now. They've bailed from it. They're trying to react to try and get the most out of it. But what a super job, considering this is not their chosen simulator. They are getting used to it. This is a step into the unknown. It would be like someone on the Formula 1 grid stepping into GT racing for the first time. Whilst you expect them to do quite well, you're not expecting them to win straight from the off. They've got to get used to driving a GT and then build their way up. Like I say, I think it's been an incredible performance from Dur Esports so far. Even if they don't take a victory today, even if they don't even get on the podium, I think they've done themselves proud. I think outside of all that, what a race it's been. The 5 hours that we've had so far, I would say this might be maybe my favourite race we've had in the Le Mans Virtual Series to date, if not second. I think that Spa race, mostly because of the end, is pretty hard to beat. That Spa race was absolutely excellent.
How about the recovery from these guys? They've been on a charge, haven't they? I mean, they picked up, for those of you who weren't with us at the start, Red Line, defending champions, winners of the 24-hour, picked up a drive-through 4 track limits right at the start, and their ascent back through the field has been pretty impressive since then, to be fair, hasn't it?
Maybe, honestly, I know it's because it's a very competitive field, maybe not as impressive as I was expecting. I genuinely thought they might have been even more up there, but yeah, there's still 3 hours to go, so fair enough. We'll have to wait and see as well. This battle, by the way, we've got Jack Keithley there as we can't wait to see our GTE leaders out of the pit lane just ahead of the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, so they hang on to what is effectively the race lead, and Risto Capit takes behind the wheel. These two, you've got Jack Keithley in the Williams Esports car, and then you've got Adam Pintesh, who's in the Arnage competition. These two used to be teammates a while ago, don't get me wrong, but because Adam Pintesh used to drive for the Williams Junior team, which was Williams Gym Esports, as Red Line on the back of Dur.
Yeah, you can see Red Line trying to get down the inside there of the Project 1 team, and they're going to pull alongside on the exit of turn number 4. Up we go through 5, and just the Dur team are going to hold on for the time being, but I think Red Line, it's only a matter of time now. Flashing the lights, and down the inside they go in towards turn number 8, and that is a change of position. Red Line continue to come back up the order, and that is P5 for them now. Yeah,
I mean, you got to say Gassner did leave the door wide open. This is his first few laps behind the wheel of the car, as Adam Pintesh is going to try and get past his former teammate down the inside coming into the first corner. And for Arnage competition in the white and pink, you can't really miss that car, can you? Boom, straight down the inside. Lovely move from Adam Pintesh. Jack Keithley's not going to fight it too hard at the moment, which is a shock for Jack Keithley, because normally he is well, he's an ex-touring car racer, so you know that kind of speaks for itself. Adam Pintesh though straight through and will hang on to what is now 14th position. That's what I was expecting to see. Trying to look down the inside almost immediately. As soon as he's lost position, he's instantly on the idea of gaining it once again.
Good stuff. Good racing from both drivers. Good to see a couple of pro drivers out there as well. Sergio Sette Camera out there as well in the next few Van Wall burst car. Great to see him out there. He's been tackling the world of Formula E recently. Sergio Sette Camara raced in the feeder series as well in the likes of Formula 3, Formula 2. Here we can see, looking a little bit further back, this is one of the Vector Esport cars heading up through turns 3 and now towards turn number 4, looking back through Brabham, their first assault of the Le Mans Virtual Series. They'll take a lot of lessons from this, but it's not been so bad for them for a first go.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's basically taken over the slot that Jota Sport had with the Zancho Sim Sport squad, so switching it out that way, and I've got to say, I think that Brabham livery does look... I was almost... They did have a very different livery. There was very much a sim racing livery. It was like purple, white and green. It looked very, very good. And I remember looking at it, and when they changed up to the black and gold, I was like, you see, I was really quite attached to the white, purple, and kind of like a bluey purple and green. And then the more you kind of see it, the more you think, yeah, but that is right for Brabham, though, isn't it? Like seeing it in the green and gold, it looks absolutely superb. Done a great job with it. But as we ride on board with Philip Dryce, who was a driver who wasn't supposed to be in this. Do you remember? He was supposed to go and do the Le Mans Virtual Cup. We should have seen him in action yesterday, but getting the call up to jump in for GR Vector Esports. I think he's doing a good job on debut in the Le Mans Virtual Series. I nearly messed up there. I missed the Virtual Le Mans. Yeah, the Le Mans Virtual Series, obviously doing a great job.
You've been sat next to someone for too long.
Are you saying that Ben Constant's got a bad effect on him? He can hear us.
I'm not saying anything. Now, let's go through the situation of where we are in the race. So, 7 stops done for the top 3. Are we going to call that the battle for the lead overall? Yeah, you're all right over there.
Just coughing into the ear of our broadcast director.
Oh, there you go. Tom just wanted to hear that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Now, are we going to call it this is a 3-way fight for the lead? There is our race leader currently, Team Redline. For those just tuning in, for those who have maybe taken a break from the race and are now back, welcome back, of course, the 8 Hours of Bahrain to kick off season number 2 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Is this a 3-way fight? 7 pit stops done for the top 3, 12 seconds between them. Team Redline lead in the 1, Floyd Van will burst in the 4 next, RHG in the 8.
I would say yes, this is definitely a 3-way fight. I'm going to kind of explain this to as well as to why. Number 1's pitting a little bit earlier because it's made a shorter pit stop earlier, which the number 4 and I think the number 8 both always as well a slightly shorter pit stop to kind of bring them back into the end of the race, which I think they might actually do as their last stop. There is also another little bit here, is that, and yes, please don't just jump straight onto me because I know how fast Max Beneke is, but I would say of the 3 drivers that we've got in at the moment, they are all incredibly fast, but I would say potentially these are the 3 potentially weaker drivers in the car. Max Beneke obviously teamed up with Jeffrey Rieveld, who is absolutely their strongest. Luke Bennett and Beneke rather might be quite close in the number 1 car. In the number 4. Of course, you've got Jesper Pedersen, you've got Yannick Simčić, you've got Damian Skovron. Skovron is the weakest. I think he's done a fantastic job. And then for the number 8, you've obviously got Yuri Toman, who's in the car at the moment, Erhan Yovsky, Marcel Chinchik. The 2 of those are absolutely incredible. Yuri Toman's done, again, an incredible job to kind of get close to their pace. But I think when they get their primary drivers back in, which should be, at least for the Floyd Van Burst, should be at the end of this stint, they should get potentially Yannick Simčić back in the car. I think they're going to be right back in there.
So, okay, so we're seeing this maybe 3, maybe a 4-way fight. Okay, let's go to GTE now. Here's our leader, RHG. The 888 has retaken the lead. The Scuderia Ferrari has gone into the pit lane and now returned once again, is out of sequence with the other teams in terms of pit stops. Looking back to the leaders, it is pretty close, isn't it, between the rest of the field. Of course, looking at pit stops, BMW Team Redline have done 6 in comparison to the 5 of the teams around them because they have done a drive-through penalty. But when you look at it, 5 seconds between Red Bull, they're only 5 seconds back from R8G, and there's another 5 seconds back to Redline, and only a few seconds then back to the Project One team, so incredibly close.
I'd say it is close, but I will also say I think it is heavy advantage to our race leaders in that category at the moment, not just because they've got the race lead, because they're doing really well on fuel mileage. They're going further than Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. BMW Team Redline are on the comeback charge. They're the ones that I wouldn't necessarily rule out from this. It's number 1 in the pit lane. I was expecting them in there pretty soon. Max Benecke behind the wheel. See if there's going to be a driver swap as well for them fairly soon. But yeah, for the GTE category, I'd say it's not quite one hand on the trophy, but it's at least a finger potentially for the AAA.
For the AAA, okay. But you say don't count out the red line car.
I almost wouldn't count. You know how I said that? I was like, the recovery's not been that great. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like,
that's great. That's pretty good, isn't it? It's looking. It is actually looking very strong.
Third. I don't know when their last pit stop was, but if they're strategizing it so it's literally they are literally coming into the pit lane twice more, one at the 2 hours to go mark, one at the 1 hours to go mark, they are fast enough to close their way back in. Especially if they stick Siggy back in the car.
Yeah, I mean, let's cast our minds back to Spa. Yeah. Your favourite race.
Oh, I mean, it was a fuel saving game.
Yeah, what took them to victory there?
Fuel saving. They got the strategy bang on. They were in a top fight with the Porsche Commander Esports car that were essentially the favourites for the race. They were running away with it and they were looking very, very strong until we were like, hang on a sec, that red line car's going along with everyone. And they saved a pit stop and they won. Quite comfortably by the end of the race, to be perfectly honest, as we do see the red line car out of the pit lane, and it is a driver swap. It's Luke Bennett behind the wheel.
Luke Bennett gets in now. Just to remind you all, we are running a competition in partners with one of our partners, Lego Technic. You can build your own. We're encouraging everyone to build your own Lego podium, post the pictures on social media, tagging the Le Mans virtual account, and use the hashtag #BuildForReal. So again, we are encouraging you all to build your own Lego podium, post pictures of it on social media, tagging Le Mans Virtual, and use the hashtag #BuildForReal. Why do you need to do this? Because the winner at the end will receive a Ferrari 488 Lego Technic set. And that is a very, very handy bit of kit. We had one in our studio last year, absolutely loved it. So do get involved with that. If you have any bits of Lego, just start attempting to get a podium together, because that absolutely fantastic to have at home, in the office, something like that, a Ferrari 488 Lego Technic set. So do get involved with that.
I do remember that, the trophy that we had, the Lego trophy that we had at the Le Mans Virtual, and I remember being terrified of it. Because I always thought, I was like, if I sneeze wrong here, that is going on the floor. And I am not, I do not have the skills to put it back together again. You know, unless it's
so basically that would have
been
the race has started, but Lewis, we can't do his shift yet because he's still putting the trophy back together.
He's doing the 24-hour of let's build that trophy again.
So we would have had to move one of our cameras round and just put it on you, the race to the flag and the race to get the trophy back together.
It would have just been me on the floor, like just trying to piece them together again. It was a beautiful, it was an incredible
it really was, actually.
Like the detail of it.
It was amazing. And so are those Ferraris. When you get them together, they're 3-4 days. Have you got one?
Not a Ferrari. I do have the 911 RSR.
Oh.
Which I built.
How long did it take you to build it?
On and off, because it was on when the Olympics was on. I was waking up in the morning. Genuinely, I like going down to the kitchen. I was like, right, okay, I'm so childish, but I loved it. I thought it was amazing, and I'd spend like 3 or 4 hours for 3 days putting it together again. There's a lot. There's a lot of parts in it, and there are some bits. And I'm not joking. This is not me trying to do like a big marketing ploy.
No.
There are something that it genuinely teaches you when you're putting it together again.
Really?
About 100%. It's like because the amount of moving parts they have in the Lego Technic sets. They have like a proper diff that you piece together, and you can see in Lego how a diff actually works. I'm like, that is incredible. I love that. It's so impressive. And then it moves all the pistons and stuff in the engine. And I'm like,
wow.
The detail, and you can like set up the steering rack and everything, so you can actually like use the steering wheel in the car to like move. These things are amazing.
How long did it take you to put it together?
About 3 hours a day for 3 days.
Wow, there you go.
I'd estimate about 9 hours.
Yeah.
I think, is there one of the Ferraris outside here?
I'm pretty sure there is.
I think there is. It might be upstairs actually.
It looks amazing. I'm going to get my hands on one this year. But yeah, definitely get involved. As we said, all you got to do is build a podium out of Lego and post it on social media. Tag the Le Mans virtual accounts and use the hashtag #BuildForReal, and the winner will receive one of those. Okay, back to the race then. 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining.
Ooh, important bit with 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining in the LMP class.
Yes.
This would be 3 stops from the end. 2 hours 40, 2 hours, 1 hour 20, 4 stops from the end, 40 minutes. If you do 40-minute stints, this is the important one.
So this is where we have to keep our this is where the next stops could be very important. Basically.
Oh yeah. Well, if you're working, I've said it before, when you do strategy, if you're working them backwards, there comes a point in most of these races where you start running the strategy backwards,
right?
And thinking, right, where do I want to make my last pit stop? Because you want to make them as equal, as even as possible to make you go as fast as possible. And so a lot of teams might be looking, being like, right, we need to make sure that we're pitting on 2 hours and 40, on 2 hours, on 1 hour 20, on 40 minutes to go. So you're bam, 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 going through them. Maybe like, give yourself a bit of leeway and try and get into 2.5. But this is an important bit for the LMPs. Anyone pitting in the next sort of like 5 or 10 minutes is really quite good on strategy.
We'll see who comes.
And they won't run out of fuel.
No. No, unfortunately, we have had one of their teams fall slightly short of that today. We've lost a couple of the teams from the race in speed racing, sadly, running out of fuel. Mechanical issues, unfortunately. ARC Bratislava, an engine issue for them, likewise for the Mexico racing team. RHG Esports number 18 also out of the race, as are the AMG Petronas Esports team as well. Porsche Coanda hit problems very early into the race as well in the number 23 car. Other than that, all the other teams still circulating, trying to get to the end of this 8 hours of Bahrain, and getting to the end is an achievement in itself in a race like this, as the RHG car has come in, the number 8 running from 2nd place, got the gap to below 6 seconds, and with that has now come into the pit lane, leaving the number 4 car out front.
Mitchy Heures just posted on Instagram with his picture of the Lego Technic Porsche. He said it took him 11 hours to build. I am faster than Mitchy Heures.
Let's see.
I mean, all right. This is not good. This is not good content.
I thought that sentence was going. Oh, Mitchy.
No, there you go.
Look at that. That looks
awesome.
awesome.
Lego Technic Porsche.
That looks awesome.
Which obviously now you can't see.
Well, now Mitchy Heures has to build a podium.
He needs to get the Ferrari,
and then he can get the Ferrari.
I mean, I'm fast.
Oh no!
That's fine. Satellite Racing.
That's Satellite Racing, their debut in the championship, and sadly, that is then in the garage. Oh dear.
For that team, for Henry Cynic, of course, who's one of our drivers, one of our promoted drivers from the Le Mans Virtual Cup that, like I said, was scouted from the Satellite Race team. They did take part in Le Mans Virtual last season, not the series, just Le Mans Virtual. They were the official Corvette team, and then taking part in the full season now. Big shame for Matt Strand, team manager over at Satellite Race, to have started out the season like this. It's sad. Those things happen. You got to just move on and focus forward.
Yeah,
nice little camera angle this one.
A real shame for them. We believe a disconnect for them. That's a real shame for Satellite Racing. Hopefully we get them back into the race, and that won't be the last we see of them. But Satellite Racing for now are in the garage. Hopefully we can see them back out there very shortly. But for now, that is a real shame for Satellite Racing.
Project One Door have come into the pit lane, by the way.
Yes, they have.
Obviously, they were in the battle for the race lead, really. I really like them. If I were to make a list now of all the drivers and teams that I'm like, they're in contention for this race, they're in contention for this race, I would remove Dawn.
Really? Why is that?
Because
they came in early
because they've gone way off strategy
and went out of sync. Why do you think that was?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know, unless they had an issue or they were trying to react or do something aggressive. Maybe they didn't put enough fuel in. Again, they are new to R-Factor 2 for the most part, right? So there might be some nuances that they weren't used to. Maybe it didn't put the right amount of fuel in for them. I don't know. But they've gone off strategy, and I think because they've got to come into the pit lane in extra time, I think they're out there.
No, but it seems quite strange that they came in from way in, sort of battling in that lead group, and then all of a sudden dashed in sort of 25 minutes early, wasn't it, before the pit stop sequence?
Yeah.
And it was almost like, was this to predict a splash and dash at the end? Or what?
But you wouldn't. The thing is that you wouldn't, because GTEs, unfortunately, as boring as it is with GTEs, the simplest strategy on fuel is reach the hour mark.
Or was it they'd done something different at the start and it caught up on them? Or
yeah, there could be a few things on there.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a lot at play, and maybe they were trying to do something aggressive to take on Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. I do not know. As we can see here, the number 4. Remember how I said in the next sort of 5-10 minutes from 2 hours 40 to go, you are in a really good position, and that is a really good position for the number 4 to have come in on. Again, they're not going to require a short pit stop. They're not going to require a splash and dash. Damian Skovron's completed all of his running, really, so he can jump out of the car and can hand it back over to the likes of Jesper Pedersen or Jone Simicic. Really good spot for them to be in right now.
Across the line,
444,
go the 444. So one of the other Floyd cars, the Next View Van Wall burst car, so we say goes into the lead of the race for the time being. 7 stops for them, 8 now being served for the Floyd Van Wall burst team. We are into the 8th round of stops for our LMP teams. On the hour, we will see the next round of stops, what should be the 6th round of stops for our GTE teams. It will be the 7th for the couple of teams who have been in for a drive-through or with some damage. But here we can see Next View Van Wall burst out there, leading the way. Sergio Sette Camera in the car for them. Great to see him out there in the car for them and leading the way. How about that? Doing a fantastic job is Sergio Sette Camera, someone who has stood on the podium at this very circuit. He has that experience of racing around this circuit for real. Raced around here in the FIA Formula 2 Championship, did 3 seasons here. Finished on the podium in 2018 and in 2019, 2nd and 3rd in both years with Carlin and with Dams. So he's taken home a few trophies from this circuit, and that experience will no doubt be helping him as he is leading the way for Next View.
Yeah, like I say, doing a quality job. Whilst I would say between the 2 Van Wall burst cars, the Next View one is maybe the 2nd one, right?
Yeah.
It's a good car, don't get me wrong, and they're great drivers. This is the priority, though. They're prioritising bringing the number 4.
Well, that's been the one that's challenged for championship.
It's the one
exactly.
they want to fight them for the championship. The 444 that we're seeing here is the one that's maybe like, hey, look, this is a team that could genuinely, some races, sneak a podium. No doubt. Hey, they might even take a race win. It would be kind of comical if they got a race win before the 4, but it could happen, genuinely. They are a quality team of drivers, especially on this platform. Sergio Sette Camera is plenty fast enough himself, as we can see a lovely shot of them rising up over T12. You can see how fast and how undulating this part of the track is. It's so fast up there.
Yeah, one on his final weekend in the FIA Formula 2 Championship as well. Incredibly quick driver, was knocking on the door of Formula 1 for a long time. Great single-seater driver who's gone over and raced in Japan, raced in Formula E as well. Great to have him with us in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Here we go back to Team Fordzilla, knocking on the door of the top 10. 11th place for them so far in this race.
Yeah, Gianmarco Verducci behind the wheel at the moment. Speaking of talented drivers, of course, we did see Luke Browning out in action earlier on the race, GB3 Championship leader. Looking to wrap that one up not before next round. It will be after the Monza round, so we can give full focus, obviously, to the Le Mans Virtual Series. Luke Browning, he's pretty quick behind the wheel of the car, but Gianmarco Verducci, we can see here, trying to find. They said they had a disappointing qualifying. I did have a chat with Gianmarco Verducci last night, and he was saying they were really. They thought that they'd stepped it up quite a lot, and they had more pace than they showed. The 444 came in the pit lane in the background, by the way. They had more pace than they showed.
Now, there is a round of GB3 left, isn't there? Yeah. Now, next round, you're going to have to speak to Luke Browning. You commentate on GB3. You're going to have to speak to Luke Browning about strategy.
Am I?
Yeah, you're going to have to say, look, we keep getting sold lies. Like, you're going to have, you're going to have to speak, unless he gets sold those as well.
Maybe, to be fair, when you're like, there comes a point where it's like, if you're a driver coming in, I'm kind of like, I don't want to know the strategy. Just put me in the car. Tell me what tyres to select, and then tell me if I need to save fuel or not. Done. Done. Literally as simple as that. Like racing drivers, whilst they are a smart bunch, behind the wheel of a car. Smart in very specific ways. Sometimes too much information is a very bad thing, as we can see a switch position here, because Simsa Esports getting past the number 88. Is this actually for position? Or I know it's not actually for position, it's laps traffic they're getting past. The 88,
it's not.
13th position at the moment, a few laps down.
No, it's not, but still good racing. Nevertheless, as next view now come in, and they are followed into the bits by Brabham Esports. Yes, it was by the number 51 car getting down the inside. If you're liking the racing you're seeing here, we see them come through turn 13. We've seen some great moves through here. Josh Thompson, I think, was one of the last drivers through there who pulled off. Chris Lullum, it was actually in the red line car, pulled off a really nice move through there. And if you're liking the racing you're seeing, want to get involved yourself, we had the Le Mans Virtual Cup start yesterday, the first round, where the top two at the end of the series will compete in the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual in January in the guest car. Last year, the top two, Luca D'Amelio, Christopher Hookfeld, raced with Juan Pablo Montoya and Sebastian Montoya. All the drivers that set a lap time on our Factor 2 did race, 248 in total. We watched the top split, the top 30 drivers, and if you want a helping hand to get you started in that, you can win a T248 steering wheel with pedals thanks to one of our partners, Thrustmaster. During this broadcast, all you got to do is keep your eyes peeled on the Le Mans Virtual social channels for hidden codes. Maybe check out the Traction YouTube chat, and you might find one in there as well. And this weekend we're also running a discount code on Thrustmaster if you're lucky enough to win that steering wheel with pedals. The discount code on Thrustmaster is TM-LMVS-15. One more time, TM-LMVS-15. There we go then. Great bit of kit to win, or a discount code to go and use, and a thank you to Thrustmaster for that as we ride on board on the Ferrari in towards turn 11.
Yeah, and then you can come into some racing and you can beat me. It's not that hard, I can promise you that.
Oh, you might not make it to the end.
I did have one of the questions in my grill the grid, which came from Heures Esports, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What did they ask you?
They asked if I was still faster around the Nordschleife than Florian Haase. Because I beat him in a race once. I'll say it on this broadcast, it's fine. I beat Florian Haase, who's one of the Heures Esports drivers.
Please say it one more time.
I beat Florian Haase, who's one of the Heures Esports drivers. I defended from him for 5 laps.
Wow.
Around the Nordschleife. I maintain I was never faster.
Right.
I was ahead
That's
because
good.
I was teammates with Jack Keithley and Richard Schaefer, who obviously is not in this race. He's a very good driver around the Nordschleife today. I was teammates with them. They were leading, and then I got in the car, and then we weren't leading. We were significantly not leading. We were running third. I spent the entire race defending from Florian Haase. And it was only because I was in a car that was much faster in a straight line. So no, I was never faster. But in this sense, it's why I actually like being a Ferrari, because it is, I think it's the fastest car in a straight line in the GTE category. I would take that. Thank you very much. It's much easier to defend when you can just put the right foot down and you're gone.
Well, we'll have to go on the social channels and see what your answer was.
It was just that, I think. We had other questions though.
Yeah.
Like who would take over? What did you say? I've not heard your answer about who would take over the throttle.
Oh,
and brake
all right,
or the
yeah.
steering.
So if between me, you, and Ben, who would take the steering wheel, who would take the gears, and who would take the?
No, it's the steering wheel and gears. It was the throttle and the brake. I did get told by John that you didn't know which way round it was.
Right. Okay.
Well, the gears is literally just sort of like you'd be sat there, just doing this, just like shifting, just up,
Right.
down, down, down. No, it was the throttle. Who was taking the throttle? Who was taking brake? And who was taking steering and gears?
Oh.
I said the throttle was the simplest, and that's why Chris McCarthy's going to. Sorry, mate.
Oh, I got that completely wrong then.
Oh no.
And then our
car's done.
Well, I think I said you would do the. I think I said you would do the gears.
The simplest. I'm offended.
Or was it you or Ben? I think it was either you or Ben. I think it was you because I said you just started driving, so you could do.
That's a good point.
you could do the gears.
That is a good point. Yeah, I mean that's. I'm offended.
But I was thinking of a. I wasn't even thinking of a race car.
Oh, no. That's terrible. Well, you really do need to listen. Everyone asked their questions on Grill the Commentators.
I'm so sorry.
And you just didn't listen.
I'm so sorry. I did the steering, and Ben did what was left, basically. He did the pedals.
Either the throttle or the brake. We don't have both apparently in our car.
He did both. He did both pedals,
Oh
basically.
My goodness.
Well, there we go.
That is fun. I wonder if I think we should do a Grill the Commentators for next round as well. We should either way keep involved on social media, of course, Le Mans virtual.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Twitter and Instagram and whatnot, because I think it's pretty good fun. Our social media team, they do quite a good job.
They do a very good job.
Pushing that kind of stuff.
They do a very good job. So it's got to be on Haven next time. Now,
there was again. I've said before. Luca Monroe, Red Luca 56, did tweet to Martin Haven saying that I have requested that he needs to be in a sim next time.
Yes.
And that Martin Haven also probably would beat me because I did Formula E Accelerate at the end of July.
Right.
And I did a one-on-one with Jack Nichols around the London E-Prix circuit on Alpha.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. And as soon as we got into turn one, the brake pedal was a lot stiffer than I expected. And I did not make the corner. And so apparently it would be a lot easier to beat me. So Martin Haven's got a chance.
Oh, wow.
But yes.
So I think we need to do this.
I think everyone, again, listening, needs to tweet at Martin Haven.
Yeah, I'd say let's push this.
We need you in the sim. Hashtag Le Mans Virtual Sim Test. Hashtag Le Mans Virtual, hashtag Sim Test.
Yeah. Yeah, either or, but just
let's get it out there.
Everyone start tweeting Martin Haven. Say we need you in the sim.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit of Martin Haven sim action. Why not? I'm genuinely.
I would like to see that.
The more he denies it,
what track does he go on, and what car does he go in?
Monza, because it's the next circuit. That's the one. Martin Haven will be back next round because we don't want Ben back.
Right.
Ben is back for round 4, but we do have Martin Haven for next round.
Right. So Monza, what car though? The LMP or a GT?
So which one's easy to drive? Which, controversial opinion, I would say the LMP is easier to drive than the GTE.
Okay.
I think the GTE, you've got to be.
I agree.
Your timing on brakes has to be spot on. They are very unforgiving, and they're quite slippery off the corners.
Well, then we put them in the GT, don't we?
It would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Especially if it's bullshit. Though that's hard to drive.
Well, we put them in the Porsche in the GT then.
All right. Deal.
We just hope he doesn't watch this, and then he finds something out. Throw him in.
I think Martin's probably not watching now, but I think he will know. Like, he does his research. That Haven guy, he's well prepared. Even after Spa, because obviously he didn't do Spa last season. We did it with Duncan Vincent. He came back and he was genuinely like prepared. He knew what happened in the race. He was like, oh, I thought I was having to sit down and really have like a one-on-one and like really explain it what was going on. No, here's our race leaders in GTE, in Triple 8. There's Risto Capit, who has a slightly wider room that he's racing in now than he used to. He used to race.
Right. What did he race in a cupboard?
No joke.
Really?
Yeah. It's why people called it Risto Closet. Sorry, mate. No, I think his like sim room was quite small, and it's where the camera angle was like really, really tight. He used to race in a very, very tight room, which was fine because it's kind of like you don't have to do much like elbow movement and stuff, like really. But yeah,
Mr. Closet.
He's a really nice guy as well. I've met him twice. I've met him twice.
Nice attempt. Nice attempt on the recovery.
he's a really nice guy. No,
I'm sure he is. He's leading the way as well.
Yeah,
he's a very good driver.
It's a great lineup that they've got for this car with Timotej Andonovski, who's had a great. Obviously a great start to this race, again it was his birthday yesterday, and looking very strong in this series, having won a race last season. And Alex Smoljar, who when it comes to pro drivers being classified in the sim, he is one of the best, absolutely one of the most underrated, I'd say.
Really?
In the sim. Yeah, big time.
I mean, he's incredibly quick in both senses, isn't he? Podium finish around here as well.
Yeah, he's got a bright future ahead of him, I think, almost regardless of where he goes.
Yeah, I mean, did very well this season, given he was forced to miss around. So, fantastic season. Got a win as well at Hungary. See how these guys get on. This was the team last year that they had all the pace, didn't they? It was just... things just didn't quite go their way sometimes, but the pace was there for this team.
Yeah, I mean, like
things just didn't quite fall into place for the AAA car.
Well, Risto Capit drove in the LMP in the second R8G car, and so he's kind of new to the GTE category. They're new to the Ferrari as well, because last season in the AAA it was the Tesla R8G and it was in a BMW M8. And like I said, they were kind of very up and down. They had great pace at Monza, our season opener, with a great start to the race, but then it all fell apart.
At the Nordschleife did they very well?
The Nordschleife, I know it was on countback. We had the red flag and it was on countback after that. But they were looking quick. They were in the right place at the right time. They were going longer on fuel. They were going longer on strategy. They were putting themselves in the right position. And so they are a race winner in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Yeah, technically they are.
I mean, according to the stats, it doesn't matter what happened during the race. The stats don't lie.
No, but they just haven't had that moment crossing the start-finish line and seeing the checkered flag. But could this be their day? However, the 99 looking to stop them. Not only that, the 71 also looking to stop them as well. 7 seconds between the top three in GTE is incredibly close out there as well, as it is in the top three in LMP. You feel Triple Eight has potentially got one hand on the trophy.
Yeah.
What about in LMP?
4. If I'm a better man, I'm thinking the number 4 right now, because I think the number 1 is going to be coming in within the next sort of 5-10 minutes, which is too early. It's too early. They need to be coming in on the 2-hour mark. I think they've tried going aggressive at one point on strategy, and it's backfired slightly.
Whoa! Oh, sorry, they went nearly into the advertising board there.
Well, that's a normal braking line.
Yeah, well.
I've got to say as well, you know how I'm saying it's birthday season.
Oh yeah.
Team lost for Team Redline. Don't do it.
Oh yeah.
Birthday tomorrow.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be a happier birthday if they win this race.
No pressure.
I'm not. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing. It's like, yeah, it's a birthday present. You just win. You win in both categories in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Well, I mean, they got him off to a good start, didn't they? Pole position in both classes.
They've only, in the Le Mans Virtual Series itself, last season, between the Real Team Hydrogen car and, of course, the 1-2-3 Team Redline car, they've only failed to win one race, and that was Sebring, which was won by the Rebellion GPX Williams car. Yeah. So they've only failed to win one race. They won 4 races between the 2 cars they had last season in the LMP category. In GTE, they won 3 of the races with just 1 car and pretty much dominated the championship.
The only car then, in that case, that's ever beaten them is Williams.
Yeah.
Because they won the first running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual in 2020. So, in that case, Williams and Redline have basically shared all the victories. So this would be a brand new winner, as you mentioned, to the top step.
Yeah. Yeah, big time. I mean, it's kind of akin to some of the domination that Coanda have had over certain events in the sim racing world. Like there are certain events where, like, Coanda have just come along and then they win it, and then they've I think there was the 24-hour Daytona that's on the start of the year, Railway Sim Racing. I think they had a reign of like 8 in a row with it. Well, 8 in a row, the ones they entered.
Right.
They failed to enter one, and then someone else won it. But outside of that, it was always Commander until this year, and they got beaten. And it's kind of like, this is, as much as there was another winner in there, this is the first time they have actually been beaten. Right, and it's kind of a bit like that vibe in the LMP class, at least in considering last, it's because they did get beaten by Williams in the first ever Le Mans Virtual.
Yeah.
But in terms of since we've started the Le Mans Virtual Series, the only time they've actually been beaten was by Williams, which is a surprise.
Yeah, it is.
But it's also a surprise that the Burst team, whether it's by Colles or whether it's Van Wall, have never won a race.
That is.
Oh my goodness!
No. Arnage round, as you said, one of the Proton cars round as well. Which one was it, though? That's the question.
Was it the 77 or the 88? If it's 77, that is a problem. If it's the 88, it's kind of like, right.
That was. We don't know. What do we? Which one that was?
I think it was the 88.
There's the Red Bull racing car, 2.2 seconds back from R8G, our Triple 8 leaders. We will find out, I'm sure, which cars were involved in that, but a real shame. There you can see, look, that's the gap now. There's our leaders, R8G, Risto Capit. There's Yuri Kasdorp in the Red Bull. That is what 2.1 seconds looks like. Not a lot in it at all in GTE, and enough time to close that gap down as we look back at Fordzilla now.
Big time, I think it was the 88
right.
involved in the 53 as well, which is this one we're on board with here, kind of coming through at the end of that. And the 100, which was the Arnage competition car, the pink and white that was spun around there. Kind of need to see how it was spun around, whether it was more on their blame or on the 88s. The 88 is the one of the Proton Commander Porsches that's outside.
Yeah.
Of the fight. They're not involved in the fight for points, not involved in the points of the race win. So it's kind of like, in that sense, a Proton Commander, they might look and be like, oh, that's an, well.
Yeah.
Fordzilla come into the pit lane. 2 hours, 14 minutes left to go in this race. So we'll see Gianmarco Fiducci bring it down to the pit lane as we can check out our leader, the birthday boy once again, Yuri Kasdorp. He's doing quite a lot of miles for his birthday, isn't he?
He's doing well. There's one of the that's one of the red line cars going through, isn't it? Just to put another lap on. 2 seconds is the gap he has to try and chase down here to the R8G car. Yuri Kasdorp doing a really good job. Chris Lullen in that BMW Team Red Line car not so far behind, and they don't want to leave this race with a what could have been. After that drive-through that they had, but they are in a seriously good position. 6 seconds back now. It's not a lot in it at all. And we see the 444 going round the outside. Sergio Sette camera in that car still for them, as Yas Heat now come into pit lane. Been a good race for them so far as well, hasn't it? They've been a good improver coming into this season. 8th, weren't they, in the championship last year, and yeah, improving well. I know they've made some changes within their lineup, and it's going well for them at the start. I think they could leave very happy with this. Yeah,
they've had a few switches and stuff behind the scenes. Obviously, James Baldwin's moved over to the AMG Petronas Esports team, the Mercedes Works team. Kind of a few changes behind the scenes. I think they've bounced back quite well. I think Marco Pajic, I've got to give him a big shout out. He jumped into so he was in the Formula Pro series that was on earlier on in the year, season 2 of that, we saw Jana Wotmir take part and then jumped out for Marco Pajic, who did a very good job. Let's take a look at this replay, though, as we can see down the inside of the Marla car. That is the number 53, and that's where there is a spin. So just getting into those. And then in the background, almost the exact same thing happens with the 100 and the 88. So the 100 tries to go around the outside of the 88.
And that's far too ambitious, yeah.
Literally a carbon copy of what we just saw.
I mean, that's just a racing instant, isn't it? Round the outside, look. Hits the curb. Hits the curb.
That is solidly on the 88.
Yeah, hits the curb on the inside. I think that replay shows it a lot differently, doesn't it? Hits the curb on the inside, sends the car wide, and that angle showed it a lot differently to the others.
This is where race control, and I actually had a really good chat with Eduardo Freitas in Paris when we did Le Mans Virtual. Sat down for like 20 minutes having an interesting chat about what difference between real world racing, motorsport kind of adjudicating incidents, and then sim racing. It's like, in sim racing sometimes you can get too much information, but in real world, like genuinely, for some incidents, you might have 2 camera angles, and that's it. And you have to judge who's at fault for 2 camera angles. You kind of ask, what if the camera angle's bad? You have to then try and like search through and find like some CCTV footage or something that might catch it from a slightly different angle. It's like, that stuff takes ages because you've got to think about so much. You've got to know where every single camera is, and you know that if you make a decision, somewhere down the line, one random camera angle might show it from a slightly different angle. You're like, hang on, that's wrong. In sim racing, that's not really a problem because you can see it from every single angle, every single bit of data, live as you need it, from camera angles that are completely impossible. If you want to stick it on the from up above and just lock it off and just watch what actually happens, you can do that. If you want to see it from onboard, you can do that. Everything.
Yeah, but you've got to do this all. The race is going on, and more incidents could come in. So the pressure is on these guys to get these incidents resolved quickly. And even if it is an 8-hour race, you know, it might not be a sprint race, but still, that you have to get these incidents solved quickly.
There are, by the way, a few questions. I have noticed, obviously, Luke and Rose sent a question in. And I think this kind of thing, again, let us know what questions on Twitter. It's one of the things that I use because I'm too old for everything else. I think I'm the youngest person. As well. That's fine, we won't go into it. In your opinion, what is the bare minimum requirement to be classed as an endurance race? So, like, I'm assuming that time-wise, what is the lowest amount of time? Now, I would say 4 hours.
Yeah, same.
But this does come with a problem.
Why?
The 500 miles of Sebring, I can guarantee, is less than 4 hours. Because it was less than 4 hours last year. So that's technically not an endurance race if we classify 4 hours as a bare minimum. So we'll go with 3. Realistically, I'd say 4 hours. Like, if I'm being hand on heart, things below like 3 hours, it's not really endurance. Not really. If you're solo, that's a solo endurance. But between 2 people, an hour and a half driving, no way. That's not an endurance race. To be fair, the 500 miles, a 4-hour race between 3 people is like pushing it a little bit. Well, in the LMPs, you're like, right, you've done one double stint. It's like, bye, see ya, have a nice day. Someone does an hour.
It's a stint, isn't it?
In GTEs, you literally do 1 stint.
That's a long time driving.
Which, no, I do respect. Like, it's kind of like, right, you sit down, you do a 1-hour stint, and then you think, right.
But
that's me done.
To counter that, you've got 1 stint to get it right.
I hate the pressure.
Exactly.
For me, I'm a touring car driver, right? I love racing my touring cars because it's my car. There's no pressure on it. It's like, if I drop it, I'm the one that's like, oh, that's irritating.
Yeah.
I'm depressed. In endurance racing, it's not just your car, it's your car, it's your race engineer's car, it's your team manager's car, it's your teammate's car. And you know that if you drop it, you are not letting down yourself, you are letting down everyone. That is horrible.
It adds a different element to it, though, doesn't it? You've got 1 hour to go out there, and I think you see a different kind of driving style because they throw everything at it for that hour and then they're done. It's not a case of
Oh,
we've
got
had something go
Alpine.
wrong.
Alpine have had an issue. Colin Spork has just jumped behind the wheel, and I'm not sure as to what's gone on with the number 36. He's taken over from Rory McDuff, and the Alpine esports car, I'm sure I'll get a message at some point between either Colin Spork himself or Jürgen van Bergen, the team manager, as to what has happened to the Alpine esports car. They were looking so good. They were looking like they might have even challenged for a top 5.
They were having a great race. Well up there in the top 10. Alpine Esports, it seems, have stopped, sadly, in that number 36 as the battle for the lead in GTE continues to get closer and closer. Just 1 second between our top 2. Colin Spork, it seems, is being shown as in the pit lane now. But I'm not too sure. We'll hear more shortly. There we go. He's going to rejoin the race. So
yeah.
Colin Spork is on his way out. So, well, there we go. They're back in the race. They've lost some time, sadly, but that is a real shame for Alpine Esports. Whatever has gone wrong there.
I am getting word from both Jürgen van Bergen and Rory McDuff. It was a game crash on his side, unfortunately, which is a big shame. Again, it's kind of, we say it's one of those things, technical issues. You know, in real world, you have engine failures or random punctures. You know, like just from a random bit of debris that have to bring you back into pit lane. It's akin to something like that. It's sad. It really is.
Yeah.
Also, this is a really intensive circuit, especially at this time of night. Obviously, being brand new, the amount of lighting that's going on around here, you've got to have a good computer, a pretty beefy computer to take on a circuit like this in conditions like this.
No, that's part of it, isn't it? But it's like you got to have a good car to get you to the end. So
absolutely,
it's the same thing.
As a team, like realistically, for my opinion, for a race like this, you need to sit down and be like, right, who's ending? And it's honestly, it's not on pace. It's on who's got the best computer.
Really?
100%.
Okay.
100%. It's like if you have a bit of a naff computer, a bit of an old one, you're desperate for an upgrade.
You send them out at the start.
They're at the start. Stick them in at the start. They'll do the first like 2 hours or whatever before the sun's even started dipping below the horizon, right? They do their 2 hours, 2.5, maybe 3. They're out of the car and they're done for the day, right? Get them, because it's like if you. This is quite. It's one of the things that people don't really think about when it comes to that sort of things. But
that is interesting.
It is a part. I remember we had there was a sim race that we did once. It was a 24-hour race, and there was an issue for whatever reason with the track that we were using and a very specific graphics card, which was an NVIDIA GTX 970 back in the day, which unfortunately was the most popular graphics card in the world at that point. And me plus my 2 other teammates had it, and the thing is that the game would randomly crash on this circuit. It would come up with and it was totally random. It would just be, it was like, yep, that's it. Only on that graphics card, the only graphics card that did it, and all 3 of the people in our car did it. And we were going into the race being like, we could finish second, we might not finish.
We might not finish, yeah.
And it was a lottery for the entire race. But you're literally there, like, if you're in a car where you know the reliability is low, you know that you're sat there in the car being like, I'm going to push as hard as I can, but this car could drop at any moment.
Yeah. So I imagine you must have had good pace then, because you must have been pushing like crazy.
No, we finished second. So
that's not bad.
We lost. That was that season that I ran out of fuel. It was that season.
No.
Yeah, we finished second. It's fine. I keep bringing it up. It's fine. No. Yeah, it was a solid second place finish. It's fine. I was alright.
You're not bitter about it at all.
No. We beat Yuri Kasdorp, and we're on board with him now.
Take us away.
Yuri Kasdorp is significantly better than me. He's come on. Yuri Kasdorp's come on a lot in the last 5 years. Really is.
Yeah, and I tell you what, you could be about to take the lead of this GTE class. You can see him coming onto the start-finish straight, lining up a move potentially here on RHG. Don't think he's quite close enough in towards turn number 1, but possibly somewhere on this next lap we might see a challenge from the Red Bull Racing team. Certainly not into turn 1, not close enough there, but Yuri Kasdorp, as you said, who has made a lot of progress over the last 5 years, now trying to line up a move to get back into the lead ahead of RHG.
Yeah, really, really close. The problem is that Ferrari is going to be an absolute bullet in the straight line, and we're approaching those pit stops. Big slide, though, going through from Risto Capit, struggling with the grip on the rear of this car. I know the Porsche is not great. These both are kind of like equal on tyre wear in a sense of like, they wear them differently. Like one side, it's more than the rear goes on the Porsche, etc. They do wear them slightly differently, but it's almost at the same rate. It's just the balance change on the car differently. Risto Capit's really struggling at the moment, though, because Yuri Kasdorp is all over the back of it.
Here we go into turn number 10. Whoa, big slide up ahead as well, but just about able to save the car. The car we saw put a lap on both of these. We look back now from R8G at Red Bull Racing, and as you correctly say, R8G just able to get a slight bit of breathing space down the back straight. Now we come through turn number 12. Up towards turn number 13 we go. Are we going to see a lunge down the inside from Red Bull? There we go, down the inside. Is he going to be able to make the move stick though? No, the AAA is brave round the outside and is able to hold on. It was a good attempt from Yuri Kasdorp, but not quite able to make it stick, Lewis.
Well, you can really see that Ferrari is struggling in the high-speed corners. It really is not gripping it up quite well, but as soon as we get onto the start-finish straight, it should clear off a little bit from the front end of Yuri Kasdorp. This will be very, very sweet for Yuri Kasdorp, who, guess what? He used to be an R8G driver until about a year and a half, 2 years ago, when he left the R8G campus in January of last year when he left the team. He is on the attack. This all feels so sweet as he looks to the inside and commits to it. He's going to take over the GTE lead. He's sent it in, and Yuri Kasdorp hits the front again.
Great driving from Yuri Kasdorp. Great pass down the inside of Risto Capit, and he goes through into the lead, but it might not be done there. Fighting back to the right-hand side of our screens. R8G now trying to get the lead back in towards turn number 4. We go back on board with Yuri Kasdorp, and that should be the move complete.
Yeah, as soon as they head through the S's, the advantage swings its way towards the Porsche. If he can hang out a decent lead before they get out of turn 10, that should be the advantage. Properly swung the way of the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports machine, and it should hold firm. If that Ferrari is still in attack, if there's any mistake going into this corner, that Ferrari is going to pounce because it's faster on the straights right now. I would say, based on where we are, Yuri Kasdorp should have this.
And is this a good time now for R8G to dive into the pit lane, would you think?
I think the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports might be diving into the pit lane, so if I'm R8G, I'm just taking it as far as I can to save the fuel.
Here we go, let's have a replay. This is Yas Heat. What's gone on here? Oh,
that is a wheel. That is a technical failure. The way it snaps over, that is 100% a technical failure, which is a massive shame for Isaac Gillison. We were talking about the Yas Heat Veloce team in a good light. That's a bit of a shame.
So you reckon something?
A wheel failure. It's a wheel failure. Yeah, that's if you disconnect the wheel, it will lock to one motion. It essentially depends on what wheel it is. Sometimes it kind of locks to where it last was, right. And in this case, it basically locks full left, and sometimes we'll slam the throttle on full power, but that's fine. We won't do that. I think the pedals are okay, but it just slams the wheel left, which is very scary.
That's a real shame for them because they were running so well, weren't they? The Yas Heat team. Where has that left them now? I'm just 18th place. Oh dear. Well, they were running up well inside the top 10. Real shame for them. Into the final 2 hours then, Lewis. Just had a change of lead, of course, in GTE. Still very close. Don't count out Team Redline, of course. And only 0.3 of a second between the top two overall.
Yeah, and you remember how I was saying that this was... Redline, I'm kind of a bit more like, no, not really. These two, though, Yuri Toman against Damian Skovron. These two cars, these are the ones that are battling for the race lead for me by my money. Yuri Toman versus Damian Skovron, R8G Esports versus Floyd Van Moorburst. This is going to be very, very tight. They're in the window to make the pit stop fairly soon. I think one of them might be in this lap to come into the pit lane to service what will be their third to last pit stop.
Onto the start-finish straight. Let's see. Yes, as expected, Lewis, he's so good at his job. R8G comes into the pit lane, and I think with that, he deserves a break, don't he? Lewis is off for a break. Let's look back at what happened at the last hour, thanks to Total.
A recap of the race so far. We started the 8 hours of Bahrain with a fantastic move in the GTE class. Here's where we saw Red Bull Racing. Watch to the right-hand side of screen. You'll see they dive to the outside there and go from 6th all the way to 2nd place there. Lots of moves going on early doors. It was a chaotic start to the race. The Porsche-Coanda team were on the move. It looked like they had a great start to the race, but sadly 35 minutes into the race they would disconnect, unfortunately. So a disappointing start for them, jumping up into the LMP class. This is where we would begin our battle with the likes of the Floyd Van Wilburst team going down the inside there of the AMG Williams team in towards turn number 2. Lots of great passes going on round the outside at turn 1 and in towards turn number 2, and that was just another one of them. And there, the number 1 red line car diving round the outside of the Williams car to take the place down at turn number 4. Our in-speed team, one of our new arrivals from China, sadly running out of fuel down at turn number 4, and that caught out ARC Bratislava, who clattered straight into the back of them. A real shame for the in-speed team. Here we could see on board with the Floyd Van Wilburst team. This is the moment the 2 red line cars followed each other into the pit lane, and Floyd Van Wilburst almost went straight into the back of them. It wasn't over there because the 2 red line cars were a bit out of sync and almost went straight into the back of each other as they queued up to get more fuel in their cars. Then unfortunately the Mexico racing team sadly were caught out. They were clattered into the back of and that spun them round going in towards turn number 8. Another new team on the grid for us in season 2. Here we can see the Fira team in that Aston Martin getting down the inside of the Proton number 77. Good driving for them. Another new team for us this season. Great to have them with us. This was the number 53 Williams getting down the inside of Fordzilla in towards turn number 1. They would continue that progress, this time getting down the inside of the Mahler team. This is where we would see Mahler make some contact with them on the exit of the corner, and we'd see a similar incident just behind. You'd see the number 88 on the inside, hits the curbs there on the inside. That put the car out of shape and put them into the side of the iron arch. Watch them on the left. That's where they hit the curbs. It put the car out of shape and put them into the path of our nage, and good avoidance from the car that we were on board with behind to get through nice and safely. And this is what we were just watching, the Oracle Red Bull Racing car taking the lead in GTE away from the 888 R8G eSports racing car overall in the GTE class. So there we go, next few Van Wilburst. We are in pit stop sequences in GTE, but they lead at the moment ahead of Team Redline, Floyd Van Wilburst and R8G, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, battling for the overall win at the moment. Rocket Sim Sport sitting just outside the top 10, as are GR Vector eSport, as well as they've made the jump up into LMP. Yas Heat with that steering wheel sadly disconnecting. They've now dropped down. Here we next come to some of the GTE runners. You can see the Scuderia Ferrari team down there, Simsa eSports, the Red Bull racing team, BMW team Redliner coming back through the field smartly, and then some of the teams we've lost, ARC Bratislava, Mexico racing team, R8G, AMG Petronas, InSpeed, and the Porsche Coanda 23 as well, as we move into the final 2 hours of the race. And we welcome back Ben Consingeris.
Thank you very much, Chris. 1 more hour with yourself, and then Lewis will be taking over for the final hour of this 8 hours of Bahrain. And we'll get a chance to chat to our winners. But so much still to settle down, so much still to sort out. Team Redline are in the lead of the race, with Luke Bennett now aboard that car. And he will take that car, no doubt, to the flag. Well, that graphic said he was in second position, sorry. I'm getting myself confused because Sergio Sette Camara is in the lead of the race, the sometime Formula E driver in the 444 Vanwall burst. That still owes us a pit stop, so that will cycle back and put Luke Bennett into the virtual lead. But Simoncic is back aboard the Vanwall Floyd car. And that car is expected to close down on Team Redline on this machine, no doubt.
Yeah, good to see Simoncic back in the car. Let's see what he can do. Now he's jumped back in, and then the RHG car only a few seconds back from them. But this is where we really get down to crunch time now, where we really start to see the battles unfolding, and it'll be interesting to see, once we've seen all the pit stops cycle through as well in GTE, who comes out where and what gaps we have between the likes of the 888 has just come in actually, and Alex Smoliar has jumped back in the car as well for RHG. So let's see where they come out in comparison to Oracle Red Bull Racing. That's our battle for GTE, of course.
One thing we haven't mentioned is the point structure for this particular race. We have points actually all the way through the classified finishes. Even if you have had a malady and you haven't got the best of races, you still do get, in this particular race, 1 point for finishing in a classified position. We have 38 points on offer for the winner in each of our categories, 27 for second and 23 for third position. That is, as Chris has mentioned before, greater than we will see for basically the remaining races in the series until we get to Le Mans.
Yeah, and then it gets, of course, even more for Le Mans. It's basically double points in comparison to what you get for normal, as the normal points. As you'd be, if you're fans of the World Endurance Championship, you'd be familiar with it there. So a very important race. This is the one, if you're going to get a win in the normal season, this is where you want to get it.
The sound of the GTE Ferrari. Let's also not forget that, in theory, if we replicate the real world with our regulations, the Le Mans Virtual in this season will be the last season for the GTE cars. Because at real Le Mans, we will be moving to a GT3 category of car in the GT category. We'll have the hypercars and the LMP2s in the main category of car, but the second category will be GT3s, so the cars that are used in other series, and GTE will be no longer. And so if we are replicating that, then this could be the last season of GTE, and we'll have to then turn our attention to GT3, which is in one sense really cool, because the GT3 car is so much more plentiful and there are many different manufacturers involved. The GT3 category in Le Mans for real will not be a works affair. You will not be allowed to enter a works team because they want to focus the attention purely on works cars in the main category, in the LMDH or the hypercar category. And plenty of work going on so that the 2023 season will be replicated on a game in which you can play. Probably based, well, not sure actually what it'll be based upon, but the idea is that the likes of the new Peugeot 9X0 will be simulated in the virtual world at some point next year.
And I hope that means, you know, as we progress the seasons, that we add to the, you know, the factory involvement we already have in the Le Mans Virtual Series. You know, a quarter of the field already with factory involvement, and I hope we see even more names already: Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, Porsche, BMW, Alpine, Williams. I really do hope we can continue to add to that, as you said, as we move into this new era with the 24-hour Le Mans next year.
Well, we've got hypercars coming to Le Mans next year from the likes of Ferrari. Okay, Ferrari are already involved, Porsche already involved in our virtual series, but what about Toyota? What about Peugeot as well? I'm sure that we are going to, well, we know that we're going to expand our entries into the Le Mans 24-hour race, so we'll have a bigger entry there than we do in the full series. And by the way, there was almost half more, there was another half a field of cars that entered into the Le Mans Virtual Series that were not selected. Such was the demand to be part of this. You know, we've got 40 cars on the grid now. We could have had, if we wanted, around 60 or 70 cars.
Wow.
And then some of those will be given entries into the Le Mans 24 Hours, but the focus really will be on making sure that Le Mans 24 Hours is the best grid possible. And so if Peugeot come along and say, hey, look, we want a sim racing team to enter the 24 Hours of Le Mans, there is no chance that they'll be told no, go away. I'm sure that they'll be welcomed with open arms, and we can have the likes of, you know, Peugeot, I don't think, have any history in sim racing at all. So it would be a great first step for them.
No, absolutely. And it was great. Remember the first time we did this back in 2020, and Toyota in particular used it just to replicate what they would do at Le Mans. They did exactly, set everything up exactly the same back at base for them. The only difference was they had their drivers in different parts of the world, and basically just used it as a bit of a dress rehearsal. Oh, as we got a battle going on here between Redline and Van Wall Burst, the 444 versus the number 2.
Well, that is Sergio Sette-Camera up into 5th position with Diego Pinto just behind him. And very kind of Formula E-esque driving from the ex-Formula E Brazilian. Bit of defensive hard work going on, but this is a real-world pro versus a sim racing pro here. Redline versus Van Wall Burst.
It was a late move over, but I think fair racing all round between them as he looked back from Sette-Camera now at Pinto, down into the heavy braking zone at T10. Runs a little bit wide there, but just about gets away with it as they come down towards turn number 11 now, and in towards the left-hander.
Well, this is how it all started. So Sergio Sette-Camera being caught up behind the Ferrari and going to the outside, and Diego Pinto diving down the inside. And a little bit of a swapper on for Sergio Sette-Camera. That, in theory, allowed Pinto through, but they're still absolutely locked together. And now Sette-Camera once again is ahead, but caught behind a GTE car, and that is going to allow more momentum for Pinto. Will Pinto be... he's on the racing line, but will he get round the outside? I don't think he will. But he could try, if he gets a good exit, to slingshot down the straight. This is a proper squabble. And the problem with a proper squabble is that you're not travelling as fast as guys in clear air having a nice time, including Romanides, who is in the AMG Team Williams car, not far behind now.
No, and it's not doing your tyres any good either,
no,
is
that's
it?
true.
As they come through turn number 2, not quite able to get close enough to, I don't think, worry Sette-Camera up to turn number 4 this time. So Diego Pinto for now will have to stay where he is, but great racing even so far into the race still, but we're still seeing a great battle going on here for 5th place, and we're seeing our 2 dive down the inside. There we go, look away for 1 second, and the number 2 car sends one down the inside, and that is a change for 5th.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it'll stay like that forever, such as this squabble is so intense. As I say, their last laps, 1:45.6s. They lost a second to Romanides behind, who was closing in quite dramatically. And that is the Williams, let's not forget, that got caught up in various issues earlier on. Could find himself in the top 5. Where we haven't actually seen him in the back of shot, though, so he's not quite close enough, but he's almost always in the same sector. I don't have a gap on my timing screens because, unfortunately, the timing screens can't cope with the fact that he's been given 2 laps back.
Yes,
and that's why we don't have on our live timing. We don't have the show. Change in the right box for the lead in GT Pro. Last time we looked at it, it was RHG Ferrari, and now it's Oracle Red Bull Racing up into the lead as Project One by Dur pits. And they're on their really quite strange strategy that I can't understand. I feel as though they might actually need to do an extra pit stop now from their situation, but they did half a stint earlier on.
I still can't work out what was going on there. It's that should be the more. It's on the hour, isn't it? On the hour every hour.
Well, yes, for the GTs, but remember, I think when you were with me last, about 3 hours ago,
they came in
half a stint in.
Yeah. So, yeah, something happened there, clearly. But here we go. This is looking back then from Dennis Jordan at Alex Smolyar. Alex Smolyar won't be happy with this. We'll want to get back past it. Remember, though, this is an esports driver. This is a professional esports driver versus a professional driver. Great stuff between the two of them as they come down to the final corner, and Smolyar thought about a move there, but if you go past there, then you're going to be under all sorts of pressure going down towards turn number 1, and that might have been on his mind there, and he stayed behind for the time being.
Now to the outside line for Dennis Jordan. Inside line, sorry, into turn 1. Has the slipstream, has the speed, has the straight line speed, has the inside line. And surely he's going to make this one stick. He does. He's on the softer tyre, the Porsche. The Ferrari still on the medium compound tyre. But now, as so often the case, you need a little bit of help to get down the inside once more, really on the dirty part of the circuit. But it's going to have the inside line, and that is lovely from Alexander Smolyar. Now he needs to shut the door a little bit to stop them from running side by side through this part of the circuit. The third place, Kevin Siggy, is only 4 seconds back. We know how fast Kevin Siggy is, but they're still side by side. Now we'll be in the next braking zone, the inside line for the Ferrari. Surely he can seal the deal now. Yes, he does for the moment. But ultimately, those stickier soft tyres are surely going to be helping the Porsche.
And this is helping BMW Team Redline in the background as well. They're 3 seconds back from this now. So really, this is not doing either of these teams any favours, because BMW Team Redline with Kevin Siggy in the car is closing in quite quickly now. Because these two are battling away. We might just be able to see him in the top of screen as well. Here we jump on board then with Dennis Jordan. We can see Alex Smolyar just ahead of us now as we come up towards turn number 13. There are the two leaders. That is the difference between them. Smolyar leading Jordan, RHE leading Red Bull, and they're in third place after a drive-through earlier in the race. Kevin Siggy for BMW Team Redline.
Next time he goes across the stripe, he's going to be less than 3 seconds back from this lead battle. That is absolutely incredible from Team Redline. They are able to do this. They make their lives difficult with penalties. Enzo Benito picking up a drive-through penalty for being off circuit between turns 10 and 11 early in the race. Bono Huis, by the way, did that twice as well before they bailed out of it. But they are still able to bring it back. It is just so incredible. There is Kevin Siggy. Concentration, as usual. An incredibly talented racer in all kinds of different platforms. Has worn that BMW badge with pride over the last couple of years in different categories, in whether it be in Formula E or whether it be on different platforms of simulation. Representing BMW in the V10R League as well. And now representing BMW Team, which is a works team, let's not forget, with work support in third position right now, but trying desperately to get back into the lead, and are less, as I say, than 3 seconds back. Shares that car with Enzo Benito, who started the race, with Chris Lullum, who did the middle part of the race, but it's Kevin Siggy who's doing the biggest portion of it.
The battle up front is calmed down for now. Dennis Jordan, a few car lengths back from Alex Smolyar. With traffic, the gap has just opened up slightly between these two, but I don't expect it will stay that way for the next 1 hour and 40 minutes. There's still a lot of battling to go on between these two, and it might not just be these two to the flag now. It might turn into a 3-car battle. Fantastic stuff going on.
I'm just a bit gutted that it's not more. And I feel as though actually Ferrari, with their slightly odd strategy with the SF car, could find themselves in this battle. They might not have the speed, but they could well find themselves in the battle. We go on board with the BMW quickly in third position, the back of that shot. And then, you know, what's happened to Project One by Heures? They've been the surprise, to be honest, of the event so far. But with that pit stop, and then after that, it just has faded a little bit. They were so strong with Krippner. They were being so strong with Moritz Lerner in qualifying. Mark Gassner actually nominated as the pro in that car rather than Moritz Lerner. But maybe it was. Maybe that's where the weakness was with Mark Gassner. Or with a technical issue from somebody forcing that early pit stop and putting him on the back foot. But whatever they were trying to do, if it was a strategic error, I don't think it's worked. And they've been proved that by Coanda and by Red Bull that you can get this Porsche to the an hour eventually with a little bit of work. And basically, I think that was the worry for the Porsches early on. They didn't know if they could get to the hour mark, and therefore would need a splash and dash. And maybe, just maybe, Porsche, Project One by Heures, decided early on to get themselves on a different part of the circuit and react to the fact they couldn't get to the hour by doing this extra pit stop early, so they didn't have to worry about it. But then in the second half of the race, with the cooler air temperature, with the grippier track, maybe it's come to the Porsches. And, well, we've still got Oracle Red Bull right at the sharp end. But look at the balance. Ferrari, Porsche, BMW. All right, Aston Martin, only lead car is in 10th position, but you kind of, from the experience of the Aston Martin teams, would expect that.
Yeah, and that's great to see. Like you said, 3 different manufacturer there of car 1, 2 and 3. So that's fantastic for the series going forward. And I think in terms of Project One, look, this race might not work out the way they want it to, but they can they just have to take all the benefits from this race and you know, move forward. Whoa, big swapper on there for Siggy. He has lost time actually over the last couple of laps. The gap has gone up to 4.6. Here you'll see now there on the bottom of screen, 4.6 seconds. It was nearly under. It was under 3. Now it's up to 4.6. So I don't know what's happening here. If Siggy's saving fuel, just ran out of tyres.
Well, he's in the middle of the stint, so it'd be worried if he's run out of tyres.
5.2 is now the gap. So he's. Yeah, he really is struggling a little bit here, is Kevin Siggy.
Well, that 5.2 change would reflect the mistake at turn 1. So that makes sense that the gap has grown there. But as you say, it was below 3, and it's then gone out to 4.6. Yeah. Unless he's been bullied off the circuit by an LMP car, which is quite possible.
Yeah, it seems to just be... I don't know if that's just the sheer pace of the top 2, and he's not getting worried about it just yet. But let's see. They might still have some in the tank, and we have to remember they were battling away with each other, weren't they, when that gap was on its way down.
Is he trying to save a bit of fuel? Let's have a look.
They were experts at this last year, and they did it a lot, so let's find out.
Full throttle for the moment. Down towards the penultimate turn.
Yeah.
Little bit of, just a little bit, not a huge amount, but not as aggressive as you would expect. You would expect the green bar to disappear, and as soon as that does, you would expect the red bar to then go full. Red bar being brake, green bar being throttle. You would never expect to have any gap between the 2 bars illuminating. Like that.
Yeah.
So he didn't do it there.
No, he didn't do it there.
He did do it in the penultimate corner. He's also, I don't know whether that's sort of a quirk of the graphic, but he's lifting. A little bit of lift and coast there as well. Oh, and drops into 3rd gear, coming out of that turn to limit wheel spin. So he's on a bit of a preservation mission. He's got the soft tyre on, but he looks like he's trying to preserve that, because that, did you hear him dropping into 3rd? The revs went very low, so he didn't get the wheel spin out of that out of that turn 4. There's lots of things going on in that BMW, and from being incredibly close to the... Of course, the other thing is the 2 cars in front have sped up because they're not fighting each other any longer.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's another reason why they've been brought into the battle. Here is Pescarolo, Sport Monaco team, and what a fantastic name to have back, well, to have in esports racing tournament. Henri Pescarolo, the biggest, most successful name at Le Mans as a driver, as a manufacturer, as a team owner. A huge personality at Le Mans, and fantastic to have his name now in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Absolutely fantastic. Just adding to the names that we already have, and another huge name. Massive names coming into the Le Mans Virtual Series this year after what was a fantastic first season. Don't forget, we had, of course, that first running in 2020, but after the first series, great to see big names and big manufacturers now joining the party for season 2. Pescarolo just being one of them.
Looking into the bedroom of Alan Day, Israeli real-world driver. And he doesn't look like he's got a conventional rig there. That's something a bit funky going on. He looks almost like he's got a cockpit that he's driving inside.
It's a bit different, isn't it?
Oh, Alan, you're going to have to send a photo of that. I was just having a discussion about environments of some of our drivers, because, you know, what we think of as a sim rig, we've got so many around this office space here, you know, metal structures in a controlled environment. Obviously, we've seen how Coanda work in their house in Germany with fantastic purple floors and lighting everywhere, cool environment in their metallic rig with the seats and pedals and all this kind of stuff. You don't need it to be like that, and so many of these drivers will be driving from all kinds of different environments. You know, I'd never had my rig in my bedroom because that would be very upsetting for my wife, but I crammed it in an office space that meant I didn't have a huge amount of space. And so many of these guys will have that situation. Some might have a rig room, which is, you know, a whole room dedicated to their rig with all of their stuff. I find it fascinating, the environment in which some of these guys will be racing in. Because, of course, a real racing driver has the same environment inside a car with that wheel, with that pedals, with that roll cage, like that. But these other drivers, you know, they do their stint. They might have to go and walk the dog between stints. They might have to go and say hello to the wife and kids. They're still the most professional, the fastest sim racing drivers in the world.
Hello.
And that is well done, team. You are finding some incredible environments.
Is that an armchair?
Janos Brashok for Arnage competition.
It looks like an... did the lights change how good or bad his racing is going?
Yeah, so he's got some LED light that is circulating different colours.
His mood.
My God, that must be so distracting. The steering wheel is above his eye line.
That is an armchair, isn't it?
And I think he is in an armchair.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's incredibly relaxing.
He looks like he's going for a truck drive. Not driving in the Le Mans Virtual at flat-out speed.
Yeah, and he's sat incredibly low down, given he's on an armchair.
I mean, imagine having your arms up like that for 2 hours. Surely you're going to have achy shoulders. Well done, team. That was fantastic find. Enjoyed that.
What's your rig like?
I've just got, as you would expect, a very uncomfortable, very cheap racing seat, bolted to a metal frame, and pedals and steering wheel, and all in the right places. I do use VR though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love VR because it really makes me feel like I'm inside the car. The frame rates are appalling. Graphics are appalling because my computer can't cope with it, but it does make me better. It makes me faster.
Really?
It makes me more connected.
Oh
no, Alpine.
That's more problems for Alpine.
Looking around, trying to reset the system.
They had already had a problem about
40 minutes ago.
Oh,
And now those problems seem to be coming back to them again.
that's
And it
Colin
was with
Spork.
It was with Spork when he just got in the car. Those problems came up. He eventually got out the pit lane, but seems he hasn't been able to go around for too long, unfortunately.
And Colin Spork, an incredibly fast driver, making his name now in the Formula Pro Series and taking chunks out of the established drivers in that. But it's not going. They were looking so good, weren't they, up in the top 5 early doors. Battle between Ferraris for 3rd position. This is nice to say. This is the works car, as I said a little bit earlier on, coming on strong at the end of the race.
Good stuff from them.
We have had pit stops from certain drivers, and that includes who was recently pitted, who was dropped out of the lead. Oracle Red Bull Racing leading, BMW Team Redline 3rd. So the R8G car has pitted. Where is he? Has the R8G car had a problem? The 888 car is now 14th in class. Is that because of a pit stop? No, it's showing stopped on circuit. Smolio has had an issue somewhere. Oh, disaster for RHE. They were right up there, they were right fighting and causing real issues for Red Bull Racing.
That's a real shame. Oh, there they are.
There they are. They're showing... Okay, now that doesn't make any sense. They're showing as running on circuit, but they're showing on my timing screens as stopped. And they are running well. Are they still running on the same... No, they are behind that battle. So they are behind Velas and Simsa, but that could have been a pit stop. But the old timing screen's
But
not...
they-
I'm so very confused.
So they've done... Yeah, they've had that. They've done 7 pit stops.
Yeah, so I think they've pitted. I think
pitted.
They've pitted, and when they've come back out on the circuit, the timing screens have gone a bit mental. So ignore my hysteria. Everything's fine. That's what I say to my daughter. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Panic over. There's no way that he spent 4.5 minutes in the final sector of the lap. I think it's a little glitch. Because it would make sense if he pitted. It would make sense. No, hang on. He would lose 1 minute and 20 seconds. What was his last pit stop? Standby caller. Last pit stop. Yeah, his last pit stop was only 14 seconds. So that would be too fast even for a drive-through. So something has happened to him. Ah, God, that's so frustrating.
That's a real shame. It looked like they were potentially on to get their first, or add to their win that they got from the Nordschleife last year, but get their first win on circuit. Of course, that win they got on countback. This would have been the first time they could have taken a win to the checkered flag. A real shame for RHG. They'd all put in such fantastic drives, but it seems just under an hour and a half to go that they'd hit some sort of mechanical issues, and we'll find out very shortly, I'm sure, what has happened to them.
I think what's confused our timing screens is they've left the circuit in the final sector of the lap, and then they haven't completed that sector. The timing screen doesn't know where it's gone.
Right.
So they haven't then completed a lap, and then only when they finish that sector, the timing screen goes, oh, there you are.
Right.
Hence why it registered them as a 4.5 minute or 5 minute lap, a 5 minute sector, sorry, in sector 3. So I think maybe the timing screen is telling us a small lie, and that they might be one place or one lap more than they're showing, but they have still had an issue.
That was, yeah.
Oh dear. Back to the LMP lead. 4.8 is the gap between Bennett and Simonchips. That's halved since we last checked in with them, but we are expecting pit stops soon.
And also that gap between first and third is coming down.
quite significantly as well. RHG are on a charge, 7.7 seconds back now.
7.7 seconds back between our top three after 6.5 hours worth of racing. This is just incredible.
Who would have called that?
Incredible. Now, we do have a weird thing going on with the strategies. There is the progress. So it's been a big chunk, actually, on this current lap for Simoncic. He's gone from 6.1 down to 4.6. So Bennett has somewhere made an error. No, it was last lap, actually, where Luke Bennett did a 45, a 1 minute 45. Simoncic a 1:43.6. So maybe that was traffic. Back on board with Simoncic inside his Slovenian home. That's more of a conventional rig than we were checking in with earlier.
Yeah, that's not your armchair.
I just love it, though. I love it.
I thought that was pretty cool, actually. It's a proper force feedback on there as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. No wonder he's got the guns. That's a work. He doesn't need to go to the gym on Monday, that's for sure. I don't know why you would do that to yourself. But obviously he feels as though he's getting a decent amount of feedback. I mean, in your real world, Chris, most of the single-seaters don't have power steering, but most of the single-seaters don't do that to you.
No. I mean, but
because they get as they go faster, they get lighter, and it gets easier to steer.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just driver preference. When you can choose what the car does, then you just play around with it until you go with what's more comfortable for yourself. But yeah, if you're trying to be realistic, then yeah, he's obviously gone a bit of a different way.
I don't know whether these guys strive for realism. You know, I think they strive for speed, and whatever makes them fastest.
That's it. That's what you go for.
That's what they care about. Yeah, they don't care that the pedal doesn't feel exactly like it would do in an actual GTE Ferrari. They just care that it makes them go quickly, and they might take learnings from the real car, like for instance, you know, having a hard brake pedal versus having a soft brake pedal, and you have in many brake pedals these days the ability to change that. I have a very hard brake pedal because that's what I was used to when I was real racing. But in karting, for instance, you don't have that hard brake pedal feel. You have a short brake pedal, but it's quite soft. So if you come from karting, you might want a more of a soft brake pedal.
So, and you're used to hitting the brake pedal quite hard in karting as well. And if you've done single-seater, if you've tested a single-seater, then it's like hitting a brick wall, basically. So then you'll want to get used to that. So,
but those guys and so many of these drivers will never have experienced a real-world vehicle. They will only know what makes them fast. So they might be happy with a squidgy brake pedal, and as long as they can modulate it and get the performance out of it, that's all that they really need.
Yeah, and that's where you would. That's when you admire then drivers who have done so well in adapting from jumping across from the esports world into the professional world and being able to make careers for themselves out of it as well, and becoming, of course, professional drivers, professional sim and development drivers as well for Formula One teams, which we have seen recently in the simulator world.
Such as our Factor 2 champion Rudy Van Buren, now announced as Red Bull Racing's development and sim racing driver. He won the experience of a year with McLaren to do that same job. Now has transferred into racing for real in the Porsche Super Cup, thanks to the support of our Factor 2, and now finds himself with a proper job, proper job.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be in there on race weekends, putting in all the work in the evening times whilst they're at the track, having finished free practice. He'll be testing, getting more and more laps in for them, getting more data for Max Verstappen and Checo Perez.
Oh, this is not what's Tommy Uscott. No, sorry, it's Luke Bennett in the Red Bull, in the red line machine, with a slower car from Arnage Competition just ahead of him. And he's going to have to deal with that traffic quickly. He doesn't want to be held up too long by that slower machine, but also doesn't want to get tangled up by him. Pit stop's done then for Team Redline with 1 hour and 19 minutes remaining. Note that one down because we're getting close to needing only one more stop. But for Redline, that is definitely 2 more stops for them on this strategy right now. Both full services for Luke Bennett and 1 lap before for Diego Pinto. Now, from second, RHG Esports come in. So Sinchik is on a similar strategy now to Team Redline. So that 7-second gap that we talked about is for real. There is no kind of benefit or hidden time left on the table, whereas I still believe that the Van Wall Burst car on a very different strategy has a short stop still to do. What are we saying? A stint is around 38 minutes? Is that correct?
Yeah, around 40 minutes. We worked it out to be around 23 laps, so around 40 minutes.
And at 2 hours, you could do 3 stops. So actually, this is about right. 2 stops left with 80 minutes remaining. And you're bang on. Yeah. So that makes sense then, that Redline and RHG are on point for the end of the race. Van Wall have still something in their pocket. If they come into the pits, they could do a shorter stop and reduce that gap. Let's see how long Van Wall stay out then, or anyone stays out.
That's a good point. Yeah, they can do
and they also don't need to do tyres in that short stop as well.
They can do a slightly shorter one. Yeah, so they're in a very, very good position.
The only problem with that, if they do a double stint on the tyres, is they have little experience with the medium, and they would need to use the medium to double stint.
Correct. So let's see what they do then. This is where the strategy comes really into place. It's something you could have done a couple of hours ago. This is where it comes into play now as we get in towards the final part of the race. There's a bit of traffic to deal with there for one of the Redline cars. Manages to get through okay, the #1 car, as it makes its way back uphill once more and into the braking zone. 4th place so far, but the 444 car still to come into the pits, as is the #20 Porsche.
Van Wall Burst in though this lap.
Right,
so
there we go.
They have, this could be a short stop. Let's have a look now. I feel as though this is quite early for them. By the way, Luke Bennett is about to finish his 2nd sector, and I reckon that's going to be a slow one because he sat behind that Project 1 by Dürr Porsche for quite a while in the first part of the lap, and indeed he does lose. Actually, no, he doesn't lose too much time. That wasn't too bad in comparison to the guys around him. Lost a couple of tenths, but nothing too much. But out laps and in laps, always so crucial, getting your car up to temperature. This does feel like a proper stop from Simoncic. Over the stripe to take back the lead of the race comes Luke Bennett. Ooh. And here comes Simoncic out of the... no, but he's going to be behind. Surely he's going to be behind. To the right-hand side. Where are they? Oh, they're very, very close. The advantage was nothing. They make contact between the 2 of them. Cold tyres for Simoncic, and he just understeers into the side of Team Redline. And now we have a battle on our hands. With 1 hour and 15 remaining, the strategies have played out, and it's put Van Wall Burst and Team Redline on the same bit of tarmac.
There we go. Great driving from Simoncic to go a little bit longer there, and Floyd Van Wall Burst, the team getting out just ahead of Team Redline, and that is the difference between them with just over an hour left to play, less than half a second. RHG are 5 seconds back from this now.
Which means they can't afford to fight, because Simoncic and Bennett, if they start going side by side here and squabbling, look, in the background there is RHG. It's only 5 seconds. It's so close. And 5 seconds, once you start going side by side, that's a couple of laps and it's gone. Yeah. And then we have a 3-way fight. And both these front 2 will not want to have to worry about attacking and defending at the same time. Right now, they've got one job. Simoncic defends and Bennett attacks. If there is another car involved, it gets a hell of a lot more complicated.
Yep, and our gap in GTE is 3 seconds between our top 2, but this is our gap overall between the race leaders as they come in towards the final corner. They come out of the final corner down the start-finish straight, and we'll see in the top of screen there is RHG as well. Yuyovski in the car for them now, just over 5 seconds back. We're on board then with the red line car in towards the first corner we go, looking back from Van Wall Burst now, and there we can see the #1 team red line car just dropping back slightly. The gap has gone to almost a second, so a good outlap there for the Floyd Van Wall Burst car. Got the tyres up to temperature very quickly, it has to be said, and has settled in very nicely into this stint. But traffic approaching, and this could change everything now, Ben.
Ferrari sitting right in the middle of the road, but it's not just a Ferrari, it's a slow LMP car as well, and the gap comes straight down to nothing once more. A good advantage being built by Simoncic is completely destroyed. We've got soft tyres on Luke Bennett's team red line car, we've got soft tyres on Simoncic, so really everything is equal here. But Simoncic going a little bit defensive on the back straight just in case, and we have more traffic ahead. This ain't over. But unfortunately for the RHG car, the pace is just so strong.
Yeah, and the gap now back to RHG, 4.5 seconds. It's come down by a second with all this battling going on. Of course, Yuyovski's going to have to go through the same amount of traffic, but Luke Bennett closing in as they go round the Proton car is now right in the slipstream. Could he line up and move into the last corner? We've not seen much overtaking into there, and Luke Bennett decides to sit behind in that red line car, and he wants to wait this one out for the start-finish straight, which is where we are now.
Clean track ahead of Simoncic. Stays on the racing line for the moment, but knows how close Luke Bennett is. Will Luke go for a last-minute lunge? Yes, he does. The car disappears. Simoncic is very, very late on the brakes. Doesn't make the corner, stays around the outside and holds on to the position for the moment. But now the drag down to turn 4. Again in the slipstream. Where is the opportunity? Under braking, but again he's too far back. Luke Bennett can't get through, and Arnage Competition having a fantastic view of this. But the fact that they're sticking with it means that they cannot be travelling at the ultimate pace of these two, because they should be clearing that slower car.
No, Yuyovski has brought the gap down to 4 seconds now, another half a second taken out of the top two. When I say Yuyovski, I mean RHG Esports, who sit in 3rd place. He's in the car for them. Very shortly, this could be a three-way fight for the lead overall between 3 different outfits. Van Wall Burst, Redline and RHG. They make their way down the back straight. It's Floyd Van Wall Burst who lead for now ahead of Redline, but RHG are closing in, and there's going to be a frustrated Luke Bennett in that car.
2 slower LMP cars for Yuyovski to clear before he gets onto the tail of these cars, and they have caught these next GTEs in a favourable place. They can just blast past them, or Simoncic can. Not sure Bennett's going to clear them.
Just
Clears one, doesn't clear the second one, but ultimately they're at the right part of the circuit. Fine GTE cars on these long back straights. Wonderful news.
Yeah.
Find them in the middle part of the lap, much more tricky.
Yeah, just got by. There is the RHG car. 3.4 seconds now. It's come down by 2 seconds since we left the pit lane. Yuyovski, it's not because he's travelling so quickly, it's because these guys are travelling slowly and are battling away with each other. Van Wall Burst and Team Redline, 3.5 seconds now back to Yuyovski in 3rd place. What does Luke Bennett do now in 2nd place? He's got to try and get past as quickly as possible. Either that or just settle down in 2nd place.
In a way, settling down in 2nd place might be his more favourable option, that they can then start to build a gap from Erhan Yuyovski. This a man, Yuyovski is one of the best drivers in the sim racing world. So is Simoncic. Luke Bennett is not bad either. But ultimately, it's not like they're being chased down by somebody who doesn't necessarily have an equal experience to them. Yuyovski is mega.
Yes, some very big names in that, isn't there? So, yeah, Yuyovski, incredibly talented driver. There we see him to the right-hand side of our screen. We see him chasing down to the left. We see the view back from Simoncic, and now we ride on board with Bennett. For now, it seems he's okay to settle behind, but we haven't seen him get close enough behind. And there, that was a move there, just a slight move from Simoncic, who shows us there that he's slightly concerned that a move is coming from the red line driver as we come onto the start-finish straight once more. Could this be the time we see Luke Bennett make a move? We've seen him make a lunge. Is he about to make a move?
He wasn't close enough the last lap, was he? He made a lunge, but it was more of a distraction for Simoncic, and he backs out of it early doors there. You saw the nose dip, slow in, fast out. In a way, that works quite nicely here, because you then can carry the momentum up what is a slight hill, up into a good braking zone into turn 4, but ultimately then you have to run side by side. Race control might give them a warning for these wide into the corners. It's not part of the regulations at turn 4, but ultimately he's still 2 wheels off the circuit there, and just so unnecessary, really.
I tell you what, Yayovsky, if I am Bennett, I'm making the move now, because Yayovsky's brought the gap down to 3.2, and they've not been battling away with each other, so I'm sure Team Red Line, I'm not completely sure, but there's a good chance they might be onto him and say, you know what, it's time to make a move here, because Yayovsky is closing in on us. So this might be the signal for Luke Bennett to get by. That said, we're saying it like it's completely simple. Simoncic is a very, very quick driver, and he's not going to give him an inch to make a move. So Bennett's going to have to go out there and make this move for himself.
The thing is, Yayovsky also has to get past Arnage competition, and I think it is the Palace racing car as well. So there are 2 cars in between. There they are in the backer shot. He's got to clear those before he gets into the battle, and he's going to lose time by doing so, because those 2 are not like a lot slower.
No,
so it's going to be a bit tricky,
cars. Yeah, it's not like the GT cars, no. Well, he could catch, it depends where he catches them. There they are. But you're right.
He's not catching them.
He's not just going to power past them, though, is he?
No, exactly. It's going to have to be a proper, legit overtake. And by the way, they're overtaking each other as well, which is not exactly what you need. It looks actually like it might be the Alpine. Is that back out on circuit again? Thought that was one of the cars we had lost. Yes, it is. So Chris Sport back out. So yeah, as I say, it's not a slow car. It's Sport.
No, we got the 888 car. Is that was one of the RHE cars next? Whoa, there we go. There's the Marder car. Right, we get into some more traffic. Just about able to get through. There is the red line car. Gets through safely, but distraction for Van Wall Burst after that, and they run a little bit wide. 3.5 tenths is the gap, and here we go. This is where it gets very, very tricky now for RHE in third.
On the left screen then, the battle for the lead of the race. We've got the 2 Ferraris that are fighting over third in GTE coming up ahead. Can they clear both of them? They clear one of them into the fast left-right flick, but you're going to have to go offline to get past the second one. Listen to the engine note. Whoa, managed to just squeeze through, and Luke Bennett does as well, so no real time lost there, getting through that bit of traffic. I'm sure that Yayovsky won't be able to be quite as clean through a knife as they are. Here is Yayovsky past one Ferrari, but he's still got to clear the Arnage competition machine. It's Antunes who is aboard that car. Is he got close enough? Yes, he is, does that, but needs to be careful not to go into the back of the Ferrari.
Or get tagged on the exit there from Arnage. Good driving from Yayovsky. Goes through, and the gap has gone up now to 3.5 seconds. So
yeah, makes sense.
Loses half a second with that. So I'd say that was good damage limitation driving, really, to keep that gap, to keep the damage lost there to half a second, given the work he had to put in. 3.7, in fact, and I'd say that's pretty good work from Yayovsky.
Coming up to the hour mark, the final hour of our 8 hours of Bahrain. Still so much to play out. We've still got 1 pit stop for the whole field. So GTE expected to pit on the hour, and then we will expect to see the LMP cars come in with 50 minutes remaining, and then they'll need to pit again. No, sorry, with 40 minutes remaining, and they won't need to pit again.
And I'll tell you what,
Kevin Siggy is starting to get his foot down. He's coming to the pit stops in GTE as well. He's just started to bring the gap down to Dennis Jordan. 2.5 seconds now. There he is. He's brought the gap down. It was once over 3. It's now 2.3 seconds. Kevin Siggy absolutely flying. There he is. You can see the Oracle Red Bull up in the distance, and Kevin Siggy, we jump on board with him now as he comes into the final couple of corners here at the Sakir International Circuit onto the start-finish straight, and we are coming into the final round of pit stops for the GTE class. This is a battle we have to keep an eye on. This is a battle that is in the process of coming into play, but of course we have that battle for the overall lead, Simoncic versus Bennett as well, Floyd Van Woolburst versus Redline, but this is the other one that we'll have to keep an eye on the timing screens, because Kevin Siggy is closing in on Dennis Jordan for the lead in GTE. In towards turn number 4, we see Kevin Siggy, good car control out of there, gets the car stopped nicely, and then into the S section next. He takes a lot of curb through the right and through the left, but this is back to the battle for the lead, and more traffic to deal with overall, and that's a look down the outside there for Team Redline, so almost a pass for the overall lead.
And Redline will be watching ahead. They'll be looking at the traffic. They'll be working out when Luke Bennett will approach that traffic, telling him, calm down, don't worry, you're going to hit traffic here. The Van Wall is going to hit it at a different place. He's going to be held up. This is going to be your next opportunity. I do feel as though they're going to find the next car of Kevin Siggy at the wrong part of the circuit. And of course, it's a Redline car as well. How hard is he going to make the Van Wall work? He gets a bit of a squeeze. Van Wall has to go around the outside, but ultimately, so does the Redline. No, he takes to the inside line, and Spork follows him through. Ultimate actual time loss, I reckon, for Team Redline there.
Yeah, so do I. Caught him at the wrong time there, as we go on board with Van Wall getting a tow from the Oracle Red Bull racing car into the final 2 corners, and behind, no time lost for Team Redline as they go to the inside there, round the inside of the back marker, and make their way through. So the Oracle Red Bull Racing team, the LMP leaders, putting laps now on the GTE leaders in terms of overall. That we see coming now out through turn number 4. Great racing in both classes, very, very close. 3 seconds between the top 3 in LMP, and 3 seconds between the top 2 in GTE.
Just a bit of news from the Rocket stable. We saw Brabham Esports pitting off sequence, followed by the Rocket SimSport machine, and I'm afraid that the 22 car has retired out of the race, so Rocket SimSport will be a DNF from this first race, which means no points. If they finish, they get at least 1 point, but a DNF for the 22 machine. Not sure why yet. We did see them go into the pits, but maybe there was a problem in the pits and they were not able to service it. Mr. Zansho himself will be joining me in a second, so I'm sure he'll be able to give us a quick update.
Of course. Looking back from Jurnej Simoncic, Bennett closing in. 6/10 is the gap. That is all that stands between them. The gap to Yuyovsky has gone up to over 3.3. Oh no, Bennett caught them at the wrong time there. RHG car has some clear track ahead now, but lost some time in the process. 3.2 seconds is now the gap between Jurnej Simoncic, Luke Bennett and Herhan Yuyovsky. So a bit of time lost there, but Yuyovsky still right in this fight for the overall race lead. And Siggy only 2.5 seconds back from Dennis Jordan as well. And as you said, there is the Rocket SimSport team. A real shame to see them retire from the race.
Plenty of retirements as we've gone through this race for various different maladies, whether it be in-game engine failures or whether it be software and hardware failures. Back at home, Porsche Coanda, the number 20, probably the biggest of them, with a disconnect early doors. Not just the driver, but the whole team disconnected at that point. Here are the hourly highlights, sponsored by Lego Technic, and we went racing at 1 o'clock UK time here in Bahrain for the 8 Hours of Bahrain, and instantly the #1 red line car got itself into the lead. It was an amazing start from the Oracle Red Bull Racing Porsche, from 6th up to 2nd position, tucking in behind a quite lazy Enzo Benito at the start of the 8-hour encounter. Day has turned into night, and we have really climaxed with both the LMP category and the Ferrari category, GTE category fighting hard. This, the battle at the time for 4th and 5th position, but effectively the battle for the lead of the race. And we go back to live pictures because we are having so much fun live on circuit. Simoncic, 0.8 of a second ahead of Bennett, with Yoyovsky 3.2 back. In fact, 2.3 according to our latest timing board, with Porsche Coanda 36 back in the #4, and then the second team redline car, which has had a few penalties, in 5th position. GR Vector Esports and Team Fordzilla have been saving fuel. They're up in the top 10 now. Those that have had a few more issues further back, including the likes of Williams Esports, Alpine Esports, strong in the top 5 at the start of the race, but now at the tail of the LMP field. Then we focus our attention on GTE. It's Dennis Jordan, the 99 Porsche, versus Kevin Siggy in the 71 BMW Team Redline. We're over the hour, and both of them have just gone into the pits on the same lap. Then it's a Ferrari fight for 3rd between Simsa and SF. Last pit stops then for GTE coming up. Siggy in for BMW. Just ahead of him, Dennis Jordan for Oracle Red Bull Racing in on the same lap. Simsa Esports have come in as well, which is promoting SF Velas Esports. We've also got the Proton Coanda. There is the Red Bull machine. It was 2.3 when they came into the stops. How much is it going to be at the end? Is there any fuel that they can save? Is there any less of a pit stop to do? There's the battle also going on for the lead of the race between Simoncic, Bennett and Yoyovsky. And clearing traffic for Simoncic. Let's calm down. Let's let it fizzle for a little bit. Jordan out of the pits. Look ahead. Where is the BMW is more important, really. There he is, still in the pits. They enter, exit at exactly the same time, and the BMW is going to be ahead of the Porsche, squeezing on pit exit. The Porsche needs to be careful not to cross the white line. There's traffic, huge traffic coming past, and they come out of the pits side by side. They rub, they bump, they bore. Inside now, Porsche takes the lead, but BMW is surely going to fight back. Siggy in Team Redline BMW, and it's Yuri Kasdorp, the birthday boy, who is going to take this Porsche to the flag, who did such a good job at the start, but he runs wide at turn 4. And surely that's going to allow Kevin Siggy an opportunity, but Arnage Competition and LMP come past, so there is no part of the racetrack. And we've got 56 minutes of this coming up for you. I hope you've got a sofa that's got a good edge.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be absolutely critical. I can't wait for this. What a race it's been, what a 7 hours it's been. It's coming down to the wire in both of our categories. I was saying that Spa might have been the best race we've had in the Le Mans Virtual Series. I think this season opener, I think we're topping it today. This has been absolutely incredible, breathtaking from start to finish. And in both of our categories, we have got a top 2 fight, or top 3 fight in LMP, between some of the best drivers in the series, with Yuri Kasdorp against Kevin Siggy. Those two, there will be no letting off, no rest between the two of them for the next 56 minutes. It's going to be brilliant. In the battle right at the top, this is obviously between Marocek and Pinto for 5th position. Back up.
Don't do that to us, my gosh.
That was quite close. I was like,
Red Bull versus Fanwall, and it's the other way round.
Other way round, yeah, indeed. That will be Marocek on the rear. Who's actually having a great race, is the 444. Simoncic, Bennett and Yoyovsky. I wonder if Bennett might jump out. No, he's got to stay in for the final stint, surely. I was wondering if they were going to get Bennett out of the car for the final stint and get Rietveld in to try and attack Yannis Simoncic, but I think they'll lose too much time on the stop with that. So
nobody's really double stinting, are they? That's gone out the window in these later stages of the race. It's all single stints on soft tyres.
It's because it's so hot. Yeah, they're all, like you say, they're all single stint tyres. Every single one of the LMPs that pitted there, it was all single stints.
Here's an interesting thing I learned whilst I was having a break, that in previous years the teams were given correct and accurate information across the period of the race about the weather.
Yeah.
This year, much like real life, they're giving an idea of what the weather could be, but they are not given precise numbers and data, so they cannot practice the exact conditions that they're going to experience. Much like in real life, because you know those days where the weather forecast says it's going to be a nice blue sky, and then you go outside and it rains on you. Kind of happens in real life sometimes, and I love the fact that we are doing that in our Le Mans Virtual Series for Season 2 to keep these teams a little. They're just too good. We've got to keep them guessing.
I'll explain to you how much practice to do. We did the Formula Pro Series, we did Daytona, and it was in basically these Formula Pro cars, like a Formula 1 car but with a V10 engine and stuff. It's very cool, great race and whatnot. And it was a race where we knew it was going to rain somewhere through the race. We knew there was going to be some rain. Problem is, all the teams knew because again they were basically publishing, and how it was on R-Factor 2 is you basically set up like almost like checkpoints through the race of like at the start of the race it's going to be this, then it's going to be this, then it's going to be this, and then this, and you get 5 of them. And the teams, I'm not joking, they did full race simulation to work out when it would start raining, and they got it within 4 minutes.
And therefore they can decide when they can pit on the right lap for their tyres.
Exactly. They knew they had to just give like basically a 2-lap window, and they could literally do that. And it was almost a guarantee that it would definitely rain in that 4-minute period. And it did. And none of the teams were caught out because they practiced that hard for it. This looks like a bit of a cluster, my goodness.
And that never, ever, ever, ever happens in real life.
No, so I like that we're kind of removing that element. We're trusting the teams to react to the weather, to like even temperature-wise. Like at this point, they don't know. They could probably take a good guess, but like they don't know how cool it's going to be at this time on the track. And it's very cool at the moment. I mean, look at it in a very different way, but
rad, cool/rad.
It's just I like the teams are having to react in the race.
Calm between Kazdorp and Siggy right now. They are not in the battle for the lead of the race right now because we do have a Ferrari. The SF Velas works car is at the head of the field and has not yet done its last stop. Every single minute that goes on longer means that they have less time to fill up, or less need to spend time in the pit lane, and therefore they could be making a shorter stop. Waiting to see what the gap is. It's definitely not a full pit stop gap. It's not 1 minute and 20 seconds.
No.
So we are going to see Kazdorp and Siggy go back into the head of the field. But by the way, Sim Maranello is also only 2 seconds behind this little battle going on.
I think they do owe us a stop.
They do us a stop. So they're doing a similar thing to the works Ferrari then.
Yeah, you can see it just in the background there coming up over the crest. I mean, maybe they have stopped and we've just kind of really, they've been thrown right under the radar.
No.
I think...
No, they actually were just passed by these guys.
Yeah, I think this is the battle for the race lead. Everyone else, they're kind of like fighting over the podium and maybe the scraps behind. They will the 51, the 99, oh, the 51 rather, will take on less fuel in the stop. Right, it will have a shorter stop, but not enough to throw it into this fight. Maybe when the Maranello car comes in, it might throw him into the podium battle. That's a potential possibility, which would be a great drive for them. But realistically, I think not.
The other interesting thing is, depending on how long it can go, it could then potentially go on to softs, or is everybody on softs anyway?
They're on softs anyway, yeah.
But they might not have to be. They might just be able to be more attacking.
Oh yeah, big time. If they can go on, or to be fair, they might not even take tyres in the stop, and might take these ones to the end, and so it's like even less time in the pit lane, which could again drag them back up into it. Bit of a moment there from This Is On Board with a 444. This one, of course, belonging to David Marocek. He got Diogo Pinto directly ahead. This is not the battle for the lead of the race. I know it's very hard. Obviously, Vanwall versus Redline on both of those fronts. Obviously, the other way around at the race lead. This one being the battle for what is 5th position on your tower, the 2 versus the 444.
Gap between these two drivers, 0.6 of a second. Gap between Simoncic and Bennett the other way round for the lead of the race, 7/10 of a second. They have gained a little bit over Yuyovsky over the last couple of laps. When they've stopped fighting, they have settled down a bit, and Yuyovsky is kind of settled down at 3.2. They need a bit of GTE traffic to help them close in, but that will happen because we get it every 9 laps.
Well, we just had Yene Simicic's last lap was nearly a second slower than Yuyovsky. Because, again, that'll be lap traffic. It ebbs and flows. You know, it gives and takes. You kind of get involved with it a little bit, and then you'll have laps where it's clean. There's the Sim Maranello car, by the way, coming into the pit lane. That was from 4th position in the GTE class. Morgera behind the wheel of that one. So I think Simsa Esports also owes a pit stop. I'm not sure who's going to actually be in 3rd in the GTE class, because I was going to say coming into this again that the podium was going to be locked out. It was going to be R8G, it was going to be Oracle Rebel Racing Esports, and it was going to be BMW Team Redline in whatever order. I don't know.
And what happened to R8G?
They disconnected.
Another disconnection?
It was a disconnection. Yeah, on there. I was chatting to Risto Capet, obviously one of the drivers of the car, and he said Alex Smallyard just disconnected. Bit of a shame. It's painful. It happens. Been there, had that one, unfortunately. It's a bitter pill to swallow. I was speaking, of course, to Alpine as well, having a little chat with them. Chins need to be up and stuff. Some of them are kind of calm. Other of them are very frustrated, obviously, as you would be, you know, even if you were in your own car in real life, in the sense of the engine packed up, you kind of had the right to be really frustrated by what's going on.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that is kind of one of those things. Bit of a shame.
That is racing. Motorsport is not fair.
That is something which does need to be hammered home to a lot of sim races, is that it's not fair.
There you go. You can make that one into a dance track.
Sim racing is not fair.
Sim racing is not fair.
Well, we'll have to get a nice little remix from the lads upstairs, and we'll see on replay as to what has happened here. Is this the number 1? It certainly is. That is a bit of a moment for the car that is running in 2nd position in this race. Did they stay ahead? They lost about 1.5 seconds to our race leader of Yene Simoncic. That's all it's grown. That can come back down, and we are also awaiting a final pit stop in roughly 8 or 9 minutes.
So this could well be tyres starting to scream too much. They've been pushing so hard in this last stint that maybe there's just not quite the grip there that they once expected. Yuyovsky now within sniffing distance and fancies an opportunity to attack, but as you say, they need to make it another 3 laps really to get to the end of the race, so they'll all be aiming for that and they won't necessarily be attacking. 966 stopped. Team Fordzilla out. You see Ottaviani there, not massively Italian about it, but certainly frustrated.
Yeah, that is a big shame. It is what it is. Again, right, we'll see whether this gap's good. They've got clean air between them, right? There's no real traffic for at least the next 3 or 4 corners, so that one can be sorted out. The gaps across the line, 2.8 seconds back from Yene Simoncic to Luke Bennett, and then it is 1.7 from Bennett to Yuyovsky. I think Simoncic has used this to be like, right, he's made a mistake, go. Go, 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 go. We're at the end of these tyres. We don't need to use them again. Power through, burn the tyres, get rid of them, and try and build that gap to 3 or 4 seconds before the pit stops.
Here's an interesting one. Kasdorp and Siggy, not really fighting over each other, but pretty close on the same part of the circuit. Their times are being matched by... I was about to say being matched by Michel, but Michel now into the pits. So Christian Michel in the SF Velas esports car that was in the lead is now pitting. But he was able to do a similar time to these guys at the front, so that's very, very impressive. Siggy is tucked under the rear wing of the Porsche, and we're now waiting to see how short the Ferrari can make their pit stop. It's 15 minutes later than these two managed to pit earlier on. They come towards the stripe, towards the line. Where is the Ferrari? Looking at the back of shot. Where is he going to be coming past anytime soon? No, he's still stationary.
Oh, he's not going to be in this fight at all. I think like maybe 4th. There they are. Are they going up onto the jacks though? That's the question. I mean, they might have already been up on the Jacks.
Yeah, they've been in a while.
Yeah.
So now
Most
it's
definitely.
versus Simsa. They start rolling already, right behind the Marla BMW. It's going to still be a shorter stop, a 1:14.8. So they saved 5 seconds, which gives them a decent advantage over Simsa. No, it doesn't.
They've lost out.
They've lost to
Simsa, but I don't know what the gap will be.
But the gap was nothing before, so that actually hasn't worked at all for them. By stretching and stretching and stretching, they've gained nothing.
But they might be on, because obviously they'll be on fresher tyres at this point.
And light. Well, they won't be lighter.
No, they won't be lighter. But I've always going to say that they're lighter on comparative tyres.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously, when Simsa came out, they were on fresh tyres, sure, at the start of their stint, but they were on a heavy car comparatively to where the Scuderia Ferrari Veles esports team are on their fresh tyres, and that's why I think that battle might rage on towards the end of this stint.
Great, another one to look at.
Yeah. Wow. We're being told that Team Redline they're unhappy about an unsafe release that okay, so we're getting an area that Redline have complained about this, and I really like Redline, I really do, and I don't understand what you're complaining about, because if there's anyone who's had an unsafe release in there, it's them, and they're complaining about being squeezed. But again, I feel like Yuri was basically on the white line and Redline were pushing them.
No, they put themselves in that position.
Yeah, agree.
They should have actually not. If that was a real race. Oh, here comes Siggy down the inside into turn 1, maybe waiting for a penalty to be given to Red Bull Racing, but there is no penalty forthcoming, and he's too deep into turn 1. He loses the lead on the exit of the turn. A good little try though, and that will just upset Yuri Kasdorp. Unlike that battle at the lead of the race, for the GTE lead, they don't have to worry about a third car. There is no third car around, even if Jordi Heures in the SF Veles Esports has done the best last sector of anybody on the last lap.
Yeah, and he is right on the rear end of Schindler as well for 3rd position. So it could well be Jordi Heures taking the Scuderia Ferrari Veles Esports team onto the podium.
So quickly going back to that situation, if that was a real-world pit stop, Team Redline would be slam dunk unsafe release.
Yeah.
But Eduardo knows, and Eduardo Freitas, real world race director for WEC, also does Formula 1, understands that you don't have the same safety issues in the sim racing that you do in the real world, and therefore the same rules cannot apply. You can't have an unsafe release in the pit stops because it's not unsafe. There's nobody to run over. It's just fighting. So he's allowed that pit stop to go. He's allowed the side-by-side to happen. But Redline are then complaining that they've got squeezed afterwards. They were just very close to each other.
I think that is total rubbish. No. For me, there is nothing wrong with anything that happened there. That was just exciting, was thrilling. I don't buy, not even for a second. So we'll have to wait and see on that one, see what race control do. This is Yuyovski, who's closed in. They're approaching the final pit stops. Yuyovski is there knocking at the door to grab 2nd position away from Bennett. Redline are under pressure right now.
And Jordi Heures in the SFLS esports team already up into 3rd and clearing Simsa. So he is on a mission.
What a day. What a day it's been for them. They qualified
not well. But they've just done what the Ferraris do. They've just been there and they've been running a completely different strategy. They've not been attacking. They've just been doing their thing. And they, as we said earlier, 2 hours earlier, we said they're always there at the end. And they are always there at the end. And now, Jordi Heures with a lighter or a better car than most of the people around, 21 seconds off the lead of the race. So it's going to be difficult for him to close that kind of gap down. But ultimately, done the best he can. And that does mean that at the moment, we've got a Porsche at the head of the field, a BMW 2nd, and a Ferrari in 3rd.
Absolutely incredible as we ride on board with Bennett now. He's under pressure, like we said. He's
hang on a second.
GTE leaders to navigate, though. That was nicely done. But will Yuyovski be right in the danger zone coming into T11? I think they'll both clear him before they get into that braking zone. So thankfully, those two clear our leaders before it's a problem in the GTE category.
4.6 seconds now, Simoncic to Bennett. So Bennett is now looking in his mirrors, and he's driving to his mirrors, and he's slowing up himself and Yoyoski. And this could be the turning point, the crucial moment of this race, because it could well mean that Simoncic has breathing space. As we click onto the 40-minute mark, now we're starting to open the door for the LMP cars to make a clear pit stop. Diego Pinto, the first man to do so in the second Team Redline machine, the number 2 car that has been plagued with a few issues and penalties and has dropped out of contention. And now into the pits comes Bennett and Yoyoski together. Oh, we might have another unsafe release here.
Well, we'll see if Redline say anything about this one. Yane Simoncic stays out on the race circuit, and of course an early box there for Bennett, right in front of the number 2. So hopefully
not an easy entry then.
No, and we saw that earlier between the two of them. I think they're a box or 2 apart, but still it is pretty tight, as we'll see back in our GTE. I was going to say this, by the way, GTE. Do you want to know a fun fact? We have, in the Le Mans Virtual Series and Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, we've never seen a Ferrari on the podium. Well, so that is a trend to break immediately into as we step into Season 2 of Le Mans Virtual.
They felt they were really hard done by, didn't they, in the first Le Mans Virtual? And they really put a massive effort into it, but based it out of Maranello, had Charles Leclerc, put on a great show for us, if you remember, with Anton Giovinazzi. Who was the third driver in that car? It was an all-pro lineup, wasn't it? Oh, no, it was Tanitsa was part of that team, or Brendan Lee was part of that team. And it was absolutely mega. And I think they feel as though this platform has not been kind, but there's been huge work being done behind the scenes before the start of this championship to get them up. And here is Yoyoski jumping the Luke Bennett's red line car, and he's done it. Bennett and Yoyoski stay aboard the machines, but in the pit stops, RHG up to second, a Team Redline down to third. Oh, that's going to frustrate Luke Bennett massively.
It's why, I mean, I really like Luke Bennett. He's such a talent, but it's why, for me, he is not the driver to be on at this point in the race. You needed to switch it out to Jeffrey, Rietveld, or Warner. Our time might, because I know they have to manually update it on this, so it might not be, but I'll keep my eye on it, but I think it is actually Luke Bennett behind the wheel. But yeah, you needed like a Jeffrey Rietveld behind the wheel, someone who knows the sim inside and out, and taking it to that freeway fight between Yoyoski and Yane Simoncic, who are 2 of the absolute best on this platform.
Can I just...
Oh, race control.
No.
Giving a drive-through penalty to who... Was that to the number 71?
That is to Kevin Ziggy for an unsafe release.
So, wait, did they report it and they got a penalty? I need to check this on the protest sheet, but we'll check this once again.
He has pulled out in front of the Red Bull Racing Porsche, and then has pushed him as far as he could to the outside without the Porsche crossing over the white line.
I think it was because, so it says on here, oh, this is actually quite hard to read because it is tiny, but it does say that it's the 4th reprimand. The number 71 unsafe release forcing the 99 across the white line on pit exit. So that's because I did wonder, the 71 did squeeze the 99 and they were pushing them over the white line. Because I remember you saying it, Yuri Kasdorp cannot cross that white line. But then I was like, I don't think he's got a choice in this matter.
Well, we just saw the replay and it was pretty close. It was certainly touching the white line.
Yeah,
and there was no space between the Porsche and the BMW on the exit.
And I can see on here, again, I'll read the instance out because there was a report just before this that was lap 213, turn 1, that was reported by Redline that says car 99 crosses the white line and pushes the 71 car wide. So I think they reported it and then they got a penalty for it. Which, oops, is unfortunate, is about the best way. I can tell you one team that won't lose any sleep on it, and that's Red Bull. They are like, yep, cool.
But hang on, now Jordi Sveers
might get,
well, they will get second. It's 25 seconds for a drive-through penalty. The gap is 19 seconds because Sveers has just put the fastest lap of the race in for the GTE category and is continuing to push. And it took a second out of those 2 cars last time. So Sveers is going to find himself in second position. Simsa could be fighting for third with BMW Team Redline at the end of this. as Johan Jojowski pushes really hard now, knowing that it's the lap that Simoncic is in the pits, and knowing that he's trying to close down the gap. He had to clear the BS competition BMW. Simoncic surely needs a full service. He can't do this any shorter than 1 minute and 20. But look, he's already rolling, and Johan Jojowski's only just got on to the start-finishing straight. Simoncic is going to have an even larger advantage. The stop was a bit short. It was 1 minute and 18 seconds when usually a full stop is 1:20. So he had a bit of fuel in reserve for the Floyd Van Wilburst team, and that has absolutely put them in the box seat for a victory.
Yeah, well, I think the fuel rate from memory is something like 2.76 to 3 litres a second. And if you don't have to take on I think the burn rate around here is around about 2.5 to 3 litres a lap as well. So essentially, for each second you're stationary with fuel, it's roughly about a lap's worth of fuel going in. And so for them, bearing in mind they're pitting, oh, here we go, there's the little move there from Siggy. We know he's got a drive-through penalty onto the list, but he's still trying to attack because he's just going to try and get his way through on the number 99 of Yuri Kazdorp. When does Siggy come through? Does he come straight into the pit lane on the first lap of Askin?
No.
Or does he stay out? Does he try and affect some form of mistake from Yuri Kazdorp?
Now he's hassling, isn't he? He's hassling,
in.
but here comes Kevin Siggy into the pits now. We need to watch out where he comes in relation to Jordi's Veers. He still looks
fuming.
pretty... yes, but he's not Italian fuming. He's Slovenian fuming.
I know, Siggy. That is fuming. He is... Yeah. He's not going to be a happy boy in that car. But he's got a lot of work still to do. There it goes.
Whoa.
Look at it on the start-finish straight. Outside of it, that is the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team up to second.
Where's Simsa? Where's Simsa for third?
Good point.
I feel as though they might drop out of the podium with that one, and they'll have to start fighting back. There is
They
second
have dropped
position.
off the podium. You're right.
SF Velas up into second. Oh, he's just behind Simsa. So we've got a great battle then for the final podium spot between Kevin Siggy and Schindler for Simsa Esports.
Wow. This is going to be I don't know how long Schindler can hang on from Kevin Siggy when he's in this kind of mood. He is going to be flying through. I think that 71's definitely going to finish on the podium. But it's got to be, this is going to be the angriest proceed. By the way, the battle for second position in the LMP class, 7 seconds. I thought it was 2 tenths between them because it was 7.1 to 7.3. That's because there's 7 seconds between each of them. I'll pipe down my panic in there. I was about to get very excited. But yeah, the battle for the final step on the podium, Schindler versus Siggy. This is surely a Siggy podium. It's got to be for Redline. They're so fast. But did they burn out their tyres in the half hour they were battling with the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports team? That's the big question for Team Redline right now, because if they have, they're going to really struggle in this fight.
Half an hour remaining of this race. We've still got battles on our hands around the circuit. Jojowski and Bennett absolutely together. There they are. And just ahead of them is the battle for third position in GTE, with Team Redline and Simsa fighting that one out after penalties are plenty for Team Redline. They're still managing to be at the sharp end of both of our fields. A little bit of a swapper on for Luke Bennett through the final turn as they get 1 and now 2 of the GTE cars, but he's picking up a nice slipstream for Jojowski. Jojowski now goes super defensive on the inside line. Is it too much? Are they weaving? Bennett looks to the inside. There is a little bit of space. He dives. Needs to be careful not to knock out the Marla car, and just about survives, and obviously loses the position at the end of it. But gosh, that could have been a collision.
Now, I hope everyone's been watching and paying attention throughout the 7.5 hours that we've been running here in the season opener in Bahrain, because it's been absolutely thrilling, and we like to have your interaction as well. There has been a poll open on the Traction YouTube, as well as over on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter, where you can have your say of the Thrustmaster team of the race. Voting is now open. You can pick between the #1 Team Redline, #4 Floyd Van Wilburst, #66 Simsa, and I think that is is a great call. They have done so well today, and the number 99 Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. I do understand why, by the way, why it's the number 66 Simsa car and maybe not the number 51. Of course, both Ferraris, but Simsa, comparatively to last season, where they struggled to even get a top 10, and now they're battling for a podium. That is a massive, massive step up comparatively to season 1 last year. Meanwhile, Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports, this is a step up, this is an evolution on where they've been. A slightly smaller step, mine. They did finish the Le Mans Virtual in January in 4th place, but this is their first hunt for a podium that could come out legitimately, and I think they are pretty set on being on the podium. Whether Simsa will hang on to the 3rd step remains to be seen. They are still hanging on by half a second, so I think that battle might well be on. This is the battle between Yayovsky and between Bennett. I was right, by the way, when it came down to 0.2 of a second. I thought they were closer than they were. There is only 0.6 of a second between the two of them at the moment, so Bennett is on the charge.
Still a little bit of traffic to contend with, but on a straight, it's no problem at all. We switch our attention to Brabham. Brabham chasing down Nikodim Wisniewski here. So Milan versus Wisniewski. It's the battle for 6th position. And actually, is that Pinto in the back of shot? Yeah, it is. So Pinto coming to join that party, and they're not far behind Miracek in the Nextwall Vanwall burst, who is now, yes, with under the pit stops. How's that happened? Under the pit stops, Team Redline and Vanwall Burst have completely split. We saw them before, with 444 and a 2 fighting pretty hard. And now there's a good...
Oh, the 2's had issues, yeah, for sure.
There's a good couple of seconds between them. Again, it's because Vanwall did a short stop. They were on 19.6, whereas Pinto did a 22.6.
Another team, by the way, that's kind of flown under the radar a little bit when it comes to good results today. The number 20. We were saying before coming into this, of course, that being the Porsche LMP car. They had a retirement from one earlier, unfortunately. Obviously, Josh Rogers behind the wheel, and they suffered a disconnection, which was quite destructive of that team because it was at their facility. So they were effectively ruled out. They would never get into a decent result. So they've just been like, right, let's bail. Meanwhile, that 20 has worked hard. Zach Campbell behind the wheel at the moment, doing an absolutely phenomenal job. 4th position. Yes, they're quite a way off the podium, but they've had to battle from outside of the top 10 into that position whilst we look at the ProDrive Fire car trying to get past Project One Dur, who are in 8th position at the moment.
Moritz Lerner back aboard his team, but I still feel so sorry for that car. Whatever happened to them, they made one extra pit stop that they didn't need to make. I feel as though perhaps they had an issue with one of their drivers that needed to get out of the car with only half a stint, and ultimately that has cost them what should have been a podium between them. It was very, very close. And now battling, as you say, down in 8th position in GTE, trying to fend off the best of the Aston Martins. But watch out for Project One by Dur in the next couple of races. Because if this race had been a 4-hour like Monza will be, they'd be on the podium.
Well, so I was told from Red Bull, actually, that they were keeping an eye on their, of course, Project One by Dur's strategy earlier on.
Yeah.
Whilst every other Porsche was fuel saving, they reckoned the strategy for Project One by Dur was actually no fuel saving, and they were just going aggressive. And I think it just kind of, at the start of the race, you're thinking like 2 or 3 laps before, whereas then suddenly that 2 or 3 laps becomes 6, 8, 10 laps before, and suddenly it's like, whoa, hang on, you're like half an hour ahead of everyone else in the pit stop. Yeah. I think that's actually more where it came from rather than an issue.
So actually the whole field of GTEs was not going at flat-out pace, apart from Dur, who was going flat out, and that's kind of slightly changed the way their pace looked in relation to others.
Kind of,
yeah.
But fuel saving does make a little bit. We'll see ProDrive Fire get around the outside here. Look at that, what a super move there to get all the way around the outside to grab over 8th position at the moment. Mikkel Gard behind the wheel, position switches back though. Of course, Moritz Lerner hanging on to that one. This is going to be a good battle. I'm feeling all the way towards the end.
Lerner's got mediums on here, and they asked him with softs. and down the inside, but hasn't really made that move stick. So now they can run all side by side all the way through these next couple of turns, especially if you are in GTE cars and there is nothing between the two of them. The Aston Martin at the next braking zone will have the inside line. Moritz Lerner can't really shut the door because there's still an Aston Martin there. Again, has an opportunity, and then a little bit of shoulder barging on the exit. Porsche now with the inside, not quite in the braking zone into 10. Needed more of an overlap than that to stop that from happening.
I mean, this is, like I say, this is a great battle between them. I think now that Fira and Michael Gard have got up into 8, they did look like they were the faster one between the two. But I will say, as much as you're saying, going flat out, however, a lot of the esports teams, like the teams that are so used to running on R Factor 2, they are very good at saving fuel. Whoa, big moment there from Colin Spork. Nice one, good catch. They're very good at doing fuel saving without losing any time. Really, and that's how BMW Team Redline was so good last season. Is they were fuel saving so aggressively, but they didn't lose any time. They were still as fast as everyone else, and that's where a lot of these teams have gone. And that is where Project One by Dua, being Dua Esports, more used to like race room and things like that. This is where they've got a big learning curve, and they've already started off in such a positive position because they have the pace.
Bennett is back on the tail of R8G. No traffic to contend with at the moment. If we look up the road, maybe there is 1 or 2 machines, but there is only 0.4 of a second between Yoyoski and Bennett. 6.6 back from Simoncic in the Van Wall burst. 46 clear of the Porsche Coanda. And so they can really focus on themselves, focus on this battle. Probably now written off the chance of a victory. But ultimately, Simoncic always looked so strong in the early stages on the different tyre. Wasn't really able to make the difference when he was on the softs and Red Bull line were on the mediums. Everyone's now defaulted to pretty much the same strategy when it comes to tyres. But and that last pit stop, Simoncic being a little bit shorter, able to save a little bit more fuel, perhaps by sitting behind the Red Line car, perhaps because he wasn't punching a hole in the air, meant that he was able to save, it ended up being 2 seconds, but 2 seconds was enough to clear and be on a different part of the circuit to make and create a 6-second hole.
Yeah, I mean, timing is everything with stuff like this, and Jerne Simoncic is the king of timing on R Factor 2 when it comes to strategy. He knows, like, he can switch it from, like, I'm cruising, I'm at 95%, I'm just, like, cruising around, I'm sat behind, and then, boom, next up he's on 100% and without making a mistake. He's so good at doing that kind of stuff. And that's what makes the difference. And I think, like you say, rather than getting all involved in the battle and getting maybe too involved in the battle, just got patient and drove within himself and let the red line do what the red line's going to do, and he's going to do what he's going to do. And then at the end, it's kind of like, look, I'll save the fuel. I'll look after myself. Meanwhile, you're trying your very best to attack me. We'll see where we are at the end of the race.
Still so many questions to be answered. These two are actually closing down on Simoncic, only by fractions, but the fact that they weren't fighting does mean that they were closing the gap down. Now, here's an interesting one. Pinto on Wisniewski, but the point is, Wisniewski's got himself up into this position because he is double stinting the tyres that he's on. So finds himself in 6th, is unable to keep up with the next view Van Wall burst ahead of him. He's on the medium tyre, everyone else around him on the softer tyre. And surely this should be easy picking for Pinto. Brabham was part of this battle, but unfortunately has had to make a late splash and dash. And so is staying in 8th position, but further back.
Yeah. Not sure if they're going to be able to make any more progress. I'd still say 8th place is pretty solid for where they were expected to be this round. Getting inside the points. Unfortunately, the rocket car has been sent out of that after an issue. As we look a little bit further back with the number 2 red line car on the rear end of AMG Williams, of course had that disconnection, then were brought back into the race. And the number 53, a fair way off the back of Marocek, Nikodem Wisniewski behind the wheel. I did say before, for anyone who's like a fan of Williams esports thinking, are they not going to be contending for the championship this year? Well, they did finish a half a point off the title last year, and they did start start off the season with a 5th place finish and did look like they struggled, and yet they bounced back almost immediately. So, no, don't rule them out.
They're not struggling. They've had an unfortunate evening, Williams Esports, that's for sure. Spreading plenty of resources across the field with their Marla Racing team, with the Williams car, and then this is the AMG team Williams car. So Mercedes still flying half a flag at least, even if the other car had to bail out. Catching Simsa just at the wrong moment there. A little bit of a gap created between Simsa and BMW team Redline as we just blast past that battle for 3rd position. The gap between Kasdorp and Sveers down to 14 seconds now. Sveers is absolutely mighty. Finally, doesn't have to fuel save, and so is absolutely monstering it. Here is Bennett, though. Here is Pinto in the traction zone. Better traction from his softs. Used mediums for Wisniewski, and wow, look at that. There is nothing between them. Maybe even a little bit of contact between them. Marla Racing in the way here. Round the outside comes Redline for the first part, has the inside for the second part, a little bit of fisticuffs as well. Oh, and Redline gets squeezed behind Marla. I thought they were going to be boxed in there.
I thought so too. I thought Williams were going to sort of stick them out there and hang them out to dry straight around the outside, a little bit too deep on the brakes. There's contact between the two. That might have been a bit of a touch too deep from the pair of them. Wisniewski into the side of Pinto. The two of them making contact on the exit of T4 as they race their way down the S's section. Like you say, lap traffic is going to be the big decider in this battle.
The problem is also that the used tyre that Wisniewski has got has definitely not got as much grip as the soft, newer tyre from Redline, and so even if he creates half a second, it disappears pretty quick again.
Yeah.
He's got to get keep his elbows out for 18 minutes. This is going to be a long 18 minutes for Wisniewski if he wants to keep Pinto at bay.
Yeah, and this is going to be scary moments for that car directly ahead. That's the SF Velez Esports car. They're battling for third. Well, they're in 3rd position at the moment, and as you see these two, just jump straight out of the way, let them get on with their fight because they are terrifying. Look how aggressive the defensive line potentially from Wisniewski. There's the send down the inside for Diogo Pinto, and more contact between the two. Doors open, Pinto's through, and the Portuguese driver makes it up into 6th position. Might have been a little bit dicey, that one, coming down towards T13, and Wisniewski might feel pretty hard done by.
Race Control need to have a look at that. They don't seem to be very keen on Team Redline this weekend, and I wonder whether, okay, there was contact a couple of times throughout that lap, but ultimately you're looking at an ABC, an advantage by contact, and you have to say there was an advantage gained there by Redline after contact. So Race Control, have a look at that. They've got all the angles, more angles than we have, and we'll have a chance to see. But what they don't want is a penalty for Pinto, because ultimately that is dropping you out of the top 10, and you get points. Well, you get points for classifying, but you get the proper points for the top 10.
I will say, Siggy is unable to make his way past Schindler here because that Ferrari is an absolute rocket ship on the straights. And Schindler's doing a great job in the sense of, I've said this time and time again, when you're defending from someone, it's really important to not get in your own head. And also to kind of remind yourself that you actually, genuinely, do not have to nail every single corner around the circuit, which sounds crazy. You're like, this, you're talking rubbish. I'm like, no. You have to work out the really important ones, because you can't really pass in the middle of the S's. There's turn 11 and 12. It's like the really hot spot for the Ferrari, because it's bad in the... It's bad in the high-speed corners. So if you do quite well through there, if you nail that section and so that Siggy can't do anything into 13, the penultimate corner, you've got the straight line speed to keep them at bay into the final corner. You've got the straight line speed to keep them at bay into the first corner. You've got the straight line speed to keep them at bay into the 4th corner, which means really it's this section which is the only one you have to really, really worry about. Outside of that, you can drive like all right and you'll keep Siggy at bay.
Siggy with only 1 hour and 41 minutes of drive time, so he's not done a lot of the race. I think he's had a few issues at home today, from what I heard in the backstage, and they were looking at maybe trying to have other drivers do more of his stint. But he is only going to be doing, 2 hours in the end. And do they still need to fuel save to the end? They can't be full out attack either. That's the whole point with Jordi Sveers and his pace. He doesn't need to fuel save in this last stint, but everybody else that pitted on the hour does.
Yeah, Like I say, for some of the cars, it's looking pretty good right now. I mean, this car, as much as they've been in the pit lane fairly recently, it was for a drive-through, not for an actual pit stop. And they couldn't serve a pit stop during that time. It couldn't just like, bailed off on the drive, because that doesn't serve the drive-through. And so, yeah, it's a little bit. By the way, with that drive-through, I do believe that was because it was for a 4th reprimand, rather than it being a direct drive-through penalty for the conduct. Because I know a lot of people were a bit like, jumping on that, maybe that's a bit harsh. I'm like, no, it's because like the reprimand is essentially like a warning. It's like they'd already been warned for something else. It's kind of like they add up, and so if you get 2, you get a penalty.
Yujovski and Bennett in the back of shot, coming up towards this battle with the 2 GTE cars with no space between them. There's no chance of getting past. Yujovski goes to the right side. Bennett has a clearer line on the inside. Simsa turns in on him. What's happened there? He's managed to get through, but Bennett's got through contact with Simsa. That's going to push him wide. Surely here is Kevin Siggy's opportunity to get past Simsa. Simsa somehow defends from Siggy. I wonder if Siggy actually had to get out of the throttle there. They're on the inside line. Siggy now goes to the racing line. How did he not lose a position?
Oh, that's going to be a bit of contact there as well to push Simsa out wide, just over the rear end. Again, contact, careful Siggy, and now he's completely lost out in that he does not have the grip to attack the Simsa Esports car. I also don't know how he didn't get through. He got about the biggest assistance from his teammate that he possibly could in all of that, did Kevin Siggy, and yet still Simsa holding firm. To remind you, their highest place finish in the Le Mans Virtual Series up to this point is only 9th, or it might actually be only 9th position, I believe. It certainly is, just 9th place. I've had it twice, and yet here they are battling genuinely for a podium. How incredible is that story?
How quickly can Kevin Siggy get back onto the tail of the Ferrari, though? It's been following for a long, long time. We don't actually know the pace of Siggy in clear air, because he's been stuck behind Simsa since he did that drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
Now, with a little bit of a gap between the two of them, just over a second at the line, has the opportunity at least to close in once again. How quickly can he do so? And can he, by doing that, surprise Schindler and get past in a place perhaps where he's not expecting it?
I think Alpine Esports have had yet another problem, by the way, because Colin Sports, I think, disconnected.
Well, I think Colin Sports having the main problems, isn't it? Because it's all him.
Like I say, really, I know they've had some issues, they've had some stress and stuff, but it does seem as though, yes, the issue does come from that side somewhere, like something on the computer or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, it is a massive shame for Alpine, especially considering the pace that they've had. They will come back, and I genuinely think they will contend for a podium on their pace that they had this round. If they keep that up, they will contend for a podium at some point in the season, big time.
So much more responsibility on a sim racing driver than a real world driver. A real world driver in the real world gets into the car, and that is it. You don't have to turn on a computer. You don't have to check that the steering wheel is plugged in, that the pedals are plugged in. That is, I think that is an issue with his hardware, isn't it, rather than anything else. He hasn't disappeared like a disconnect.
Yeah, that's not a disconnect. There is something else going on there. I think, well, there is Colin Spork, unfortunately, out of this race. So from bad to worse.
But you see, there might not be the flexibility in that team to bring somebody back in. He's been 3 or 4 times now in the last 2 hours he's had issues. I would just take him out once he's done his amount of time he needs to do, put somebody else into the car, because we know that there's issues with his system. But ultimately, he is... Oh, he's going back out again.
They are back out. So respect that. It's the endurance spirit as they're trying to finish the race.
Because
so
you get 1 point. You get 1 point? You get 1 point
for a finish.
For a finish, for a classification.
Which does help.
Every point counts.
Well, I mean, it was half a point between the top 2 in the LMP standings last season. So, yeah, you can't tell me that every point mattered. That was half a point. So,
you know.
Yeah, by serious pain. That was so incredibly tight at the end of last season. So, you just never know, and that's why you've got to keep fighting every single second. And it's why, some teams that have given up today, maybe before they should have done, not pointing fingers in that one, maybe they shouldn't have. Maybe they should have just kept going.
On board with Floyd Van Woolburst, previously known as Bicoles, run by Burst Esports team. Bicoles rebranding for the 2023 FIA, WEC and Le Mans. as Van Wall. Tony van der Velde team in the 1950s competing in Formula One, and it has been brought back by Colles. They've actually in the last day announced the road car which will go along with the hypercar as per the regulations. The Van der Velde 1000. Oh, that's a late move. Luke Bennett just getting out of it there. Could easily have swiped off the rear end of Yuyovski, but just about saved it. There's been a couple of incidents between the two of them, hasn't it?
Also, the line that Luke Bennett is taking going into T4 terrifies because it is bumpy out there going on that wide. I know you kind of want to get out there because you want to widen the corner, because turn 4 is actually quite a hard one. But it's so bumpy out there, and there is a bump literally about halfway in the braking zone. You kind of have to adjust your brake setting, like as in like as you're on your left foot's down, and you have to almost like lift it slightly just as you get to that bump, and then put it back down. Otherwise, you're going to lock up.
It's called modulation.
Exactly. And I am bad at it. That's why I'm really bad at Sebring. And it's why I don't. It's why I don't race anymore. It's why I'm sat here in the commentary booth. My talent has gone.
If you can't race, talk about it.
Yeah, too right. Also, quit while you're ahead. That was the other thing, is that I was doing all right up until 2018, and I started realising that actually I'm really not very good at this, so I'm going to bail before all the drivers really disrespect my ability. Ah, dear. Battle for second. Very close indeed. RHG still hanging on.
Simoncic 6.8 ahead of these two, but
cruising.
Nothing between Yuyovski and Bennett. At so many times during this race, it looked like Team Redline had it in the bag. Simoncic was there and thereabouts, but you felt as though, as so often, Team Redline were controlling the rest of the race. They have done that so many times. And then Yuyovski turns up for RHG and turns the wick up in that car, and suddenly they become a proper contender. They've been a contender all day. They've been there and thereabouts. And the middle part of the race faded slightly, but Yuyovski bringing the power. Unfortunately, they're now having to go on the defensive going into turn 4. That's going to compromise him a little bit. Luke Bennett goes to the inside. Is there space? There is half a car length. Whoa. Serious fights going on out there on circuit. And remember, they're now at the end of their soft tyres. The soft tyres can't really do too much more than 40 minutes, and therefore they're on the ragged edge of grip, trying to do these last gasp brakes down the inside with 8 minutes remaining. Of course, the more they fight, the more they allow Jone Simoncic a lead, but I think now they don't care about that. Well, they do care. They will care afterwards, but right now the focus is very much on keeping second for Yuyovski or getting second for Bennett.
There are some times where I've seen Luke Bennett half-heartedly almost commit to a move on the inside.
It's happened a few times already.
Yeah, and I remember seeing that even when he was battling with the with Jone Simoncic. He was kind of like looking and then sort of half committing and kind of like going, I will go for it, and then backing out. Like, all you're doing is you're costing yourself time doing that. Yeah, I guess in this battle it doesn't matter so much because, let's be honest, Jone Simoncic is gone. So this is just the fight for second. He is just trying to put off Yuyovski. But it's where it's so important where you need to know who you're racing. If you're racing against someone who's quite new to the sim racing world, yeah, you might be able to like look in the mirror and kind of dive down the inside and put them off. Yuyovski is a 2-time GT Pro esports champion, so he's not going to back out.
Here's Siggy. Where is Schindler?
Oh no, has Simsa had an issue? Oh, yeah, we can see it here.
Siggy was recovering, and I saw a yellow flag, green flag in the back of shot. There's Simsa in the back of shot. I think there's been contact between the two, or at least they've spun each other, or they've just spun together.
Or I think maybe the Simsa car might have spun ahead of the red line car, and they've had to get offline to avoid it. Something like that. Either way, there's been some drama that they are. John Monroe is rushing to bring us a replay with Rich also at the helm. It's very busy. Let's see. So it's one of... Oh, yeah, it was. So they got spun out. That is the GR Vector car, the 101, I believe, that's just spun out Simsa from a podium position. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Nothing to do with Team Redline, nothing to do with Kevin Siggy there. That was so unlucky.
I think it was Mattia Krupi.
And the wheel spin we saw was Kevin Siggy's kind of slight celebration of like, yay, don't need to follow you anymore.
Finally.
Boot it, let's go.
I've had that before in race before, where you're like struggling to get past, and like after a few minutes you're kind of like, yeah, I really want to get past this dude. And then after like 10 minutes you're like, literally, can anything happen? Can someone come through? Can they disconnect? Can they have a game crash? Like, can something happen? Because I need this car out of my way now.
Gutted that Simsa won't get a podium though,
Such a
because
shame.
as you say, they still going to be their best result, but ultimately they could have celebrated with a podium instead of 4th position. Jordi Spheres now 12.5 seconds back from Jiri Kasdorp, continuing the charge. It's not going to be enough with only 5 minutes remaining, but what a interesting race it's been for Scuderia Ferrari, and getting themselves in the runner-up position. It is now Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, so we still have 3 different manufacturers on the top 3 steps of the podium. We still don't know, this is really the last question in this race, who is going to be second and who is going to be third in LMP. 5 minutes remaining, 3 laps perhaps, 6 or 7 opportunities for Luke Bennett to do it.
Yeah. And it's going to be a tough fight, but again, as we've got 5 minutes left on the clock, plenty of great teams throughout this event. I did say before, it's been on Twitter, at the Le Mans Virtual Twitter, as well as in the YouTube chat over in Traction. You can have your say of the team of the race, Thrustmaster team of the race, between the #1 Redline, #4 Floyd Van Burst, #66 Simsa, or #99 Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. I don't know who I'd pick between those. It's been an incredible performance. Even like there's so many other teams even to throw in there with the driver, the 51, etc. There's been so many good performances.
Oh, highlight Colin Spork, fastest lap of the race in the Alpine.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they're just going up basically quali laps, aren't they, at the moment? And Spork is pretty... He's a fast peddler. He's a 2022 Formula Sim Racing World Champion. He is for someone who's so young, I think he's 17, for someone who's so young, he is unbelievably fast and quite mature as well, like in like mentally. You normally think like, yeah, people that are younger, they're normally sort of like, if you tell them anything, they're like, nah, I know best. No, kind of like he's open to learning. Very like superstar of the future, big time.
Over the line with less than 4 minutes remaining, we ride on board with Luke Bennett. We were watching Erhan Yudovsky just a few moments ago with his elbows properly out, wrestling his car, drawing in under slipstream. Luke Bennett looks again down the inside. There's more of an overlap this time. Side by side, wheel to wheel battling. A little bit of oversteer from Erhan Yudovsky. More wheel to wheel battling, more contact between the two. But Bennett has the inside line before. There is a car ahead of him. Is it going to get in the way of them? It's the BS competition BMW who takes the racing line. Yudovsky goes all the way around the outside at 4 and will make it stick. What defence from Yudovsky. I love the fact they can rub and race. I know it doesn't necessarily, it's not conducive to clean racing, but at least they can do it without bouncing off each other to miles on end.
Yeah, just that little bit, just to kind of make sure they can go through the corner so close that you can't put anything between them. Maybe there is a little bit of a rub, fair enough. I mean, what a super display. What we're seeing is we're just seeing great, entertaining racing. Wide line there coming through 9 and 10, though. That is a pretty poor exit from Erhan Yudovsky. Bennett's going to be quite close coming into turn 10. Between 11 rather. He's going to send it. Oh my goodness, that is not the corner to do it at. That is absolutely not it, sir. And you're going to lose time.
Bennett needs a lesson in overtaking here. He is the faster man, there is no doubt about it, but he is not getting himself alongside enough at any point to make the move stick. The closest was 1 lap ago into turn 1, but he was still just wheel to wheel alongside. He didn't have enough car in front of Yudovsky to make it happen, but he is so much stronger. Whoa, big oversteer out the final turn. So it's not going to happen this time, and this will be 2 laps to go.
An ultimate lap, yeah, absolutely. So he doesn't have many more opportunities. Like I say, he's definitely faster. He needs to cool the brakes on some of the attempts. He's trying too hard to get through. And it's kind of like, okay, step back a second, think logically. Erhan Yudovsky's sitting up. See how much wider he was at turn 1. He's struggling with those tyres. This is the perfect time to pounce. You just got to time it right.
Didn't quite get enough of an exit to draw up towards Yudovsky, but again a lunge, a massive lunge, and again he's not going to be alongside. You can't do that, Luke Bennett. That is an absolute slam dunk on television with Eduardo Freitas watching on. Penalty slam dunk. You just can't just drive someone off the circuit. But he has the pace to overtake properly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost frustrating to watch.
If I were them, I'd get on Eduardo Freitas' good side, and I would have switched that straight away. I would just be like, look, okay, sorry, hands up, like, warning or whatever.
Gives you an opportunity to do it again in the next lap.
Meanwhile, that is 100%, in my opinion, 100% the number one. I wouldn't even be flashing. If I was Yoski, I wouldn't even be flashing. Because for me, that number one is guaranteed to finish third.
Yeah. But Yoski's going to be very angry at the way that was being done. We had contact the lap before, but at least it was side-by-side contact. At least it wasn't a pile drive. But Luke was so far back, and again, now he's slowing down. Have they listened to you? Is he going to give the position back here?
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, smart move. I think Racecontrol might have told him, like, look, give the position back, no penalty. Give the position back, and it's done. Or not?
Didn't make it easy, did he?
No.
Now, you see, now Luke is really, really close for a slipstream. We were on to the last lap. There is Simoncic, and in the background, Luke Bennett is under the rear wing of Erhan Yoski. So close, because the way he gave it back meant he was carrying loads of momentum. Big defence from Yoski into turn one. Around the outside for Luke Bennett into turn one. Yes, this is the right way to do it, because now you've got the inside for 2. You don't have the inside for 3. You actually don't have the inside for 4 either. We've got a Simsa Ferrari ahead. Luke Bennett loses the opportunity, but at least he can't drive down the inside this time. Now he's going to get more traction, surely. No, he gets a bit of a swapper on, but there is the opportunity with Simsa, depending on where they catch it, depending on how Yoski deals with it.
It's so tight between these two. Absolutely incredible. Simsa, they navigate well there. Look to the inside once again from Bennett. The door's not really open. There's the big set. You're just wasting time. You need to sit right under that rear wing and get the push off of this section here and slipstream your way up towards turn 11. This is the important bit right now. Is he going to get a good drive off? Yoski didn't, importantly so. It's going to be close, but I don't think it is.
There is only one more chance now, and that is the final corner. Proper claim the apex, proper karting style stop and block pass. That's the only way you can do it. Compromise all your momentum. It'll be appalling if you got into turn 1 again, but there is no turn 1 in the next lap. This is the final lap, and there's only 2 corners remaining. We follow Jerne Simoncic for Floyd Van Wool burst. By Colles changing their name to Van Wool, and they are going to take the first victory of the Le Mans virtual season for 2022. Luke Bennett decides against going through, and there is the smiles from Jerne Simoncic. What a drive it has been. Huge pressure throughout the race, and here is the battle for second. It is so close between the two. A drag to the line. Yoski has got it ahead of Bennett by 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, I think the line is slightly earlier there on the start finish. I don't actually think it's there. I think it is slightly before it. But close either way. Yoski had that one covered off. But we need to focus, as we'll see our Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, our GTE leader at the moment, who aren't technically confirmed as the winner, because third place has crossed the line already in Kevin Siggy, but Jordi Veers is also in second place. So if they do run out of fuel, they will lose that and they'll drop down to second. But for Simoncic, what a stunning drive for all of the Floyd Van Wool burst cars. Before this round, I said it before this race, they led just 27 laps, and yet here they are taking victory.
Let's get our GTE winner over the line. As you say, we are still waiting for Yuri Kasdorp on his birthday for Oracle Red Bull Racing. The start was insane. Qualifying was not so easy, but he got himself up nearly into the lead on lap 1. The Porsche was not an easy car, strategy-wise, to get to the hour. They had to work at it. They've battled hard with early doors, Project 1 by Durr. Later on with Kevin Ziggy, who clearly was the fastest in the BMW team red line, and then latter with a closing SF Velas Esports team. But it is Oracle Red Bull Racing with their first victory of the season in the Porsche, and Yuri Kasdorp goes across the line. We're just now waiting for Jordi Veers for second spot. He's been on a mission on this last stint. but the celebrations will be with Red Bull, will be with Yuri Kasdorp. Dennis Lin, massive part of that team as well. And there is Kevin Ziggy. Will be on the podium in 3rd position, but it's what it should have been so much more.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that one. They do have a little bit over the head with Enzo Benito as to whether he completed the driver time as well, but we'll get into that later. I think there might have been a technical fault either way. I've got to say, for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, they've been on the podium twice in the GTE category. Of course, in the 111 and the C8R last season. It was a 2nd place, it was a 3rd place. Having a 3rd podium with a 1st is a nice little way of rounding that one out. A brilliant drive all day, a brilliant birthday present for Yuri Kasdorp, and a super performance to end the 1st round of the season.
Let's have a look then at the provisional classification, subject to any penalties. Floyd Van Wilburst have a 1st victory of this season, 8.3 seconds ahead of R8G, with a massive fight at the end of the race with Team Redline. Then it was Porsche Coanda, best that they could do, 4th position, and the 2nd of the Van Wilburst machines. The 2nd Team Redline machine in 6th position, and a great recovery drive for Williams Esports AMG team in 7th. Brabham Esports, that's pretty healthy, 8th spot. Panis Racing 9th, and GR Vector on a very different strategy, rounding out the top 10. The Williams Esports number 5 car in 11th position, Arnage 12th, Yasky Veloce with issues at the end of the race in 13th, Pescarolo 14th, Sem9 Axel Esports in 15th spot, the 2nd GR Vector Esports car 16th. Lots of issues for Alpine Esports despite getting the fastest lap of the race in 17th. And then the best of the GTEs, Oracle Red Bull Racing, 9 seconds ahead of SF Racing, with BMW Team Redline 3rd on the podium. Then Simsa, BMW Team BS Competition in 5th in class. Sim Maranello 6th. Then Proton Coanda, the best that they could do, 7th only in class in the 77. They'll be disappointed with their day's work. Best of the Aston Martins there, ProDrive Fire Esports in 8th spot. And then some of the cars that retired out of our race. Team Fordzilla at the end, I'm afraid they did retire. Rocket Simsport, ARC Bratislava, Mexico Racing, those two had engine failures. R8G with a disconnect. AMG Petronas Esport also with a disconnect. InSpeed ran out of fuel, and Porsche Coanda had an internet failure at their base, and they were the 1st of our retirements. A huge battle. A huge challenge for all of our teams and drivers around the Bahrain International Circuit, a circuit that they had to experience and educate themselves in for the first time with an 8-hour endurance race. A big challenge for everyone, big points on offer, and ultimately an insanely, Lewis, entertaining battle in LMP and in GTE.
Oh, it was a thrilling fight all the way through. We had a brilliant battle, all of it, from the start of the race until the end of the race. To say that you've got an 8-hour race and it comes down to the wire in both categories, honestly, very, very impressive. And I think the quality today, I was chatting with a couple of the social guys earlier on, and just various people in the studio being like, look, we've seen people battle time and time again, super, super close, and we didn't actually see that much in the terms of like LMPs tripping up over GTEs. It didn't happen that often, really, despite how close and how fast everyone was going through traffic, was weaving over. I think it was brilliant. It's
a character of the circuit that you were able to do that kind of passing. We only really saw Simsa, unfortunately, losing their 3rd position thanks to contact from LMP2, and that's why, obviously, these results provisional, because there are still a few things to go through and discover and work out if there are penalties to be applied. Very disappointing, I suppose we should mention, for the Mercedes AMG team. So great to have that team, that name, the names of the drivers in the car, and ultimately a DNF for the headline team.
Yeah, they'll be frustrated for sure. But it's more about keeping your chin up, keeping focused on the next race. It is, as much as it's a short championship, it's a long championship. It lasts 4 months. And you've got to remember with all of that is that we're going racing in only 3 weeks' time. You can't kind of let yourself get drawn into what's happened today. You've got to think ahead, think back to towards Monza, and focus on that, and just kind of put this in the past. It's already happened.
We have 3 more events with the standard points for a 6-hour race, because the rest of the season before Le Mans is, of course, between 0 and 6 hours of racing, but this 8 hours with slightly enhanced points, and therefore 38 points for Van Waalburst, 27 for R8G, Team Redline with 23, Coanda Porsche, the Works Porsche team with 18, 15. Then we roll down to the rest of our finishers. All get 1 point for these races. They get half a point when they finish a race, a conventional 6-hour race. And that is why I think this race was so important, because there are good points. A win would only put you 3rd in the standings after this race if you got a win for a conventional 6-hour, because there's only 25 points available to that. There's 38 obviously available in this particular race. So in that sense, it's a big chunk of the season at the start. Of course, there's double points at the end at Le Mans. We saw the 1-2-3 at Le Mans become the 1-2-3 in the championship as well because of the influence of points. But we still do have 4 more races to go, 3 more of which will score the standard points.
Yeah, and taking advantage of a round like this, like you say, when there is double points, or not double points, points and a half up for offer, it's a big, big deal. Teams that have taken advantage of that now, even with a first, a second, a third, hey, even just being inside the top 10, that's going to play a big role later on in the season.
Let's cross out then to Burst Esports and to Jerne Simoncic, who now can join us and chat through the huge challenge. Oh, he's a huge Jerne Simoncic. Hello. You are massive on my screen, so massive that we actually couldn't see your head initially. Jerne, there he is. Oh, he's full frame now. Jerne, what a race. From the very beginning, you were putting so much pressure on Redline. How have you dealt with that pressure yourself?
I don't know. I think what helped massively was solely the fact that when... do you hear me?
Yes, we heard you. You just went into Skype invisible mode, but you were all good. Oh, now you've gone now. Oh, well, now I can't hear you.
Yeah.
You're back.
I'm here.
You're back now. Cool.
When I joined the server, I saw I was on mediums. Everybody else was... I was on softs. Everybody else was on mediums. I was panicking. The whole team was panicking. What's going on? And we just said, well, it's too late. Let's stick to softs. And it turned out to be, well, as we had calculated, the better strategy. So from that point onward, when I realized that it's going well, I didn't really fear much or feel much pressure, but it's always about needing to trust the teammates. And for the 4 hours that I was not driving, I was having more hard RPM than when I was driving. So yeah, nice date.
You must have been looking at the strategy of the other cars, knowing that Redline are always so strong, that R8G had Erhan in their pocket, and knowing that it was going to come down to that last hour. And ultimately, you must have been quite happy to see that Luke Bennett and Nioski were actually not so close to you in the end.
We were so confused by the Redline strategy. We were trying to make sense of it for 1 hour or so, and in the end, like, it didn't make sense, but they still appeared to be ahead of us. So we just knew that we need to keep going with our strategy advantage, because we had 2 or 3 laps on them. So we carried that and tried to strike in the end. And fortunately, I had the pace to catch and to make the move for the lead.
Knowing that you had those couple of laps in your pocket versus the other cars, did that just give you that little sense of safety and comfort, knowing that that last pit stop was going to be a little bit stronger than shorter than the rest?
Yeah, of course. It's knowing that there is a hope, and it might be just like about 2 seconds, 2 tenths per lap for the lap time, but it makes all the difference for the feeling of the driver to know that, well, I am that 1/10 above the needed threshold instead of short of it. So yeah, that made quite some difference, and I think like I was really able to enjoy the last 2 hours or so.
And one word about the Bahrain International Circuit, a new addition to R Factor 2, a new addition to the world of sim racing. I don't think you can get your hands on it properly anywhere else. How have you enjoyed the challenge?
Yeah, for the last 15 years of sim racing career, I've raced on Bahrain a couple of times, but it was some mod from, I think it's a model from more than 20 years ago. So yeah, it's awesome to have laser scan track, and of course Studio 397 produces like actually best tracks in the whole industry, I think. So it was awesome. Also, our professional drivers agreed that the track is just as it is in real life. The only negative thing is that these new tires that we have, even though they are much better than the old ones, they still require some rear drifting, not drifting, but like just 5-degree rear slip angle into the hairpins, which is not what I want to do. But it's quicker, so it must be done. So, well, it is what it is, but it was really enjoyable, I must say.
Well, congratulations. Big points for the victory, and you move into the next round of the season in the lead of the championship. Thanks for chatting to us. We will now have a chance to chat with our GTE winner in just a few moments' time. What an event it was for the GT field generally. I love the Ferrari strategy to see Jordi Viers within 10 seconds at the end of the race, considering he came out the pits over 20 seconds back. What a last lap. But just behind us, nearly falling asleep by the looks of things, Dennis Jordan. Dennis, thank you very much for joining us. Gosh, it's very dark in your office.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's late already, so we all have to save some energy here, right? So.
Absolutely. What a massive challenge it's been. You must have been so happy to see Yuri's first stint and just some absolutely mega moves in the first quarter of the race.
Yeah, I mean, Yuri was just on fire. All preparation already. I think what he did at the start was incredible. His first two stints, I've never seen anything like this. Like, all credit to him. It's his birthday as well, so. Yeah, he really, he made us win the race today.
Talk about the challenge of moving across, because of course you were in a Corvette last year as a team, and you've now moved into the Porsche, a very different car in the real world to drive. Is it the same in the virtual? Have you been working hard to understand what it is to get the best out of a Porsche?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's totally different, totally different. It's just like in the real world. Obviously, for us now in the GT, we also just generally have a completely different tire model. So no matter what car we would have chosen, we would have had to adapt quite a lot. And that's what we did anyway. I think we did a good job. Really happy to win, but we know that we don't necessarily wear the fastest car or race, so we still need to keep pushing to improve for next race. And
what were the biggest challenges strategy-wise? It did seem as though you had to work quite hard to get that car to the hour mark for the pit stops.
Yeah, well, actually, I think we were fine on fuel. We're just taking a bit of risk at the start of the race, right? Undercutting people, protecting from undercuts and that sort of stuff, because we knew that we would still make the mileage later on. So I think really the only unknown for us was this new track temperature system that we have in rFactor 2, which is amazing, but we just haven't used it that much yet. So really was an unknown for us. We just had to learn as we went on, and we can analyze a lot from that and improve for next race.
It's going to be a learning phase throughout the whole of the season. Thank you so much for chatting to us, and congratulations on the victory in GTE, Dennis Jordan.
Thank you.
Yeah, a big challenge with a new circuit. We heard from Jurne Simončić, the new tire model there. We've got new things that these guys are completely and utterly still learning, and we're going to see that learning phase throughout of our season, which is just going to make it more entertaining. And I can't wait to see a replication of what we've seen over the last 8 hours here from the Bahrain International Circuit. Here are the highlights. In the heat of the day, we started racing for 8 hours in the LMP category. It was about 5 wide at one point into turn 1, but Jeffrey Rietveld in the red line car got himself at the head of the field. This was the Yuri Kasdorp start from 6th position up to 2nd. It could have been 3rd because Enzo Benito was quite nervous in the first couple of corners in his BMW. There was a big slide out of turn 1 and again out of turn 2. If there was a bit more touring cars about it, I think the Porsche would have got himself into the lead of the race. But that really set Oracle Red Bull Racing up for a really good result. Enzo Benito holding on those first couple of corners, but by the end of the stint, he would be given a penalty. This, at the time, was the battle for runner-up position. Josh Rogers didn't have a great qualifying in the Porsche Commander car, but got himself up into 2nd position, up past RHE, and then bing, disconnect for the whole of the house at Coanda, and unfortunately that would be the end of their race. Big defensive work from the Mercedes-Williams machine for third position, and at that point the Van Wall-Burst machine getting itself back up through the field. There was plenty of entertainment and excitement as the sun went behind the horizon. We went into dusk mode, and in speed ran out of fuel and collected the ARC Bratislava car. Then this scary moment for Van Wall-Burst as both Redline cars heading into pits off strategy and almost catching each other out. Firstly on track, and then when they came into their pit bays, one pulled in, the other one had to overtake, and we could have had a collision there too. An unusual off-strategy stop at that point. Racing Team Mexico getting caught up in traffic, nearly knocking out 3 LMP cars, and then day became night. This was a scary moment for Williams Esports. A recovering Williams AMG catching up with the Marla racing car, which they run. Words would have been said in the Discord there. Arnage competition getting itself, trying to go around the outside in the same place that the accident has happened just before. Contact between themselves and the 88 Coanda car. Then Red Bull start to strike. R8G Esports Ferrari was always there, the 888 machine, right until the very last moments, until an unknown issue. And here was a hard charging number 2 Redline that ultimately, with a few penalties, found itself in battling for 4th position. That was a long way back, that pass. Then the last of the pit stops. Simoncic heading back out onto circuit. And look how close it was with Redline. A little bit of contact between the two at turn 1. Simoncic stayed ahead. Crunch. And Luke Bennett was not able to keep up after that point. This unsafe release by Team Redline, the BMW car pulling into the path of Red Bull Racing to try and stay ahead. They then pushed them over the white line just a little bit. And unfortunately, race direction thought that was a little unfair. So penalised for the second time, the 71 machine. And despite 2 penalties, they still ended up in 3rd position. To the end of the race then, Luke Bennett versus Erhan Yuyovski. Bennett had a multitude of attempts down the inside. This one nearly ended up collecting the Marla racing machine. Simsa Ferrari being caught out there by a back-marking LMP car and spun out of 3rd position in GTE, gutting for them. Luke Bennett with another attempt into turn 1. Again, not quite close enough. Again, more contact between himself and Erhan Yuyovski. And again, Erhan Yuyovski fighting back. It wasn't here where the ultimate move was made, but the next corner on the next lap was a little bit too physical. Traffic and GTE cars always playing their part. Jone Simoncic, though, was enjoying the fact that those two were battling because it gave him a bit of comfort. He had a bit of fuel in hand as well, and ultimately came towards the line with an 8.3 second advantage over the squabbling second place. Floyd Van Wall-Burst Esports with the victory in LMP, and Red Bull Racing with the victory for Porsche, the victory in GTE, only by 9.2 seconds because SF Ferrari Velas with a massive push in their last stint. Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, your top 3 in GT. What an event it's been. A big, long 8-hour race. The longest event we will see, Lewis, until we get to the Le Mans 24 Hours. as we said before, the highlights, so much learning for these guys of this event, but then throughout the rest of the season as well.
Oh yeah, big time. This season's relentless, so you can't really make mistakes in a season like this. You've got to be on it from the start until the end. And I've got to say, what a way to have started the season. We had a great race. We had plenty of great races last season. Of course, I said before that Spa was potentially the highlight. To have ended, or to have started a season like this with a race of this quality, I hope the season continues like this because this is so good.
Racing has been fantastic. Organisation has been fantastic. Production has been fantastic as well. Thank you so much to everybody here at Silverstone at our hub. The Le Mans Series, the Le Mans Virtual Series team have really put on a spectacle for you. I hope you've enjoyed it at home. Thank you very much to Chris McCarthy, who's upstairs taking a rest. Lewis McLeod alongside me. I've been Ben Constanduris. We'll see you at the 4 Hours of Monza.